Hello and welcome to another game here at Pocket Mission. This one is going to be special as it is my very first playtest of a Dungeon Craft module of my own design. So buckle in, get ready, here we go. Players should be trickling in over the next 5 minutes or so. I'll get everybody all set up and hopefully we'll have a nice, quick, easy start and a great old playtest. If you're interested in joining us for more Adventure League games, give us a search, Pocket Mission. You can find us on Warhorn. It's a great event hosting site. Probably find us on, mainly you want to find us on Discord. But Warhorn will find that link for you. And I'm going to go ahead and mute now. You'll catch me just a moment with the rest of the folks. Thank you for joining.
Aloha.
Hello, hello. Thanks for joining me today.
Sure thing. Oh, by the way, the this guy's he does the wild shape thing since he's a moon druid, and instead of just turning into a regular a polar bear, I just kind of skin it as an owl bear since he's actually an owl. So just to have fun with it.
Okay.
But mechanically still a polar bear though.
Okay, good to know. Come on, roll 20. Hey.
Doug Durkin.
What's up, gents?
Hey, thanks for joining me.
No problem. Sorry for the last minute import there, but instead of getting off work early once again, I got off from work late.
Ah, no worries. You had kind of mentioned you'd be coming in hot, so all good.
So it's a three-man game, eh?
Aha! I think
Good.
might have a couple more coming in.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say adventure.
Yeah, either
Danger.
way though. I know we got one guy who's getting hesitant because of the firearm thing, but I'm like, yo, you might get a firearm. You should join.
They can't use it without the ammo and stuff, right? That doesn't matter.
Yeah, the answer from Discord was that no, he couldn't have it anyway. So I think he was kind of jumping the gun on that, but hopefully he'd still play. I mean, this one isn't super combat oriented, so it wouldn't really matter that much, but we'll see.
There they are. Shh.
Hello.
Hey, thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
So, Dedurkin, if you don't have to oh no, you already did, my bad. Let me get that information down real quick, and then we'll do our normal, let me get your token going. I think everybody else should be ready except for Firestorm with Haas. So I'll get y'all's 2 character tokens ready, which should be good. Normal spiel. I'm streaming, usually do. We're already streaming right now. I try to kick it off early so I'm not all fumbling with that. So we'll pick up those service hours. In addition to that, safety tools always in effect. Just let me know if anything comes up. I don't think it's a big deal. Message, private message, however you feel. Scream it at the top of your lungs. No, God, no! Whatever is appropriate. But also, of course, this is a playtest. So bear with me. I'm still hammering out certain things, of course, and you will be credited as a playtester unless you don't want to be on the document. I'm only using Discord names, so if you don't want to be, let me know. Otherwise, Firestorm07 will be on there, Orphalin will be on there, but it's not like your actual name or anything. So it's up to you. Let me know if that bothers you, and I can definitely take your Discord username off. But yeah. In addition to that, real quick, this is supposed to follow after Spelljammer Academy, and I can kind of iterate on that more in a bit. But so that's why it's APL 5. Essentially, you'd be pulling right out of those 4 little Spelljammer Academy modules that came out and jumping right into this, because who wants to play Light of Xerxes anyways? So kind of coming up with a little alternative for that. So I'll definitely be keeping an eye on the balancing and such. Let's see, with a level 7, I'll get that tallied up and let you know. But I think we're going to be at strong. I think so, probably strong.
So, before streaming, I'll behave. But before I behave, I only want to be listed as a playtester if people like this module.
Oh, that's probably not going to be it. Nah. I hope you guys do, and definitely give me fair feedback and stuff. Don't hurt my feelings or anything, but if you have anything like really that I could use and stuff, I would like. This is why we're here, so for sure. Also, if you have a penchant for art or anything like that, get at me. We could probably work together in the future. All right, let's see. Okay, got everything ready on my end. Let's get these tokens ready. Gotta love that baby talk.
Yeah.
Okay. So, start with Haas. See, I guess my inspiration for this module came from one, just being interested in Spelljammer Academy, trying to expand upon that, of course. But you're always trying to think of things that are punny or that are going to be catching. And I don't know, I just kind of clicked in my mind one morning waking up or something. It was like a sea anemone spaceship called the Anemone. An enemy. It's a mouth tongue twister there, but I was just thinking, that'd be a funny idea. An anemone or an enemy. It's a mouthful, like I said, but and then obviously just expanding upon that concept.
We have a theme.
I remember in one of the chapters of Spelljammer, not to spoil anything, but there was this one Illithid that was chained up. Was is was that guy connected to this module, Liam, or this is completely different Illithid?
This would be a different Illithid, and I guess my deepest connection with Spelljammer is probably the novels, as I'm on the very last one. I'm probably just like a quarter through it, so not very far into it, but there's 6 of them, and there's a character named Estrus, who is kind of more of a male Illithid, and I basically kind of wrote my character up off of that concept of that character, basically. As I continue to write my modules, there'll definitely still, like, the next module I'm going to write is going to involve some pirates and a different planet in the realm space called Garden. And, you just find tidbits of lore and you can expand upon them. Apparently there's a guy named Clive the Fearsome who is in the Pirate King there. So he's going to, at least by name, maybe his face will show too. But, if little throwbacks like that, Easter eggs, I guess.
It's pretty cool to find those Easter eggs, connection from module to module.
Yeah, it's a little daunting at the start to get started, but one day, as soon as I started going, I just couldn't stop, and then got a lot of editing to do, kind of little things here and there, but I was pretty proud of what I was able to do. All right. Yeah, I kind of published a little early too, just honestly trying to see how the process works on that side of things, and it was actually like insanely easy. I was like, okay, cool, I guess I'm in.
Does the author need to pay anything to publish in DM's Guild?
No, it's actually the opposite, to where you make half of the money for your product in royalties. So I've actually made a whole $1 off of this already. Ha ha ha.
That's really
Choose a
cool.
nerd copy.
One more time.
I said, what? Who's the nerd that's got a copy?
I know, right? I think it's because it's on the homepage there for like a few days, and someone probably was just like, ooh, a new module. I'm like, okay, cool. Tricked you. Alright, getting these last little things set up. Got your Haas. Last but not least, let's do our Duergar friend. Everybody's all good. Okay, is everybody ready? Any, I think, let me get a re-edit on Guac real quick so everybody can see your... Oh, actually, no, I have it. If you want to type your HP in the green bubble, should pop up for you. Let me can see your HP there.
Yep, one sec.
And then just let me know as we go, and if we need to adjust anything, that is definitely cool. All right, and so we're coming in at... Yeah, I know, right? I'm sorry, I just went to chat. See, blah, blah, blah. Ah, why did I do this to myself? But, so yeah, let's get started. Thanks, y'all, for joining me. Definitely much appreciated. And as I said, this is a big follow-up to Spelljammer Academy. So some of you may be very familiar, some of you might not, but we'll get you somewhat learnt up right about now. And then we'll have to place you guys. I don't know if your character would fit the theme of joining the Spelljammer Academy, and if not, then we can kind of just glance over a little bit. But essentially, coming into this module, you're either going to be a new recruit into Spelljammer Academy, or you just graduated after the last, SJA 4 module. So we'll definitely get that sorted out in just a quick moment on what colors you're repping, basically, based off of your rank here in the academy. But speaking of the academy, it's a secret enclave of spellcasters and swords for hire on the mysterious Isle of Nimbral. Graduates from the academy typically would join the Spelljammer fleet, a magical navy sworn to protect the planet Toril, where Forgotten Realms takes place, and explore worlds far beyond. The academy is actually carved into a 2,000-foot high column of rock that juts up from the cliffs of the island's west coast. Has multiple levels connected by stairs, ramps, and magical lifts. And so, let's go a little background for the adventure. A rogue Illithid, as you have hinted towards, or been hinted towards at least, has recently joined up with the academy. Her name is Estrin, and she's a particularly scholarly individual who instantly fell in with the recruits and instructors here, most especially the Whistle Slap gnomish siblings. Some of you may have met. They are kind of like the inspectors here at the academy, very well respected. And this Illithid is full of advanced knowledge in the secrets of her people. It wasn't long before she revealed her true passion to the gnomes and others here. Ancient artifacts are hidden all over the multiverse, and one such item lies deep beneath the waves on a neighboring planet in realm space. This mind flayer Estrin believes that this artifact might just be a remnant from an ancient race, and with the help of these gnomish inspectors, Estrin has started to draw up some blueprints for a Spelljammer ship and get that built. She wants to call it the Anemone, but she needs to make sure her ideas are going to be viable before leaving the planet Toril. A prototype is looking to be tested by brave new graduates of the academy, such as yourself. And meanwhile, of course, the founder of Spelljammer Academy, the infamous Mert the Merciless, has been living up to his name. Little side note for our tale today, this retired adventurer is neglected to seek out the permission of local Triton populations off the coast of Nimbral, and he deems it unnecessary by his word, but of course, some people are not so happy to be ignored. And so with our adventure hooks, as I said, you could either be a Spelljammer graduate, fresh out of the academy and ready for your first mission, still here on Nimbral, or you might have just showed up here for some reason, thinking it's worth checking out, decided, I'll put on the red cap, you'll be a recruit. And as you do, you find yourselves quickly whisked around the place on a nice introduction, and they finally finish off at the top of this tower in the Skydock with a very typical ship inspection led by these gnomish siblings. And that's where we're going to pick up. We'll jump right into it. As you guys are here in the Skydock, you see spelljamming ships frequently docking here. And most of these vessels are assigned to the Spelljammer Academy, but some are independent merchant vessels delivering supplies and whatnot. Security guards at the stairs will most definitely not let you in without proper authorization. Everyone here will be garbed in your naval uniform that identifies you either as a sailor or a cadet. If you are a sailor, you are in a blue naval uniform. If you are a cadet, you are in red. But upon your arrival here, you would have been instructed to go to the Skydock and given a blue security helmet so you may pass through the guards. So if you would like to identify yourself as either a recruit or a graduate here in the chat, we'll just kind of know which way you're coming approaching this. And then, yeah, I think someone did drop. Thanks for pointing that out. Let me see who that was. I think it's... Oh, there was one person who I think has not... He might have wanted to drop because he was... I'm not sure, honestly, why the decision is there, but something about they wanted to use a firearm and then didn't quite understand what they're doing with that, I guess. But no worries. Okay, so we got a couple recruits. How about Damona?
Yes. Hello.
Are you a recruit here, or are you a graduate of the academy?
I'm definitely not a graduate. I would be a recruit.
Okay, and then how about looks like, is it Haas?
Oh, well, yes, just seeking knowledge. So guess recruit did not really go here. Would be interesting to learn. Be part of it. Yes, yes.
And you're not being held hostage. You know, you can always leave if this isn't for you. You know, you come in as a recruit, you check the place out, see what it's about. But of course, they want to test your mettle right off the bat. And so all 4 of you new recruits are just taking a nice tour along this tower. And there's anything you could expect in a cool space headquarters here, all the way from a simulation chamber all the way to the sky dock with ships just taking off into the air. And of course, down below, they even have a regular dock. You could just sploosh off into the ocean if you like. That's where most of you would have arrived, on a boat. And taken your tour, gotten your intro gear, as it were. And as you kind of finish up this ship inspection, this little kind of olive-skinned gnome with very well manicured appearance there, but no nonsense. He's kind of finishing off as he was giving some very, very important advice. He says, "And that, recruits, is the proper way to scrape a barnacle off the hull." Kip finishes seriously as his sister stifles a yawn. And here are the recent graduates we have requested. Well, I guess we don't have any of those there. My bad, sorry. Now that we are all here, our introduction to ship inspections are complete, I would like to introduce you to another newcomer here at the Academy. And it seems from thin air, this purple humanoid draped in dark robes kind of drifts into view. The creature's face tentacles wag back and forth in a way that almost seems threatening. But before you can even draw a blade, a friendly voice just drips into your minds. All of you present suddenly hear, "I wouldn't blame you for being hostile, but I'll have you know that I am unlike most of my kin." And anyone who may cast an eye in suspicion towards this new character sees that most of the other people around you are just going about their daily business, cleaning ships, packing cargo, the shouting overhead. Seems as if most, if not all, seem relatively unfazed by the sight of this illithid here. And Pick comes up, and she cheerily says, "Oh yes, this is Estrin. Well, don't worry, she's trustworthy. She's not like a lot of the reputation for the other mind flayers. And she just seems like she's going to keep going on and on until Estrin eventually raises a crooked arm to give a pause. And she says, yes, I didn't mean to cause an uproar here, but, well, that would be rude if I didn't get to know who each of you are. I really could use some help." And she kind of twitches a tentacle. You sure are an interesting fellow. I'm sure you'll get along just fine here." And she motions towards Guac. If you guys want to do a regular old character intro, maybe filling me in on what about Spelljammer Academy interests your character in particular. And if you want to give me an answer with that, we'll go ahead and have DM inspiration for everyone as well. Let's start with Guac.
Okay, Guac, about 5 foot tall, maybe looks a little chubby for his height. Technically, he's Aarakocra, but I'm flavoring him as an owl person. His name is Guacamole. He goes by Guac just because it's easier. He's a moon druid, and he will be here to learn to get a better idea of what nature is like in the void of this area known as the Space Academy, whatever. Basically, get a better understanding of the nature of this area, the realm.
Okay, and if you don't know, Nimbrawl 2 is even further past than Cholt. It's quite a far trip from the regular Sword Coast. So lots to be found in the area. All right. And Tholden, what brings you here to the academy?
I think it's the
Oh,
one that
is it?
dropped off in
My bad. I was pulling a bunch of straws together there at the end. I think, yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, Haas.
Yeah. So you see a humanoid standing close to about 7 feet tall, but slightly hunched up, so make himself appear a little shorter. As it gives people more comfort knowing that he's not that tall. Looks at the is that mind flayer? Illithid. Yeah. Uh, judging for your appearance, I will not. It is not in the nature of teachings of our way. It is, of course, by your deeds that you show, and clearly you have allies here. Knowledge I've come to seek here. For I have been on ships such as these, Belgians, as you'd say. Uh, so it is better to understand um, how one would travel in these things. To have a share in one's spell. I'm not sure if that is. Anyway, I take it. Yes. I am. No, Casvial is my name. Has you shall address me if you'd like. It is a pleasure meeting an esteemed intellect as yourself. Truly do wish to learn more. It's fascinating. It truly is. As you see Hus with a sword by his side, and simply just in a brown cloak, seems fairly loosely fitted armor. It's him.
All right. She replies mentally, "Oh, I think we may have a kindred spirit. It's my pleasure to meet you. And true, our deeds will speak much louder than our misbegotten reputations. For I am taking the information I've gathered of my own people and the wonders of spell jamming and trying to do right with it. Not everything has to be used for evil. But we can talk more on that in a moment. It would be rude. Please tell me a little bit more about yourself." And she looks towards the most imposing Damona.
Totally the most imposing. Clearly a fighter. Daemona is a 5'10" human. He's clad in medium armor. This really really big helm. He's got the shield and mace on his hip. And yeah, Daemona is going to just introduce themselves. They are here for reasons that they do not wish to share. Because why would they? I mean, come on. They don't know you guys, but they will nod and say, "Yes, it's a very interesting place you have here. I've never been to a place such as this. I'm sure you have all manners of species and secrets hidden here." And I'm gonna eyeball this imposing creature because I'm afraid, and I don't want anyone to know I'm afraid. I'm just gonna stare them in their eyeball and be quiet.
I feel we may have similar goals as well. I can't help but just get so excited when I feel like there's a secret yet to be uncovered. Oh, great things in our future, I hope. But we all must start at the first chapter to get to the good bits. And I certainly wouldn't like to leave you out. Amelia?
Emilia Heatherly, reporting for duty. Seeker of Lost Magic and Warlock for Hire. Currently new recruit. She salutes and precast mage armor. I went here to Spelljammer to learn about all the ships and space stuff and whatnot. Her eyes are a bit shifty, and for those perceptive enough. It's like she's not really saying the whole truth. Emilia has other intentions. That's about it.
Well, I feel like I am very, very lucky this day. You know, I'm kind of looking for help, and it seems as if most of our normal graduates are already joining the fleet or busy off of Nimbral. You know, I was starting to wonder how long I was going to have to wait to get this into motion, and yet here we have 4 fine new recruits, hopefully ready to lend some efforts. And some efforts we should speak of. And she draws out through these dark robes a kind of blue paper with like graphs drawn on it. All of you can easily identify it as a blueprint. And yet, as she starts to try to calmly discuss the intricacies there, have everyone make a DC 15 Arcana check. And if you can, if you go over, then you understand what she's talking about as she says these next few lines. If not, you're kind of a little bit lost, and feel free to roleplay that. Either way is fine, of course. Got to start somewhere. I think I need one more.
You do. It doesn't seem to be responding. Hang on.
Right, as that's coming up, she begins to explain. As you see, those of you that succeed as well, you could kind of make out some of these graphs. Definitely seem to be like a little spelljammer ship that resembles a sea anemone. Daemona, looks like you're the only one. That's definitely a sea anemone on the paper there. You can also kind of just get a better grasp as she's pointing out how at the top of it you see the tentacles kind of splayed out, much like a nautiloid ship. And she says very proudly, "Oh, you know, we could use these tentacles to grapple, much like that of my evil cousins and their nautiloid ships. I've turned my back on those ways, and I thought it'd be good to christen the first build of the anemone ship an enemy, a warning to my former kin." And as you guys are kind of soaking that in, some understanding a little more than others, the little gnomish fellow Kip pipes in. He says, "Oh, you know what? That looks just like the turtle ship. Yeah, those things can go really far underneath the sea. Well, with that in mind, I even kind of thought, wouldn't it be cool we could anchor these little tiny ships on the bottom of a bigger ship, like a turtle ship, or maybe onto really any surface. Could be the bottom of the ocean, could be a side of a cliff, could be anything." And he just keeps on going and going and going. Pick will interrupt him, but as she does, I would like to go ahead and give you guys a quick handout. Should pop up. So I don't have the tentacles on the diagram, but otherwise you can kind of get a sense of what the ship would look like from an outside perspective, the gravity plane, the floors, so on. So take a moment to look that over if you like. And also there's a final description of the ship and all of its ship summary, the ballista, the sucker, all that stuff. Pick interrupts. She says, "Well, I think you're starting to see why you've been gathered here. We actually just recently constructed our first design of the ship, but it hasn't even taken its maiden voyage yet. We still need to do a series of tests, and, well, I think we should start with just plunging it on down to the bottom of the water surrounding here at Nimbral." And Estrin kind of says, if you'll do this for me, I assure you it's very safe. We just need to take a trip down, test the capabilities of the ship under pressure, maybe scoop up a little sand so we can prove it to our sponsors up here, and that'll be it. What do you guys think? I could even offer further employment as we finalize the details on our ship here, as well as some tools of the trade for any budding space hero. I'm sure you'd be much interested in that. Well, what do you think?" And she kind of gestures a long purple finger over, and you can even kind of barely see off in one of the docks the space anemone ship there. It's quite small compared to most of the other spelljammers, and yet it looks peaceful there as the tentacles kind of slowly waft in the breeze. So what do y'all think?
Employment suggests compensation. Let's talk terms. What are you bringing to the table?
The details, of course. Just the regular old tools of the trade. I don't think anyone would be caught in wild space without a firearm, and so I have a few put away. Perhaps I could spare one. In addition to that, I think I may have a fancier little pistol too, but I'll have to see if I could find that one. It's rather unique, but perhaps we should come to terms first. What do you think?
Yeah, and there's use for such a thing, but I'm sure sell it to someone.
And how could I even speak of the tools of the trade without coin? If you're able to scoop up some sand and make it back, or at least give it a good old shot, I could spare a few hundred coin for the group, if you can split it evenly amongst yourselves.
For sand?
You don't look like you know each other too well, so I hope there won't be any discrepancies over that, but I'm sure y'all can all get along, divided equally,
It'll be fine. 85% for me, 5% for them, 5% for them, 5% for them. So it always works out well.
Your greed seems to be larger than your size. Is most illuminating.
Out of curiosity, how many times has this ship been tested? Is this the first?
Well, it's been the first. Unfortunately, we haven't even gotten the ballista mounted on there yet. I wouldn't really call it space worthy, but I do think it's seaworthy. There's many hatches. Every entrance to a different level has a hatch you can seal, just in case if something did go wrong. The whole ship would be prevented from being flooded. And best of all, I'm going to come with you. I'm sure that could probably set you at a little bit more ease.
A little bit, because if it broke, I wouldn't know how to fix it. Wait, do you know how to fix it if it breaks?
No, but I could call Nick and Pick, and they probably do. We've really put our heads together on this one. I'll admit they're a little more mechanically inclined than I am, but friends in high places? However it goes.
No offense, I think you're swell and all, but can't we just bring Nick and Pick instead of you?
I think they're going to be busy. I'm having them set up our next phase of testing down below in the simulation chambers. I'm hoping that if we're successful with this, we could just move right on to there and then probably about call it a day. That'd be a lot for you to help me with.
Oh, it's okay if they're busy. We can coordinate schedules. I've got my calendar right here. I'm free Thursday. What about the rest of you?
I don't really have a schedule as of now. I'm good.
All right, that's 2 out of 4. 2 out of 5. Wait, are Nick and Pick free for Thursday? I'll ask.
Nick is very no nonsense, and he's like, I think your orders have been given, recruit, and I will see you down below. No more mutiny from you. And Pick just kind of rolls her eyes behind him and says, ugh, yeah, we'll see y'all down below. Good luck. And they start to kind of shuffle off down.
I put away the calendar and I shuffle along as well.
Oh, good. We're going to have so much fun. Did you have something there, Amelia?
Oh, no. Amelia just follows.
All right. Well, come. I'd love to show you. And Estrin motions for you to join her at this very small vessel resembling a sea anemone. And the tentacles seem to writhe in the light breeze. The Illithid deftly climbs up the spongy, flesh-like tentacles drooping down and beckons to be joined on the top deck. As you guys would hopefully clamber on above, you'd see her pointing towards an open hatch next to a space clearly meant for mounting a ballista that just hasn't quite made it there yet. Estrin waits for everyone to join her there and enter the hatch before she follows as well and seals the entrance. There's a ladder that runs the length of this vessel with hatches in between to prevent from flooding, as I mentioned. The first level here that she drops you down into reveals a main deck consisting of a bridge and a captain's quarters. See a few little tables covered in schematics and charts littering the area around a quite ornate chair. Estrin lowers herself into this padded chrome seat and mentally broadcasts to the group, "Go ahead and find a place to relax. This probably won't take long. And when we get to the ocean floor, you may climb back up the way you came to collect the sand. Just hold your breath, do not tarry, and all should be fine." And without any objections, you all feel the Spelljammer ship depart from the dock and slowly drift down to the frothing water below. While you can't really see out of any windows or anything, the motion is almost undetectable as well. The only thing you could really see is how Estrin's body kind of goes limp as her mind encompasses the ship, and she attunes to the spell-jamming helm and leads you guys down to the ocean floor.
Fun, they say.
Let me get y'all. I'm gonna copy over to the next map. So I'm no cartographer, as it were, but this is good enough for the deep ocean, I hope. So you guys can see our token for the sea anemone down below.
I'm gonna head down the galley, start drinking.
So she motions and she says, "I'll stay attuned to the ship and be ready to depart whenever you are. Just you got a mental link with me, and just shout out if you have any questions or need anything, or even better, just come and see me in the ship, and we can discuss it." So I hope none of you are too afraid of, holding your breath and such. But who's gonna go? And is everybody okay to go out, or does anybody need to stay here with me?
I've never actually went to the bottom of the ocean before. I'd like to go.
Wait, it's an ocean?
Yeah, you're at the ocean floor now. She says we've got to check and test to see how the sea anemone ship will do under high pressures. I have a lofty goal of going to another planet here in realm space, and well, it's a water world. We're going to need to know how far down we can go to see what treasures may await us there.
I don't have a way to breathe down there, so I think I'll stay up here.
Yeah. I can't breathe underwater.
Unless you have a way for us to breathe.
Likewise.
Oh, he does have a way for us to breathe?
Uh,
I said unless they have a way for us to breathe underwater.
Oh, right.
So I have a little handout here for the underwater rules of different sorts that I'll kind of put together for ease of use if they matter. And as far as like drowning and such, you each can hold your breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus your con mod. So it's a minimum of 30 seconds. And so Estrin will say, it shouldn't take long for you to just swim out of the top hatch there and down, scoop up some sand, and that way we know that we can prove that we were here, we survived, and probably get a little more funding from those above, if you know what I'm saying.
I do.
Any one of you should be able to do this, unless you are just feeling very sickly today.
Guys, I didn't want to. I can't play the game tonight. I just saw you all there. Haven't spoken to some of you in 2 or 3 days. Just wanted to say hi.
Oh,
Take care, all.
Hey,
Have fun.
thanks, man. There you go.
So
I'll take that
Damon
as
is
a
gonna.
kindness. Sorry.
Damon is gonna take offense. Sickly. How dare you? I'm going down there, and I'm gonna stay down there longer than everybody else.
Okay, so the best thing we should do here first is if you want to go out, let's just determine how many minutes you can hold your breath for. So if you just want to type that into chat, if you want to go outside the ship right now, put how many minutes you could hold your breath for, and then we'll proceed. If you don't want to go out right now, then don't worry about anything yet.
Okay, Block's gonna inform people that he's going to go, but he's going to change shapes before he goes. He'll be constricted.
Okay.
Oh, that sounds like a challenge. I'll take it. How do we calculate the minutes again?
Sure. So we have our little handout here. It's 1 plus your con modifier, but if you have a negative con, then you'll at least just have 30 seconds.
Oh, I see. That would be.
So I go by the snake's con modifier, right?
So yeah, now you've reset yourself as the constrictor, if you want to.
Yeah.
So we got 2 and 4. Anybody else? I know we got our constrictor. You're tallying that up. Who would be the other?
Haas is for a minute is how long I'd hold my breath. I'll stay and watch and see.
Okay.
Doesn't it?
I will cast polymorph on myself since we're changing shapes now, and I have to be able to walk with everyone else. And I will be a young black dragon. I can breathe water now.
Oh,
Okay, very cool. So Daemona can just breathe water now. Good. All right, so we've all decided. Looks like Haas, he's going to bid you guys a quick and safe trip. Let him know how it goes. And you guys all exit the ship. You notice that as you go to exit the hatch, there seems to be some sort of small magic there that keeps the water from entering. It seems as if could be up to a minute's worth of time, give or take. So it's like a somewhat of a form of a wall of force to where you open up the hatch and you can pass through. But after a minute's worth of time, it'll start to flood the ship. So it's kind of a fancy little magic, like alert spell there. And yeah, a little fancy magic. So you guys can easily exit into the water. It feels cold deep down here. You realize that you are now just thousands of feet below the surface, deep, deep, deep down here off the coast of Nimbral, which is really just an island in the middle of the ocean. So it's super, super, super far down, super, super dark. There's really only the sturdiest of vegetation littering the area around the landing site, mostly just these rocky kind of seabed and boulders and such jutting up around you. Utter darkness dominates here, and anyone without dark vision will probably need to consider a solution. You kind of get the sense that torches probably aren't going to be a very significant use down here. Don't know if that needed to be said or not, but I totally put it on the mod. Alrighty. So retrieving the sand is an awfully simple task. You can have a little vial. You can just scoop it up in your hand however you see fit. But as you go down to retrieve and grab a handful of the sand, you are suddenly accosted by 6 individuals led by this woman. She pops up. You suddenly hear this voice kind of behind you as the sand kind of stirs up a little from their approach, and you see a group of Tritons. They're sea-dwelling folk. You could even play one if you like. They could be a bit righteous, a bit arrogant at times, even perhaps, and yet they really are not totally bad or anything. They just, they're only like 5 feet tall, and I'm sure that probably gets to them sometimes too and things. But anyways, you kind of see this woman lead this group up, and she says, "Oh, so you finally decided to come down and acknowledge our presence, huh? No?" She kind of sees a confused look. "Well, I can tell you work for that coward Mert, at least. And what are you collecting there? I'm not sure you can get off with our property that easy. The ocean belongs to us." And so communication at this point might be difficult depending on your personal character abilities. Just keep in mind you are underwater, and if you open your mouth to say anything, you kind of give up holding your breath. So keep that in mind. So if anyone can speak, what would you like to say?
We're just picking up some dirt.
That's true.
Oh, wow. I'm actually impressed you can even speak to me. I see some strange... Some of you don't even look humanoid, really, but... Well, I'm gotta say I'm more intrigued and confused about what y'all are doing up there in that academy. Well, you can call me Nimpra. And I'll tell you what. We could probably forgive Mert's insolence in ignoring us down here. He hasn't even came to say anything about his latest venture. Well, I can probably spread word that you guys aren't so bad, and my allies and myself could mean you no harm. But only if you can gain our favor. You see, it gets a little boring down here. And I think we need to know that you guys are capable of hanging around in the area. We don't really look favorably upon weaklings.
Do I look weak to you?
You certainly do look like something.
Do you see the huge snake? That looks weak to you?
Well, we see all kinds of sea creatures down here. Some much bigger and scarier than that snake. I'll say that's kind of actually what brought us to the area. If you agree to play a few games with us, improve your strength and your wit, perhaps we can all be friendly here. But we were just passing through whenever we saw this huge kraken swimming above us. We know to respect the dangers of the ocean, and so we kind of laid low. I'll admit we're actually hired as escorts, from one sea kingdom to another, if you will. We had a cart full of valuables, but we knew if we ended up in a conflict, then not only would we lose, but we'd probably fail our job. So we stashed them out here and took off, and just so fancies that you're here when we get back. Strange enough. Well, we got to reclaim these valuables and get back. So what do you think? Maybe you could help us out a little, and also we could make sure that our people and your people don't come to blows in the near future. Otherwise, I think we just might.
When you say help you, you mean actually do the task for you instead of you doing it yourself, don't you?
You notice most of the Tritons behind her are like a bunch of kind of just burly male Tritons, and they all start clapping each other on the back and guffawing. Looks like they're figuring it out. Oh, come on, you want to play along.
I guess playing around won't hurt a bit, but some of us can't really breathe that long. Perhaps a bit of break from time to time. Speaking of which, Emilia kind of starts swimming closer to the anemone anemone ship.
So Nimpra kind of takes a few little strides forward in the water there, feet just inches above the rocky floor there. She says, "Oh, well, that just wouldn't do. How are you going to prove to me that you're worthy of being here in our territory if you can't even breathe the water? Come on. Look, I think you could probably make it, at least one of you, right? If you need to go back on your ship and reconvene and discuss it, feel free. But I think as soon as we get started, that would be cheating for you to go get more air, and we'd have to disqualify you. I'm sure you understand."
How far away is your cargo?
Well, conveniently enough, not very far at all. How about I explain a bit of the rules, and you guys can figure out your game plan, and we get started. Are y'all with me?
I would like to complete your task.
I think I'll sit this one out and support you guys in the sidelines.
Okay, so as she'll kind of start to break it down for you a little bit, and from DM perspective, I will as well. So the Tritons here are demanding a series of exercises of sorts. Starting off with at least this, and the way that this works, it most certainly encourages more than one player from contributing, and you'll see why in just a moment. You can see that while this group is kind of toying with you, and they definitely seem kind of a bit haughty in their manner, they're probably just having a bit of fun on a routine job, and you guys just happen to be there. And there does seem to be some small tension building between peoples from deep below and above, as she had mentioned as well. But it seemed like she may have been exaggerating a little, which I'm going to take a note, and because perhaps an insight check there would have been a good nudge, because she seems very much like a jerk in this moment, but in reality, not as bad as it seems. Okay, sorry, taking a quick note. All right, so all right, you guys are able to reconvene on the anemone, perhaps to get Estrin's opinion, or also just to decide who will participate. This first job that she starts to detail here is clearly a higher constitution is going to be good. You know, everyone wants, I'm sure you all want to participate, and you should try, you know, at least for as long as you can. You're not really in any actual danger necessarily, but of course some of you may be able to just stay a little bit longer based off constitution. But I'll stress none will be in danger and may return to the ship for air if necessary at any time, although this will disqualify you from any further tasks or anything. We already know everybody's time limit for holding air and such, and you've already seen the limitations of being underwater as well. The quick details, each challenge that they issue will take a total of 30 seconds to complete, no matter how many attempts at rolling we go through. However, if you fail on an attempt by 5 or more, it results in an additional 30 seconds passing by in that moment because you're kind of struggling at the task. So the way that it works is you'll start off with a DC 12. In this case, she wants you guys, she says, well, of course, you know, we had to hide those gems somewhere, and our employer would be awfully upset if we, you know, just ditched them or lost them. So we hid them under that giant boulder right there. There's a little depression underneath, and we kind of just have heaved it up and hid them underneath, and there they've been. I'm sure they're still there. So it's awfully heavy. Probably a bit heavy for one person to do it at once, but maybe with enough heaves you possibly could. It'll be 3 successful strength saving throws, which I see another little note I need to have, to move this boulder out of its pit and flip it over. But each attempt an individual player makes, the DC will increase. It'll increase at the second attempt, and it'll also increase on the third and further. So just keep all that in mind. If any of that's confusing or needs to be gone over again, let me know. But that's essentially how this encounter will work.
So who wants to go first?
And so do you guys want to reconvene in the ship real quick to kind of get some air, refresh your air, and perhaps figure out what you just said too?
Yes, please.
Oh, that's what the group wants. I'm going to head back in the ship.
Is it a very heavy boulder?
So you swim up and you can open up the hatch. The water is kept out by that magic spell, and you can kind of just climb, you know, kind of swim and then climb back down the ladder. Slightly dripping there on the main deck, you'll see Estrin. And she says, that took a little bit longer than I expected. Is everything okay?
We kind of encountered a bit of an obstacle of sorts. There are tridents outside talking about a bit of competition. They say that we can't really take any sand unless we complete them.
Oh, goodness. Nothing can ever be simple, can it? Well, are they threatening? Are they threatening you? What seems to be...
Well, not really, I guess. I look towards the I look towards the others.
What was the competition?
Oh yeah, they did mention something about the relationship between the headmaster and um them. Um, they say that if uh this might improve the relationship between the academy as well as their territory. Um, we're not really sure about the details, but it seems it's really serious.
Oh, you know, I have only met Mert once so far, and he was a bit of a character. Seems trustworthy enough, though, by my impression. Perhaps it would be best for us to just smooth over any potential conflicts he may have with other people around the area, and, honestly, that might gain us a little bit more favor there at the academy, which can only be good when they're paying for most of this stuff right now. Well, we do need the sand, and if you guys are up for it, then I'll wait around and I'll be ready to go when you are, as long as there doesn't seem to be any danger, right?
I guess so.
Okay, and so so not everybody has to participate if you don't want to, even to begin with. There is, of course, like a potential for like drowning and stuff, but this isn't the type of encounter to where someone, one of your friends could just take you to the ship real quick if you accidentally lost your air or something like that. So it's not, there's no big danger or anything. I want to stress that. But if you want to participate, you can go ahead and move yourself back out of the ship, and we'll see if we have strength in numbers.
How heavy is that boulder that they had described or talked about?
It looks like it's going to be at least a ton, if not more. It could be a couple tons even. It's hard to tell, as it seems like the bottom part of the rock is sunken into the sand there, where they had formed a bit of a depression to hide their valuables.
Oh God, please no, I'm not.
So I'm kicking myself for not bringing over the right token. I've got a Galactopus.
Oh, yeah, that would have been perfect. But of course, I knew that some of you would either have swim speeds or be able to breathe water. And so, of course, there will still be some rolls and stuff. But if you do have those abilities, it does make things easier. And so as you guys kind of swim back out, Nympra says, well, I thought you guys were just about to take off back to the surface.
You mean that was an option? Damn.
There's something about you. I think you'd fit in well with us Tritons. But not if you can't prove how strong you are. So what do y'all think? It'd probably be easier with a few of you trying. But I don't know, Demona, maybe you could do it yourself. And yeah, so if whoever wants to take an attempt can make a strength saving throw, as you all would kind of line up here on the side of the rock and just be, palms against the stone. And it almost seems odd as you kind of plant your feet into the rocky sand, almost kind of slipping and sinking as you just push with all your might, hoping to make this thing budge. And as I had mentioned before, it'll take 3 successful DC 12 saving throws. So that could all happen in one round if y'all succeed, or we'll have to, just see how you do.
Okay. Guac will try.
This huge snake, you just set up your, bury your tail deep in the dirt, pushing with your flat head.
Are you just wanting a strength check?
So it'll be strength saving throws. That'll be from anybody who wants to join in on this first round of heaving. Nice. Oh, you know what? We are strong, so actually it's DC 14. My bad. Sorry. Should have made that adjustment. My bad. But still a success. And then we have 1 fail, so that's okay. The only downside is there is a risk to performing and failing. So if strength isn't your greatest suit, because I'll try to remind you guys of the rules as we go. Because if you fail by 5 or more, you accidentally kind of make time take longer.
They put it was 30 seconds, I think he said.
Right.
But I was strong. I guess I was wrong.
So
Hey,
yeah.
Ryan.
You have 2 successes. Nope. Haas, are you staying inside the ship for now?
Oh yeah, my strength's -1. I am not helpful here at all.
Okay. And so if you want to, there might be other things you might be good at. If you want to stay and try, it's up to you. If you don't have to participate in this event necessarily, if you didn't want to hinder. But if you stay inside the ship, then you're kind of sequestering yourself off completely.
I mean, I won't do this particular event. Yeah, I have a minute anyway.
Okay, and I know it is a little bit redundant, honestly, by me telling you that, because we do need one more strength save. Does anybody else want to take a second turn at it?
Guac will try.
Okay, and so Guac, since you're trying again, now the DC is going to be 16.
Oh, damn. I didn't know that was the case.
Because it's just by yourself.
Okay.
And this is why we're playtesting. It's because I need to know if this is going to work.
What if the dice would cooperate?
Admittedly, I am by myself, but I am huge. So I don't know if I should be lower or not.
Okay. You still need one more save, though, if anybody else wants to say. Guac, now if you tried again, it would even end up being a little bit harder even still, because it's essentially like you kind of tiring yourself out. Like you heaved with your friends and succeeded, then you heaved again by yourself and you just couldn't get it. And everyone kind of just watches you as you kind of like ride there, essentially just like the young black dragon. Y'all didn't notice it as much because, you know, you can kind of pretend to push while everyone else is pushing. Like, yeah, we did it, guys, when really maybe the young black dragon kind of slipped and knocked one of you over there for a minute. You had to get back up and heave it a little bit out of the way, and then you'll try again. Young black dragon, you want to redeem yourself, so you get up and you kind of maybe nudge the constrictor out of the way gently there, and you just throw your whole weight into it, and finally the thing flips over. So the first thing to note is now 1.5 minutes has passed, as you guys said had kind of struggled and tore up some sand from the floor bed there. But eventually we're successful as you heave this rock over, and you could see underneath it is just a plethora of different gems, all kind of twinkling and shining out at you. Pearls and all sorts of nice little treasures here. And Nimpra comes up and says, well, look at that. It appears you lot are a bit sturdier than you look. But I'll have you know, as much as my companions are flexing over there, brawn isn't everything in our culture. Well, you have to keep a keen eye out to survive down here, and also you just really have to know how to hide your valuables. Well, we were just on our way to collect this cachet when I saw you drift down, and I'm awful grateful you've done our heavy lifting for us. But perhaps you could prove yourself again by telling me which of these gems are actually real and which ones are fake. Some may call it paranoid, but there's nothing like some worthless crystal to deter would-be thieves. And so with the similar rules as before, I'll need perception or investigation checks from anyone who wants to participate. So it was 1.5 minutes, and so if you needed to retreat back to the ship, looks like Haas did.
Yep. After the dragon fail, he just turned back. Nope. That I can't breathe anymore.
And so if you return to the ship, then you kind of just are like you're tagging out for the rest. You just got to wait and kind of catch your breath. But yep, and then we have one very impressive save or check there. Sorry, as you are able to locate one fake gem. It's very easy. It's just dull. It doesn't have quite the luster as the others do, but from a glance, it fits right in. But as you take a keener look there, especially in dragon form, just something seems to like really be, it's like just something clicks in your brain. Like, oh man, that's not part of my hoard. So you kind of scoop that out in between two of your long talons there, Mr. Young Black Dragon. And
Yes.
she says, "Wow, that's right. But you think you could find 2 more?" We put a few in there. And so you have Amelia at your side still. Did our constrictor snake had to go back in at a minute and a half?
Yeah, he only has 2 minutes of breath.
Okay, and then so yeah, Amelia, do you want to try for a perception or investigation to help out on this first attempt?
Amelia can't really see in the dark, DM. But would that be a disadvantage?
Or you could do the investigation. But actually, yeah, you're right. It would be off site. So yeah, I think I'll need to make a note of that too to remind myself. So it would be at disadvantage if you can't see.
There's this thing about the imp. I find familiar where the caster and the imp could exchange senses. Could I perhaps use that and make it a flat roll?
Is it like the devil's sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Ooh, Amelia's eyes kind of change, and we'll try investigation.
Okay. Nice. Okay, very good.
It's too bad there's no windows in the anemone. Can we knock the anemone and boom, boom, boom? We need another one.
One more, right?
Yeah, so you guys can take another attempt. It looks like it's just you two at this point. Everyone else has kind of had to go in. And yeah, you're looking and looking and looking, and you find yourself trying to look for like the same color of crystal as you just found, and yet it seems as if maybe out of the fakes, maybe there's no more purple ones, and you had picked up a purple one first. So now you're kind of looking, and then after like so many seconds, you realize like, oh, it's probably got to look for something else. Let me check the different gems. So you waste a little bit of time, and you kind of fail to find something there. So at this point, we're 2.5, or actually, we'd only be 2 minutes in.
I still got time, I guess. I'll try another try.
And your DC for this is, I can see I might need to adjust that a little, but it's started at 16, and now if you're going to take another attempt, it will be a DC 18 check. But you successfully pass, even with the 0 on there too. That's beautiful. I love your. Well, I can't give you inspiration because you already have it, but if I could, I'd give it to you again for making that attempt. All right. So you guys have spent a total of 3 minutes total on this so far. You pick up another gem there. It matches just in the lack of luster. It seems like it wasn't cut with the same precision as some of the other gems, kind of just like a quick haphazard job. And you're able to locate 2 of those, Amelia, and you pull them up, and Emperor comes up and says, "Well, I could see you're starting to strain yourselves a little. I'll admit, I'm impressed." And behind her, you get this just raucous cheer from her Triton companions, as you can see that you're starting to win them over. So, yeah, they're really doing it. I didn't think a surface dweller could stay down here for that long without air. Wow. And they seem pretty impressed. And Empress says, "Well, I don't know if you have anything else left in you, but if you do, well, I'd be interested to see how fast you guys can move down here. Now, it's a pretty sizable looking vessel you came down in. What do you think if you could show me how fast you could do 3 laps around it? Well, if you want to do it as a team, you might be able to do it in some sort of relay, or if you want to do it by yourself, give it a go, although I guess you might get a little tuckered out." And this will essentially, our third challenge will work exactly the same as the previous one, except for it will now be an acrobatics or athletics check. Right, it could be more of like a relay style between the 2 of you, or one of you might just go for it, but just keep in mind that it will get more difficult with each lap you do. However, you do have advantage if you have a swim speed right now. I don't know if you do or not, but if you have a swim speed right now, you'll have advantage on your acrobatics or athletics check. So as you start to take off and swim around to show this Triton that you're not out of your element too much so, If you two are still willing and able to hold your breath, let's get that acrobatics or athletics. Advantage.
I can inform Damon that I'm kind of running out. I'll get back and inform the others.
Very good. I'll try. And as I whiff it with a 7.
Okay.
That's with advantage too. That sucks. Oh well, dice are dice.
Yep. So that would be 3.5 minutes at that point. Are you you have to tap out there, Amelia?
Mhm.
So you're kind of sitting at the starting line, waiting for that baton to appear in your hand as what was once Demona and now this striking draconic figure just disappears into the depths around you. As soon as the dragon is even just 5-10 feet out of your view, it's completely swallowed up by the gloom and darkness around you. You kind of sit there waiting, thinking, you're like, oh man, she didn't hurry. And then before you just feel that those bubbles start to escape your lips. You're not sure where, but you got to get out of there. You swim back in the ship. I'm not sure about the success or not of your draconic friend. If you're still hanging in there with some air and you want to give it a second shot, you most certainly can.
So nobody saw me do that, is what you're saying.
Nope.
I'm just gonna
Except
shout
for
out,
the
everything's
except for
fine,
the
guys. We're
Tritons.
doing great. Huh? Wait. So you want? Is everybody else coming out, or do you just want me to just roll again?
I think it's just up to you this time.
Okay.
It's all down to you now.
With advantage. My dice don't like me today.
Mhm.
Here's a question. I mean, that doesn't matter because it's still going to be bad dice rolls.
So 1 second, I'm making a quick note. Sorry, I'm
No, you're good.
trying to take a quick note. Where did I write that? There it is. Sorry.
That makes it. Whoa. I don't know what the original DC was. Alright, Jesus. Do be fickle. Amelia.
This is kind of a particular encounter, and I knew that I was going to really need to play test it to see what about it I need to tweak or not. So I'm kind of, I've got a whole bunch of notes for this one, so I really appreciate you guys.
Hey.
As we continue, though, you could try again, and you will succeed. I think one change I might need to make is that the DC should only increase if you succeed. Like if you do it by yourself once and succeed, then it will increase. But if you do it by yourself and fail, then I probably, that'd be kind of cruel to bump the DC up on you on top of that. So.
Yeah.
Good note to make, so I appreciate that. And on the you kind of take the time, and you finally make it back around to the starting line, and you kind of look around and you're like, well, where's everybody at? You feel as if this all rests upon your draconic shoulders. You try again, and this time you're starting to feel tired. It's like weighing down all that oxygen that's just been sitting in, not being refreshed in your bloodstream. Your body starts to feel withered and drained. You need that air. Well, maybe not, but you're just getting tired, if anything, too. You're like, ugh. Yeah, you breathe underwater, but you're just getting tired. Do you want to keep going?
Yeah. I'm usually more self-motivated than this, but it's usually when I'm showing off in front of people. Let me try again.
Because with that last one, you're going to be at 4 minutes total. What is your breath for you right now? 4?
No, for me.
Oh, you can breathe underwater. I'm so stupid. My bad. So we don't need to. Okay, hold on. I had something for that. My bad. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I should have said this when I realized you could breathe air, but there will be an overall. I think with this what you're doing right now, there's a time limit of 5 minutes. So if you exceed 5 minutes, then they'll get kind of tired of the game in a sense. Right now you're only at 3.5, and then you just did it again. You swim, and this time you're starting to find your rhythm, and you just streak through the water. And as you come back around, you come back for that third lap, and you can just hear the Tritons like, "Yeah, one of us, yeah!" And yeah, sure, see if you can give me one more try.
Let's not get carried away. I'm not one of you yet.
One more try.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Alrighty. And so, yeah, you're just kicking up the waves around you, bubbles flying as you're just swimming around. Everyone inside is wondering what the heck's going on. And then you finally finish up, kind of large chest rising and falling in the water there as you just breathe it all in. You're just breathing it all in. And Nimpra comes up and says, "My goodness, you are impressive." Well, you know, I gotta tell you though, I'd be a little more impressed if you just didn't change. Like that can't really be who you are, right? I mean,
Well, no, but I couldn't breathe in the water, and I figured I had to do something about that, and so I did, and here I am.
oh my goodness, I can't believe it. And she spends the next few seconds just goading you, and it's just, you couldn't do it as your normal self, so you had to fake as this dragon. I mean, I am impressed with what you've accomplished, but I mean, was that really necessary? I mean, and as she's kind of trying to goad you into losing your temper, and go ahead and make me a quick wisdom saving throw to kind of outlast her provocation.
Here's not. Hey.
She kind of wrinkles her brow. You could tell this Triton is a little bit younger, but she seems to be a pretty accomplished spellcaster. She kind of heads this little group, and of course she's willing to fool though. And she says, "Oh my, I think we're gonna have to dig a little deeper then, aren't we? Well,
Yeah.
I bet you look a lot better in that form than what you normally look like, don't you?" And if you'll give me another quick wisdom save.
I mean, maybe.
And it looks like I'll keep track of the time, but you almost feel yourself losing control, and you have to kind of taking those deep breaths of water as the bubbles kind of exit your maw. And you realize a little bit of time ticked by as you kind of had to steady your breathing, as this chick is just insulting you, not to really hurt you, but obviously to try to provoke you. She said, "Ooh, almost got you there, almost got you. Oh look, time's kind of ticking on, and I'll admit I'm kind of boring of this. I expected more from you guys in the academy. Is this really all y'all can do?" And if you'll give me another wisdom save at that, we're looking for 3 successful ones.
Yup, pretty much.
Well, I guess this has been entertaining enough, and you really have given me a lot of information to work with to make this game much, much better in the future. So, I guess I'm impressed. And, why don't you tell your little friends to come on out? I think I can do something for us. And she holds up a little piece of flattened out seaweed with some little scrawling on it, and clearly is the spell scroll, because as she holds it up and you can kind of see her do an incantation, it kind of just disintegrates into the water and kind of spreads out. She casts a water breathing spell on everybody who wants to come out here and have a conversation.
Oh, wait! I'll drop concentration so that my form has it.
So even with me needing to make adjustments, which I've had made, you guys were just almost there too on a complete success. So I think you would have crossed over the 5-minute time limit there at the end. But even still, I think you guys should gain the full reward for the encounter for being good sports and helping me learn. So I really appreciate that. So there are 3 possible outcomes here, and you guys can always just do whatever you want. But you could have just taken the sand and go. And if you would have done that, maybe they would have attacked you, maybe, probably not, but at least you would have missed out on a little bit, as she comes up and says, you know, you guys did a good job. And each of the Tritons, they kind of start to mill in with your group and like shaking hands and clapping backs and stuff and little like compliments. And you can see that they've invited you into their like little fold of bros. You're one of the bros now, as they all kind of like, yeah, that was awesome, man. What are y'all doing up there? Hey, I know she was being hard on y'all, but that was actually very impressive. Man, y'all should come see our kingdom sometime. It's awesome. And they're all just making good friends with you, as the Triton woman comes up and says, well, a few of these gems I think we can replace, and, you know, it'd be a good sign of will from us. The Triton community, I think they can accept the Academy being around here. And she gives you guys 200 gold worth of gems. And
Ooh.
so the way that I designed this encounter was, if you at least tried, you get the 200 gold. But if you succeed, you also get a story award. And I'll go ahead and give it to you guys, as I feel like you definitely succeeded. She says, man, you know, I'll admit, I do have a bit of a penchant for spellcasting myself, and I've been hearing things about this academy. Seems as if they could use someone like me, and look, I'll admit, I think I might have bigger aspirations than just being somebody who ferries things back and forth for others. You know, I'll always have my home down here, but, you know, I might just go check out that academy myself. And with that, you guys will gain the Underwater Ambassador Story Award. It'll be included in the session stuff later, but I'll read it out to you real quick just so you know what you got. Underwater Ambassador. Nimpra, this young Triton woman with a penchant for casting spells, has confronted you during your trials deep underneath the waves. Not only did you impress her, but you also convinced her to join Spelljammer Academy. She will be part of the crew of the Anemone during other adventures in the storyline. So, you guys will...
Ooh.
Yeah, you guys made a friend. Well, you know, we'll carry on and finish our job, and then I think I'll go check out the academy. But I did enjoy my time down here with y'all. I hope y'all at least had a little bit of fun. Sorry if I meant any offense. It's just, you know, I just wanted to see how tough y'all were.
I'm thinking, it's not every day we get to explore underwater.
Oh, I wish I could show you more, you know. We must all respect the vastness around us, and maybe more so that dwell there. You know, sometimes I broke the surface and would look up into the stars and wonder if they hold the same secrets that we have down here. Perhaps we might find out together one day.
Maybe.
All right, and with nothing else to do, they all heartily clap you on the back. It's almost like a somber goodbye of long friends in that sense, as their attitude towards you guys is almost 180. They're, wow, you know, I hope I see you again, Haas. You know, that was cool. You really tried to come out here. Hey, we can't all breathe water. It's okay, you know. You look like you'd be really good at other stuff, though.
Breathe, going back.
And so they bid you guys adieu and disappear into the gloom of the underwater depths here. And you have naught to do but return to the Anemone and join Estrin there. As you guys will report your success there back to Estrin, she seems to be in a good mood and feels very pleased with you guys. Just that you have joined her down here. No matter how you fared, you get the impression that she'd be supportive either way. And she says, well, if you're all done down here, let's go back up. We've got another job to do. And as the tension of the ocean surface breaks in a cascade of droplets, the sea anemone ship flies back to the sky dock. And Estrin's joy starts to come off in mental waves as she addresses the group. Well, not to be too formal, but the Academy prefers we do things this way, so we might as well get used to it. She stands a little straighter and continues to debrief the group back on the busy dock. Her mental voice cuts through the hubbub to share that sufficient data was indeed gathered concerning the anemone's capabilities for withstanding underwater pressure. And while we analyze this data, further research will be necessary if you guys are still up to the task. I'm sure. Yep, your good friends Nick and Pick. I know they probably could have held their breath for ages down there, but they were a little busy for me. They've actually been down in the simulation chambers. They'll be setting up the correct simulation data. It's even a little confusing for myself, but oh my goodness, we are so lucky to be able to use this, provided by the Spelljammer Academy. Well, I'd like you guys to go down and see what we can do about the combat capabilities of this anemone ship. Well, as you can see, it's not quite ready for that. We don't even have the ballista on the thing, but we've kind of inputted the correct data into the simulation chambers to where we should be able to just pretend to go thwart off an evil threat above Toril, and you guys will still be just here, safe and sound. So as long as you don't mind a bit of an out-of-body experience, it'll all feel very real anyways.
I'm down.
Well,
Was it simulacra?
it's a simulation chamber. Kip and Pickard are down there right now. Well, perhaps we shouldn't keep them waiting.
Let's see how
All right,
testing this dangers you have. Let's go.
Yes, I'm sure if you've had any experience spell jamming already, it's very thrilling up there, and it could be dangerous. There are all sorts of threats, some natural, some more devious. We got to know that the anemone ship will really be able to hold its own in case somebody does, get a little bit overzealous in their approach.
Let's do it then.
All right, and she leads you off of the busy sky dock down these sets of stairs that seem to twist and wind, and goes down a corridor to another set of stairs. Then you take a magical elevator that takes you down a level. Then you have to climb a little rope ladder. It's all very hodgepodge here in the best of ways until you finally arrive at a series of broad circular spaces with dome ceilings. The stone walls here are carved with arcane runes that illuminate each room with bright light. There's a simple chair functioning as a spell jamming helm in each, and it's designed to use complex illusions to represent almost any scenario imaginable. And as you guys enter this area, you can see the two gnomes from before. They are shaking hands with an auto gnome, a little robotic fellow with glowing eyes and a bronze mustache. As that character starts to exit the room, the male of the siblings, Nick, he comes up and says, you have arrived. Good. Mr. Blip there was just helping us calibrate the runes and input all the correct data. Such a helpful quartermaster we have. Well, helpful, yes. His pick starts to pick up right where he left off. And speaking of data, we cannot wait to see how you all fared down there. Now, let's get you all hooked up and off you'll go. And Nick starts again. Oh, you'll go out into wild space and face an incoming threat. All standard precautions have been taken, and you will be in no real danger. Of course, there have been accidents. They continue to chatter as they try to seat you down in the seats and start to hook you up with these little cables, dials and switches being flipped all around the room. And with the finality, they seem to go silent as they just kind of chatter and pick up on each other's sentences. They kind of pad out of the room, and it seems to be a little time for questions as Estrin follows them. And you all kind of sit in these weird little contraptions, kind of eyeballing each other, wondering what's in store, as you start to hear a faint chanting. The incantation takes effect, and the runes along the walls begin to intensify in brightness. Dizziness threatens as the symbols crawl, and with the swirling of exploding lights, everything dematerializes. Suddenly, a splash of color reveals feet back on the planks of the anemone. The ship is ready to take off from the sky dock atop the Spelljammer Academy. And so, with this spell jamming business, it can be very useful to assign certain roles while aboard a vessel. So let's have a few minutes real quick to decide what each of you would like to do, if anything. You could be a captain, if you are very wise and charismatic. You also have a certain optional actions that you can only use as certain roles, such as the captain. You also have the Spelljammer. That's going to be the person who flies the ship. You must have the ability to cast spells to be a Spelljammer. That's pretty much it. Other than that, you can't do as many things in combat per se, but you have final say on ship position and movement. So you still have a very important role to play. Anyone else can take those other roles that I'm about to show you, or you might just operate onboard weapons or use your own abilities as able. And so we do have our little handouts here. So first is our officer roles and actions. You can see there's the first mate, there's the bosun, which I did not capitalize all this, but bosun, the quartermaster, the surgeon, the cook, and then there's a couple special officer actions called take aim or full speed ahead that only certain people can do. The captain, the first mate, or bosun can do those. Doesn't mean you have to, if you'd want to shoot your bow, you don't have to do a captain action or whatever, but you have those special actions you can do if you want. So once again, I'm just gonna pop it up if you close it out. Everybody take a look at that. Decide if you want to be a role or if you just want to be a shipmate.
I have a question. How long will we be in this situation? Because I can only be the snake for 2 hours.
So I think we're kind of breaking from that as.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you'd be okay. You could just be the snake the whole time if you wanted to, because you're kind of like in this illusion. So it's up to you.
It's okay. I'll go back to being guac.
Everybody likes guac.
He'll be the quartermaster.
He wants to be the quartermaster plotting the ship's course.
Sure.
Anybody opposed?
Not at all.
Okay. Anybody else want to take a role?
Haas does not mind the captain.
I'll they want to be first mate.
I think somehow captain didn't make it on there either. What in the what?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to add the captain to the handout on that. But it's this. You could do the take aim or the full speed ahead. So we have a captain, we have a quartermaster. Anybody else? We got Amelia's fine just being a crewmate. And then how about Hans? Or Haas, sorry. Not Hans. Oh, first mate, gotcha.
Yeah, what's one of the captain's abilities, per se?
It is the same.
As the first mate?
Yeah. Of course, there's a little bit better flavor with it and stuff. See if I can get that to pull up real quick. But do you want to be the captain?
Yeah, I mean, I have proficiency in intimidation, but my charisma score's pretty high. So I don't mind that.
Okay, I'll definitely have a better description on that one in the future. So my apologies on that, but you'd make a fine captain there. Okay, so you guys can see how you have some special actions, and not everything is really gonna be able to be done that much because there's only 4 of you and you're on this ship. So also, if you want to operate the ballista at any time, that will take 3 of you to do so. As the other, so you have you can pull up the Space Anemone ship as needed for the handout. We also have a ship combat handout just to kind of help us move things along a little bit. So if you have any questions over any of this, let me know. And we all know the way that they wrote these rules is very open to interpretation. So yeah, I'm still figuring out exactly how to do ship combat myself. So we'll kind of use these rules. The officer roles and actions are from Ghosts of Saltmarsh. I pretty much copied them straight from that. So we're using stuff that's from published material for sure. But as far as how it all mashes together, why don't we just try and figure it out real quick. And let's get you guys all to the next stage here. I know we're doing a 2-hour mod, scheduled for 3 hours. We are approaching our 2-hour mark. We'll probably finish like right at after the 2-hour mark.
Cool.
Whoa.
Because this encounter can kind of be long or short. That's another thing I've noticed with the ship combat is it can take a while. Like it can take a long time, and you don't always have that time in Adventures League. So I've got a little, cliffhanger if we have to. We can just say like, oh, simulation, blah blah blah. But one second, I actually got this. Okay, so real quick, I didn't want to leave you hanging there on the... If I can find it. Come on. So the captain issues orders. The best captains have high intelligence and charisma, as well as proficiency with water or space vehicles, and the intimidation and persuasion skills.
Okay, I ought to be crew member then.
Okay.
It's only charisma that I'm high.
All right, now back to the simulation. Okay, as you guys have found yourselves once again here at the Sky Dock atop Spelljammer Academy in the Anemone, you have decided who's going to do what. Although I don't think we got a Spelljammer. Did anyone want to do that?
Oh, that has to be the Spelljammer.
Okay, there you go. Perfect. So you set yourself in the seat where it seemed like just moments before you were down with Estrin. And just like that, this feels all too real. I mean, like grain of wood all the way to like the chrome padded seat that you kind of lower yourself in. Everything is just identical, detail for detail. Like you immediately lose yourself in this simulation, and you can no longer tell that you are in a simulation. Like only in the back of your mind you can kind of remember. Like you have to kind of check yourself every once in a while and be like, oh, this isn't real. It's like a very believable dream. And if you do happen to get reduced to 0 hit points, you don't die. But you would find yourself rather shooken by the experience. But for now, you've all taken your assigned places aboard the Anemone, and the island of Nimbral shrinks to a dot as the blue skies above deepen to navy and then black. Twinkling stars and pockets of rainbow-colored gases fill the void of wild space. The serene moment is ruptured as another ship slides into view. Foul air fills the gas bubble, and undead can be clearly seen manning a ballista. A tree curls, desiccated over the boat as it rapidly approaches. If anybody would like to identify this ship, you could make me a DC 13 Nature or History check. And if you have vehicles, space vehicles proficiency, take advantage.
History.
Nice. Alright, so you can identify this. Looks like Guac, Haas, and Amelia. You can easily identify this as a living ship. Perhaps you've kind of seen a schematic or heard about it, but a treant, like a living tree, is kind of grown into this ship, and as long as everything's taken care of and well, it not only heals the ship over time very easily, but it also replenishes the foul air that starts to build whenever you're in long trips in wild space. However, you can see that something must have happened to this, to where the treant is dead and its lifeless husk just kind of curls over the ship. And since it's no longer there, and it seems as if the ship hasn't dipped down for fresh air in quite some time, you could physically see how putrid the air is there. And those of you that succeeded on that check, you can tell that if you come within 80 feet of the ship, its foul air will transfer over to your ship, and everyone aboard will be poisoned. You'll take the poison condition if that does happen. So we're playing with 10-foot squares here. So it's kind of some sizable. You're about 200 feet separated right now. You can see the tokens for the crew members on the top right, which I do think I need to make a quick adjustment for APL. And then here's kind of the fun part is we get to do the poison is automatic too. It's no saving throw. Your air just becomes fouled and you're breathing it in, and yeah, it's not good until you can get that fresh air again. You'll be poisoned. But we're gonna do side initiative. So how about Haas?
Yeah.
Why don't you roll me a D20? Alrighty. So you guys are rocking with an 11. Let's see what I get. Ooh, a 12. One better. Okay, so as you guys identify these enemies, it is clear that if you don't do something, these evil creatures are going to invade Toril. At least that's what's running through your minds right now. You feel like, oh my gosh, I got to do something and save the planet. You can hardly even remember that this is all just make-believe. So we will start our combat. All right, cool. Just make sure I'm not missing anything. So on side initiative, essentially who does what is decidable by the whole group as far as order. Each person can decide what they're going to do, but it's not necessarily like I go first, then you go first, then you go first. Sometimes it goes off of what makes sense, or just who says something first too, I guess. But if it's like, hey, I'm going to move the ship, and then I need you to shoot, then y'all guys need to work that stuff out as a group. But on the other side of the field, you can see that the ship has its own stats and stuff. You're provided with that in the Space Anemone ship handout, so feel free to pull that up and use it. You got that ballista, you got some other things. On the ship combat, it talks about distances, so keep in mind, like, a longbow might be useful here, but a hand crossbow, probably not so much. We're also using 10-foot squares, so I see you using your
Just
ruler.
double the distance on all of this.
I can fix it too, so you don't have to do that. My bad, I should have done that already. Okay, should be fine now, where you can measure better that way.
Yep.
My bad.
Dan, out of curiosity, what's the size of the ship? I'm not sure it's shown in the Space Anemone handout.
Yeah, they list them pretty small. Like, it's not just that little specific part, but it says from keel to beam. Looks like I need to fix that on the handout here. Let me see, because that's kind of lost in it. It's right after it says damage threshold. It says keel to beam, and so the way I designed this ship is that it's a 30 by 30. So your token there is not quite sized appropriately, and I feel like you would just have to have massive maps to do that. So it's kind of just gargantuan sized tokens. Could be 4, could be, however. I guess if we wanted to be completely accurate, yours could go down to 3 by 3. But the other ship is not going to be accurate because it's probably its keel is probably like 100 feet or something. I'd have to check it, but it's pretty big. So yeah, I feel like with true space combat online and stuff, you're gonna have to make like certain weird little concessions, but hopefully it all works out, makes sense and everything. But let me see. Okay, so this ship starts to sail towards you. Moves forward about 40 feet. And they're going to fire their ballista. They're going to take disadvantage on the shot because they're not within close enough range. And so your modifiers and stuff you add will be listed on the ship. It doesn't go by your character, it goes by the ship. So in this case, they fire a ballista at your ballista is what they're going to be aiming at. And so you have some interesting things here too, like damage thresholds and stuff. It doesn't look like the ballista does have that, but your ship does. So it's going to fire with 17 plus. Your AC of your ship or your ballista is only 15. So it looks like that will hit. They fire all the way out. You have a little ballista on your top deck there. You can check the diagram to see that. So it has to do at least 15 damage to do any damage, which looks like it will. So it'll do 22 damage to your ballista. Your ballista has 50 HP. So you're just keep, I'll be keeping notes. If y'all want to keep notes and stuff too, feel free.
Are they shooting the ballista or shooting the ship?
So it seems as if they pinpointed the ballista kind of in between the tentacles and fired upon that. And somehow, across this distance even, they managed to hit it. It'll do the 22 out of 50. Kind of damaging your ballista there. That's all they're going to do for their turn. So let's flip it over to you guys. You kind of got to work out what everyone wants to do. So you want to talk to your Spelljammer, which is Haas. He's going to be the one who is deciding where the ship goes and stays. But I'll leave it up to you.
All right.
We've only got one ballista. Do we want to fire at the other ballista? Or do we want to rotate around the way?
Well, we don't want to get close, or else we're going to get poisoned. We should probably shoot back, unless somebody has a weapon, but it looks like it takes 3 actions to shoot it. 1 to load, 1 to aim, and 1 to fire.
Count on us, Captain.
So if you guys want to do that, I will gladly provide us advantage as my action. If you 3 want to try to shoot them back and shoot their ballista.
Watch this, we shoot them.
What do you think? Be a straight shot
Yeah.
to try to hit them.
But I can bring the ship just a little bit closer, shoot, and then go backwards.
Oh, okay. Well, what's the range? 120. Yeah, it's 120 to hit it, so you have to bring it pretty close.
Uh-oh.
That's the normal range. 480 is a long range, so yeah. And our fly speed looks like it's only 30 feet. So, all right. So yeah, I will use my action to provide advantage to our ballista attack. If the 3 of you want to try to get together and load it, what is it? 1 to load, 1 to aim, and 1 to fire it. That sounded good?
Yes.
Do that then.
Yes. Awesome. And I'll provide advantage, so I guess it'll be a normal shot attempt. I'm not rolling the dice. You guys have seen my dice.
So just real quick, I think our only problem here might just be player count, because it takes 3 of you to do the ballista, but 1 of you still has to be operating the ship as the Spelljammer. So if Haas is doing the spell jamming and then you were doing the captain order, that only leaves 2 to operate the ballista, which I know is a fucking pain, honestly, but that's just kind of the limit, the rules and the limits of spell jamming. But if you want to use every single one of you still has inspiration though. So if you wanted to use your inspiration on the ballista shot, and then you could still, I mean, you could just pitch in.
I'll do it. I didn't realize.
Liam, just a quick question. How much does the ammo? No, bolt weigh for the ballista? I think the imp can help, being the ballista monkey or something.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, we definitely don't want to leave him out because he can do an action. It just takes an action. He can aim it, if anything. So he doesn't have to be the one to load the ballista. He could be the one to aim it. So good call.
Hey.
Imp for the win.
Imp salutes as well.
Okay, so Amelia, you instruct your imp to help out. You load it up. He kind of starts to aim it. Looks like our snake friend is gonna smack down on it and fire it when the time comes. Well, actually, you're not snake now. My bad. But you're gonna be the one to ting it off and actually fire it.
It won't
So
be.
what are you gonna do, Demona? Are you still gonna do the captain action or?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do the captain action or the officer action, the first mate action and help, and then give the advantage so that we can do that.
Okay, cool. So since I guess how about Guac? If you want to roll us the ballista shot, it is a D20 plus 6, and that's gonna be with advantage after you guys did all that stuff.
Okay. Wow.
You can roll one more time because you had advantage. Demona, what would you shout as your captain order?
Shoot him back. That hurt.
Nice. Okay, a 20 will smack dead on you. I should clarify before, but what exactly were you aiming for?
Oh, the same thing they hit us, the ballista.
You can kind of see. Okay, you aim for the ballista where you see these 3 huge guys just operating it, and you see a couple smaller, little more demented-looking fellows. We'll say 2 of them are out on the top near here in the front, while the other 2 are probably underneath. One would be spell jamming, and one he'll be the cook. But okay, so you fire towards the ballista. Will you roll me 3d10 piercing? You guys trade these huge bolts at each other. These ballistas are massive. Boom, shooting across wild space at each other. It seems like they just almost slow motion drift until they, boom, just shred the wood. Looking at. So unfortunately, as your ballista bolt collides with their. Oh wait, no, they don't have the. My bad. I'm sorry. There's a lot of little things. There's no damage threshold on the ballista. So good hit. It does 11 damage to the ballista. Okay. I think we all could use a little more experience with this ship-to-ship combat. Looks like you guys all took your actions there, and so the other... did y'all want to move at all? I don't know if y'all did that.
Yeah, we keep moving away.
And so...
We start lighting around them, keeping that good distance.
I'd say keep distance since they're faster than us.
Yeah, I'm keeping a distance.
The shot was a direct hit, Captain.
Okay. Sorry, taking a note, because I realized I need to make you a Spelljammer roll on the handout, too, so you know everything that you can do. Because I think you can dash, but I need to, double-check that and stuff. But as we're coming closer to our time, we'll go to the second round, which will be these foos over here. They'll fly forward. Ooh. Is the ruler still not working right? Okay, nope. They do get awful close, but not close enough. They
If we move 30 feet away as well, what would have been the... There's been a 10 feet difference, right?
Okay, looks like they are just within ballista range now, though, where they won't suffer the disadvantage. And just so we're rolling along, they are trying to... Obviously, they're targeting your ballista, trying to cripple it. How about... Yeah, they'll just do the same thing. We'll keep it simple. Oh. Not that bad. All right, so they nearly destroy your ballista. It only has 4 hit points remaining as another one of their bolts just smashes into it. It seems like it's barely hanging on. And that's all they do. What would you guys like to do? And keep in mind if you have any like spells, depending on what they state, you could still use them across this distance. And other things. You just have to do the ballista or whatever. You can, if your character has something better.
Do we know what that ship is made out of?
It seems to be wood, pretty clearly from where you're at.
If you guys don't mind, since their ballista is within 120 feet of our ballista, I would like to encircle their ballista in a wall of thorns, which has a range of 120 feet. If they are around that ballista, this is my action. I don't know what the crew's action will be. They would need anybody like. Basically, I just want to do like this thing here to have a lot of, and just like make a wall and fill in the wall with thorns, etc. Yeah. So yeah, I would like to do that, and anybody who's next to it or in it or whatever needs to make me some saves. And anybody who's in there, I don't think they get pushed, right? They just have to.
I was muted, my bad. But they're all so big that they're all kind of crammed around it, so they will be in it, and I think they'll probably be shunted out of it.
Okay, go on.
No, they can move through it, so they don't get shunted. They have to walk out of it.
Yeah, just in it. I don't know.
It's different from Wall of Fire and Wall of Ice.
So they're just tangled up in it essentially right now?
Yeah. When they move, they take damage, and if they end their turn in it, they take damage, and also they only have 25% of their movement speed. So 1 foot is 4 feet of movement, so they lose 75% of their movement speed, but it's 37 piercing if they fail DC 15, and half if they didn't fail. And I'll be concentrating on that. And I don't know if the crew wants to shoot that thing or not, but whatever works for you guys.
Glock's gonna try to cast a spell on him. He's gonna, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I can or not, but I'll give it a shot.
Yeah. What you got in mind?
Well, lightning.
Nice.
So
On the biggest concentration of the guys on the ship.
Are you which one? Who are you targeting again? You have 2 little kind of evil-looking auto gnomes, and then 3 big guys that are operating the ballista that you can see.
Well, target the big guys.
Okay, and it's gonna be another Dex save. That third guy, he's saving, but everybody else fails. So is it what is it on a fail? Or what is it on a save? I'm sorry.
It's 29 on a fail, and then 14 on a save.
Okay, nice. And then I'm so sorry. What did you say on a fail or on a save? They do half?
Yeah, 15 or 14.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. So you guys see that exchanging pot shots with them may not be strategically the best since you're a little outnumbered and stuff, and you're on the smaller ship and all that. So you turn to your own prowess, trusting your Spelljammer to direct you in the right ways you need to, and heck yeah, you most certainly have them on the thorny ropes. 2 of them are almost dead already, and the other guy is kind of hanging on. He's just bellowing like he's not sure why his other friends are falling to pieces. Okay, what about Amelia and then Haas? You can still direct the ship around and such.
Amelia will do the same thing as before. Aim the ballista. Oh no, load the ballista. Aims, and we yell out, "Ballista is locked and loaded, Captain."
Okay.
That's their turn.
That's actually pretty awesome. I never really thought about breaking up the actions into different rounds and stuff. So that's actually pretty cool that you did that, because now it only takes one action to pop it off. It's pretty smart.
Haas will. Okay, one thing I need to ask is for both these concentration spells, do the casters need to be within 120 feet of them to concentrate? It's only 120 feet to cast it, right?
That is a very good question. I'd probably say that it probably depends on the wording of each spell. Maybe. So that doesn't really say anything about like you moving away from that wall necessarily. So I think, yeah, it's fine.
And the same for Call Lightning, because that's also forming a thundercloud and then it just sets down.
So
It's concentration, if not wrong.
it almost seems like some of these like rainbow twinkling clouds of gas around you like coalesce and thicken up, and it just starts raining down lightning bolts. Perfect.
Yeah, okay. So in that sense, then I will take the dash action and go further away from this ship. For now, I'll make the movement first.
All right. So let me see real quick. I'm
What's
sorry.
their distance? Checking. They are at 120. Am I able to use a dodge action for the ship?
You know, I think this is some of that. Like that's why I got the document pulled up right now. I'm trying to see exactly because I think they leave you woefully very little to do if you're the Spelljammer. So in my opinion, I think that would make it more worth it, as if you're spinning your action like that. But I think there may be some text, so I'm trying to look for it. But for now, if you want to do what you would be able to do as a character, I think that seems more than fair.
Well, I mean, essentially, I guess as the pilot and the Spelljammer trying to maneuver, so I'm trying to dodge, like swerve in and out so that the ballista doesn't hit us, essentially. That's
Do a
my-
barrel roll!
Yeah, exactly. Except ice cream roll. Rotate.
I bet the Academy has not seen that maneuver yet.
So I'll add this to my document, but it says you can use a ship's helm to move and steer the ship without expending your own actions or movement. On your turn, you'll determine how far the ship can move up to its max speed and decide whether to approach another ship or put more distance between the two. You can turn, reorient so that all your weapons can aim and fire at any target within range, regardless of where they're situated on the deck. So I think what your special thing is that you could do is, if you have any spells, you could do spells and things, perhaps buffing your friends. Maybe if it's a spell that doesn't require sight, you could also do something to the enemies. See, you could always put your spell jamming chair like on the top deck, but then the enemies could target you, and if they kill your spell jammer, then you're dead in the water, and that's pretty bad. So it's like you're kind of more limited by what you can do by being underneath the deck, but you're also very much safer. I'm sure some renegades would probably go ahead and put their helm on the outside so they can fireball people too at the same time. But anyways, does that all make sense?
Yeah, I'm trying to see the layout of where the Spelljammer would be in this particular ship.
So for you to move,
Isn't that a window open on the main deck itself? That's
oh,
what
my bad. I should give you a little more information for those of you that have not piloted a Spelljammer yet, because whenever you attune to the ship, your senses overlap with the ship. You start to feel as if you are the ship. It's like you almost feel like your limbs have fallen asleep. Like that's how your body feels. You have this kind of pins and needles sensation, but not really painful. But you can kind of sense through the ship. You can see through the ship in a sense. Like the way that the ship works is it becomes like a second skin for you. And the way I like to run it for privacy things, I think it'd be a little weird if you could honestly in the novels and things, like you could see inside the bathroom of the ship if you wanted. But in my mind, the way I like to run it is you can see from any angle outside of the ship in any direction you want, because your eyes are the ship now. but you can't see inside the ship because that'd be a little weird. That'd make you too powerful. So hopefully that answers what you were asking.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so sorry about
It does. Yeah.
I don't know.
No, that's fine.
If you'd had
That
at least,
was funny. I just want to know if I could do the dodge action for the ship. That was a bigger.
so I don't think so. No.
Okay, so I can't do evasive maneuvers then. All right.
No.
Then I'll move. I'll take my movement and dash 60 feet then, in the away from this picture.
And so the thing is that you can't dash either, though.
Okay, so 30 feet away then. Can they see me? Like the spells, the spell check.
Nobody
spell
can.
as well.
No, you're underneath the top.
Okay.
Okay, so all good. That's everybody on your side, right?
Your side, right? Yeah, that's all of us.
Okay, now we're at the top of the third as they are trying to chase you down. I'll move 10, 20, 30, 40. Did you want any movement or not?
Yeah, that's 30 feet away from them, not closer.
Okay, I think you need to move. Yeah.
I can't control them.
Oh, you can't? 1, 2.
No, I can't. So that's why I haven't moved it at all.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Because in the last one I was trying to move. But
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, you should be able to move that now, but I think that's essentially where you would be. Okay. All right, so they're still not quite within range. 10, 20, 30, 40. Technically, they should have had disadvantage earlier still. My bad.
Okay.
I'm going to keep it simple on their end because we were kind of getting closer to our time. I think this is more about learning the basics, which we are definitely doing. And they're going to fire with disadvantage with their ballista, looking like a 16. Will end up hitting the ballista, though, because it's only AC 15. So unless they all rolled nothing but ones. Yeah, so they smash your ballista, and it just, even though you're just taking that effort to load it and all, it just crumbles to pieces. No longer usable. And
no.
I know.
Hey, at the end of their turns, they have to make deck saves, though, for the wall of noise.
Oh, I was going to ask about that, because that might kind of be something more interesting, too. So let me see real quick, too. That sucks. Okay, so let's do some deck saves. Looks like 16 will pass, or I think so, right?
16 will pass.
Okay,
so
that third guy, he refuses to fail. That's crazy.
They have to 13 damage if they pass, and 26 damage if they failed.
Alright, so they can exit the area, but they'll still take the damage, right?
Yeah, just remember they only have 25% of their movement, whatever that is.
I think that... Oh, shoot. Let me just double check, but I think that'd be okay. Yeah. Okay, they'll escape, but they'll have to abandon the ballista. See, y'all's ballista is not destroyed. Sorry about that. But they will abandon it.
It's at the end of their turn, so they could still have fired it.
Oh, okay. Thanks for clarifying. So, yeah, they will fire. Then they'll try to move out of the way. Probably not going to be good for them. What was the damage?
26 if they failed, 13 if they passed.
Well, they're so big that even if they stayed standing there, they're still going to take the damage. So, this dude, he just goes belly up for using the nautical 10. This guy as well. And then it was half on a save.
Mm-hmm.
And then what?
Yes.
You said, was it 26?
Yep, so it's 13 if they save.
Okay, so. Alrighty. So that was the end. Anything else from your side? Oh, no, that's not, my bad. I forgot to move that over. So this is the third round, and then now we're going back to you guys. Okay, sorry about that.
Well, we're gonna have to move closer. Pause.
Okay. I will use the ship's movement closer then.
And so you have an option to move faster if you so choose with the captain action.
It won't be necessary, will it? Yeah, it's still pretty far. Okay, no, Daemona will hold an action to cast a guiding bolt on this guy. Oh, okay, hang on. On the big guy. When
Okay.
we get with 120 feet, it'll be a first level. We'll see if they move closer or not. That'll be Daemona's action.
Okay. How about the other three?
Leon, could we cast spells like if the arrow reaches 120, or it really has to be like somewhere around here to affect the crew of the enemy ship?
So if you're trying to target the ship, then you really just need to get to that point at the front. But if you're trying to target any of the enemies, the two little guys were up in the front, and the big guy had like probably just about made it to where the tree was right there as he escaped the thorns, his thorny embrace.
I see. Since there's no ballista anymore, Emilia will just ready action, press the spell, and the trigger would be if they're close enough within 120 feet.
Okay, so we got two held actions. Anything?
Yeah, I got a question. I cast Call Lightning last round, and I still have it on concentration. I mean, do I need to be within the 120 feet for the initial cast of the spell to make it go again if I'm concentrating? I don't know.
I feel like that's one of those like Jeremy Crawford kind of answers, but from the description we read, it sounded like as long as you cast it and you were within range, you could leave the range. Because it says you create the storm cloud, you could see it, it's there, and then, I mean, it doesn't really say you have to be close to it anymore.
Okay, I'll zap him then. I'll zap the. There's only one big guy left, right?
That's right.
All right, I'll zap him.
Okay, so what's the range of it's a cylinder of 60 feet?
Yeah.
Nice. So I think you actually would have damaged the ship earlier too. It would have taken the full damage from that earlier.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Worth noting, every damage is good. All right, so just the big guy, deck save. Here he goes as another crack of lightning comes down at him, and he will get
Yeah, 9 points.
Okay, just 9.
Yep.
He fails.
That lightning damage does damage each creature within 5 feet of the point that was struck. Does that count as a ship too? I'm not sure if the ship counts as a creature for these spells.
Well, it's a living ship.
Yeah, and I don't know. If it's like an object, so it wouldn't count, right?
Yeah, I guess that is kind of one of those weird clarifications. That I guess that wouldn't really work because it has to be a creature.
Shit, I have nothing to damage this thing then, because all my damaging spells do creatures. Our ballista's down. I guess we could run away afterwards. Oh, there's a target. There we go. Nope, less creature. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your turn.
No, you're good. I think this is when you do the side initiative like that too. You kind of got to muscle through it together. So yeah, great. We got 2 reserve spells. So we got another crack of lightning. Anything from Haas?
I used my action to make the movement to go forward closer.
Okay, and then we're gonna go back to them on the 4th round now. They will move a little bit closer. I don't know if that kicks off anything yet.
These guys are up here, and this guy was over here. He's too far. Yep.
It does trigger. Would you like to go first?
You can. He's still too far for me, I think, because he's over 120 feet away.
Okay. I'll aim it at these guys at the front. Emilia just utilizes the scenery of the surroundings and casts Hypnotic Pattern. Whistling for DC 21. On these two, unless they're.
Because he could,
Oh,
it's everybody
fine.
he can see, right?
Mhm.
Oh, it has to be inside the 30-foot cube.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It has a thing. Sorry. Let me.
And so this big guy is kind of the positionings here aren't 100%, so we can kind of wiggle a little. He's about right here, so he would be in that, and I think he would be within 120 feet of you as well, Demona, if you wanted to. I think he'd be
Yeah.
just at 120 feet.
I will attempt to shoot him.
All right.
And that's what.
Oh no, I can only aim at one of them, I guess. Oh no, two of them.
Okay, looks like this dude here at the bottom. Okay, well then we got one success, one failure then.
Okay.
So these guys aren't actually right. They would be on the deck, so your thing would hit them. I know it's kind of hard to. I didn't want to put everything on top of each other too much, so I was kind of setting them to the side. So all three of them will be suffered from that. Only one of them saved, and it was this guy down here at the middle. So what was the? I felt it would be charmed. Oh, nice. Okay, just had to make a quick check about the charmed, but that was good, very good. So these two become charmed, and then I don't know if you'd still be aiming towards that same guy, knowing that he's charmed, Demona.
There was a held action for it, but I missed anyway.
Oh well, actually, with the does a one automatically miss? Is that how the rule goes?
Mhm.
Okay,
yeah.
I couldn't remember if it was still high enough, it'd still hit.
Oh, since this guy is incapacitated, he's charmed. I wonder if it'll give advantage.
Hypnotic pattern incapacitates them, yeah.
Yeah, so would that gives you advantage then, Demona?
No, they just don't get an action or reaction.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Alrighty. So that popped off y'all's spells. They can't really do much of anything else. All right. What about you guys again? Anything last minute? And then we're pretty much wrapped up. I just want to see what you guys will do right here.
Is it like another round?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's y'all's turn, but we're about at time. So if there's any last minute things y'all want to kick off just for fun, I'd say do it now.
Another call lightning.
Boom.
That's a big guy.
Fail for 27.
Boom.
Incapacitated doesn't auto-fail deck save, so sadly.
Oh, it does.
Not just incapacitated, no. Stunned does, paralyzed does, but incapacitated takes away actions and reactions.
I see.
All right. Anybody else want to throw something out for fun real quick?
Well, I guess as we are trying to dodge out of them, so this guy that isn't incapacitated is within range of one of my spells.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of jerk the anemone, let one of the ballista bolts fall out, and then cast catapult on it just straight towards him, and then take the ship the other way. Because I only need to see it,
with
and it's
catapult.
just somatic.
Oh, it's a deck save. So, if you want to just aim it at the ship, it would automatically fail, and boom, you'd smash up against the side of the ship. Okay.
And then I just go the other way.
Alrighty, so just from DM perspective, I did set this up because I knew these combats could take a freaking long time. So if we're close to time, which we were, it will end after like the 4th round. And so essentially, you guys are pretty much completing up on the 4th round now, and I'm kind of glancing over it slightly. But I got another game here in 40 minutes, so I don't want to take too long. But let me pull this. So you guys. As you guys have paralyzed and incapacitated them essentially or whatever, and completely annihilated most of their crew, definitely the grunts, you see from the distance you see another little tiny robot figure come up, and it seems as if they're having like a conversation or disagreement of sorts until eventually with like you just see almost like a small little flurry of motion, kind of. It's hard to decipher what's really going on, but you can assume that they've decided like, oh crap, we got to get out of here. This isn't as easy as we thought it was going to be, as you guys are most definitely going to win this fight in this case, as you have crippled them very much so. They turn tail and try to get on out of there, and as they do, the simulation comes to an end, and the gray walls of the chamber lie dormant as the action has come to an end. Nick and Pick, the little gnomes, are busy putting instruments away and organizing assorted measurements. Estrin gathers the crew and telepathically calls out, "Many thanks. Although not easy, our work here today will be of the utmost value. Already our reports for venturing down into Triton territory has revealed that we were not quite ready to deal with the forces of pressure. In fact, there was an 82% chance we were to be crushed into the size of my little tentacle. Well, I have a contact in Wildspace who may hold a solution in the form of a new ship part. That's where you come in again. Oh, you just look exhausted, though. Don't answer now. Take my thanks and these Spacefarers tools I promised, and get some rest. I'll throw in some coin for your effort as well, and hope to see you again soon." As promised, Estrin hands over a pistol, just a mundane pistol with a packet of smoke powder. These are typical tools of the trade for Spacefarers. She also gives you 300 gold, totaling 500 with the other bit. She also passes you a neat little case. It kind of has a strange symbol on it, and as you open it up, it looks like another neat little black pistol sitting there, kind of nestled in this cool little package. And as you kind of take a closer look at it, you see that it's not just a typical pistol, and it actually functions as a wand of fireballs. And she says, yeah, no spacefarer would be caught out with these tools of the trade. And so you have a wand of fireballs, a typical wand, although this magic wand has been fashioned into a metal piece that looks identical to a small black pistol. When the trigger is pulled, the fireball is shot out of the barrel like a bullet. So if you wanted to be a pistol packing spelljammer pilot, but you're getting tired of all this smoke powder business, well, now you have your own little fireball pistol you can pull out and use anytime you want. In addition to that, you guys did get that story award, so you can take note of that. And if you join me on my next mod, you will see Nempera on the ship, and she will be happy to join you in your exploits and lend a hand. And I think that's about it. You get your optional level, you get the 10 downtime, and I'll definitely make sure and get you all credited on the playtesting document.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM.
This is my character's second wand of fireballs. What am I going to do with all of these wand of fireballs?
One of them looks like a pistol, though. You could trade one.
That'd be true.
All right, so I'll post the official session log later tonight, just as I'm wrapping everything up. I'm gonna try to run this again for another little set. If you got some time and want to join the second game, I think there are some spots open. I'll try to do a better job on the second one. I appreciate y'all. You'll definitely help me muscle out a lot of little things that I need to tweak.
Oh, just to confirm, the by second one, do you mean the NMB1 part 2?
So it's I don't know if in general, whenever I write my next module and put it out, which will hopefully be within another week or two, it'll be NMB1-02.
The one he's writing in a little bit is just the same one, but a second time.
Right. Yeah, the PT stands for playtest. So this was playtest 1, the next one is just playtest 2. Same mod, same everything. I'm just going to try to beat my head against the wall and see what else I might be able to smash out.
That was really fun.
Whew, thanks, y'all. I can see where I need to put some work into it, and if y'all do see some things, feel free to point them out to me. You can shoot me a message, or you can put it in my thread or wherever. I'm not like that sensitive, so I'm not going to get all butthurt about anyone making critiques. I definitely need them, so if you want to do that for me, I would most certainly appreciate it. If not, I definitely still appreciate you guys for playing today, and keep an eye out for the next one.
Yeah, thanks for the game again.
Just curious, why was the boulder moving thing a strength save and not a strength check?
Because I was trying to divide it up to where like 2 of the challenges would be checks and 2 of them would be saving throws, and I changed up the difficulty classes because it seems like, especially at this tier, and then you have skilled feats and a lot of stuff like that everyone's going to have a higher, like, the chances of having one person in the party with like really good perception or investigation or athletics or acrobatics is pretty high by my assumption. Like you're gonna have that barbarian with the +10 acrobatics who's just gonna be able to sail through that part of the encounter. So I guess I was just trying to mix it up a little bit to where it was like just different people could shine doing different things, and it's not all just like ability checks.
Wow. I think the swimming thing could have been the saves though, because like they get exhausted, so it could have been maybe a con save instead of the athletics, whereas the boulder thing could have been the checks. That was just my thought. But because you wanted to run it within a time limit, so it made sense for them to be fatigued. Because you're gonna get characters complete underwater. So fatigue is I think constitution rather than it is strength or anything else.
Okay, yeah, I actually do like that. I'll make a note on that, and maybe I can swap those around. I don't think that would change too much, and if it's more like if it brings more clarity to the encounter, then that is very good advice. Thank you. Let's see if I can find the right spot to make a note.
Well, have fun on your next run.
Oh, thank you.
Have a good time.
I should have given myself a little more time to implement some of these changes, but oh well.
Yeah,
All right, we get second run.
All right, thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Just to confirm, there's 2 pistols. One is a mundane and one is a wand of fireball.
Right, yeah. Is that overkill?
I mean, as a player, having this, no, not at all.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, DM.
So, are you still there, Firestorm, or did he leave?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So what do you think on and you're welcome to, sorry, but so you think it would be better to switch the check and the save? So on the first, for the strength part, I should do a strength check, and then on the swimming part, the third challenge, we should do
the con save, because you're trying to pit them. Because to be honest, if like to prepare your save example about the barbarian, you can just rage, and then even if it's a save, he's gonna get advantage, and it's gonna have a high strength, because with magic items as well. Strength saves can be at a plus for 6. It won't be a plus 10 like what you'd expect, but yeah, plus 5 is a possibility. Proficiency plus his if he's maxed out strength by level 10 maybe, it'll be a plus 8 already, and then advantage. So even if it's a strength save, it won't be as much. But I think Constitution is one of the least least used save in terms of as a skill check. So I was thinking to fix or flow with the narrative that you're getting tired.
Mm-hmm.
That's why as you succeed, you increase the DC if you're trying again, because you've already tired from doing the first lap. Now you're tired doing the second lap, so your con save goes up again. I was thinking it was along that line.
That's
the
perfect.
Numbers, yeah. The numbers I leave, of course, I leave it to you to sort out what they actually are. But yeah.
I got a little worried there for a minute because they all it was kind of a combination of only having 4 players, I guess, but also of just, sometimes you just have bad rolls or whatever. But I was like, fuck. I was like, maybe I didn't design this very well. I was like, oh shit. But then it kind of did start to work out. I think I just assumed a lot of times that people are going to have answers for the problems that I'm going to present. So I'm over here thinking like, oh, obviously the real danger here would be like running out of air, but I'm like, someone's going to come up with that or something, you know, like whether you're a lizard folk or whatever it is, someone's going to figure that out, you know. So then what else could make it, you know, you got to have something or whatever.
Yeah, because playing in the adventure, I'm like, I mean, this character is very much a melee hit and run monkey kind of a. It's not really a skill challenger yet until later levels. But I'm thinking about my other characters. If I were to jump into this module, I have a lot of them that would be able to, you know, so I'm being underwater, not going to be a problem, or doing the skill challenge, not going to be a bit of an issue. But once you go to a saves, then now it's a bit more tougher because I don't have that many that are. Like, everyone does have like a con save, and even people with Warcaster will be like, oh, I may have advantage, but no, you're not Warcasting, so you can't make the advantage con save. It's just a normal con save. So proficiency in Constitution does pay off in terms of trying to be athletic in underwater, especially since you're trying to breathe and swim. I thought that would be more flavorful, in my mind.
You know, I'll be honest too. I didn't really like expect a whole lot of suggestions either, just because you know how it is with people. A lot of times you're like, oh hey, like I need some help. Give me some examples of what I could do better, and da da da. And everyone will be, they're kind of like, not like I'm like criticizing anyone necessarily, because in the turn of it, nobody wants to be a dickhead or whatever, you know. So in turn, everyone's kind of just like a yes man, you know. Like everyone's like, oh, that was fun, thanks for running, you know. And you're like, okay, but what could I do better? And they're like, well, it was fun, thanks. And you're like, okay, but what could I do better? And oh, whatever. And you're like, ugh. You know, so actually that feedback was excellent, and I took a note, and I'm actually going to run with that one. I'm going to change that, and I'm going to try it right now. So
yeah, that's cool. I know you have a DM and DCI number, but could I get that? I don't see it in the.
Yeah, no, I don't have a DCI number, as they seem to kind of like phase those out or whatever. But you could just write Talysis or Tally, or my name's Noel in real life. You could put whatever you want, I guess.
Oh, I just put your Discord handle then.
Okay.
I remember that's what I did the last time.
Usually I'll put the Discord name, and then I'll put what Discord server I played in on for that DM, and then I'll just leave it at that. I don't even know why they used to be so critical on stuff like that. Whenever it's like, who's gonna be checking? Like the freaking Adventure League police and shit.
I've seen a few people who just ask to see. I'm like, okay. No, but I mean, I like. To be honest, I have characters that just jump onto playtest games. So I've been part of a few in.
Nice.
In what was the previous one before this Feywild? The Feywild ones.
Oh, the Witchlight.
Sorry?
The Wild Beyond the Witchlight ones?
Yeah, the Wild Beyond the Witchlight, where you each have their own Fey realm. So I have one character that's just a Fey, which is jumping through each Fey realm, essentially playtest realms. I wanted to create a character for Spelljammer, but I never got a chance to play through the whole Academy. This adventure would have been perfect for that particular character.
Oh yeah.
But I've not played the Academy character yet. I've not played him in the Academy yet, so that's why I didn't play him yet.
Oh well, there's always time, and you know this. While obviously I'm gonna have to put out I published this as 0.5, so hopefully anybody who is buying it right now realizes that it's gonna be updated. So yeah, you'll see it again, and hopefully, you know, who knows, maybe someone else will run it. That's what, as a writer, as a DM person and all that, I'm all thinking like. I'll be honest, I'm a pirater too, and I pirate a lot of the stuff I get. Oh crap, this is on Twitch. They found me out now. Oh no, just playing. But in truth, though, you know, we all network together and stuff. Like it's all mutual and stuff. But of course, nothing illegal. Definitely nothing illegal, or anything Wizards of the Coast or DMs Guild would be unhappy about. But that being said, I always felt like I'm going to feel like I made it whenever I see my document pop up on like one of those requesting things, like someone wants my document. I'm going to be like, wow, I won't even be mad, even though they're like taking money from me, basically. I'll just be like, I won't give it to them or anything either, but I'm just going to be sitting there going like a little chuckle, like, wow, I made it. But also if I ever see anybody like advertising like, hey, I'm going to run this module, you know, and it turns out to be mine, I think that would be one of those little moments where you're like, oh my gosh, like I made it, you know. So who knows?
Yeah,
maybe you'll get the chance to run through with that character in the future. Who knows?
That'll be fun. It was actually very, very fun mod.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate
but
it.
Yeah, I think it's yes. It's I guess it's I assume that you have put hard stops in terms of the simulation ending, or if time is running out, because I think AL will, like a lot of AL games essentially are just hard coded to 4 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, there are games that run 6 hours, but that's if the players are willing. Some players are unable to.
So the
Yeah,
limit I
well.
put in the mod was that it's like if time is running short, then just do 4 rounds of combat, which I could see how that in this case it was okay because y'all seemed to have like a good plan down, and I kind of was smoothing through what I was trying to do and stuff, knowing that time was kind of getting close. But it could certainly get more complicated, so maybe that's something I could like adjust to like 2 to 4 rounds depending on time. Because I think for you to fight to the death against these guys, it would take like 2 hours. But just to give you the taste of like what Spelljammer combat is like, I think maybe that'll be more the focus.
Then I think it does that. So pretty good.
I think I'll make a note too to point that out too, so like a DM would kind of know too, like, hey, that's the idea here.
That's great. Anyway, I think, yeah. I mean, in terms of combat, I think it is sort of, yeah, just a bit more information regarding the Spelljammer, how they can run it, especially since this is meant to introduce us to how you Spelljam, as well as how the captain or the different crew positions are. So I just, there's that documentation, and I think in terms of movement, yeah, it is very difficult. I've played in games where there's been ship combat as well as Spelljamming combat wise.
Yeah.
I think one of the other models that I played, we just ended up just crashing into the ship and docking and then going for the usual combat.
I think,
But
I think maybe that's the faster way to do it too. Is but I don't know. Something about that to me doesn't seem quite right. Like I feel like it's weird that they were like, oh, here's these ships and all these stats and all these things you could do with it, but we really just
and
want you to
crash the ship. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, but don't even use those. Just go get on the other ship and do it that way. And it's like,
well,
okay.
Yeah. So that's I think the way that you presented it with the aura of poisoning essentially is a pretty good way of hindering most people at the very least. That's why I asked you if the poison, was it a save or is it automatic? Because if it was a save, then people might risk it. Like for me, this particular character has an antitoxin, so I would have taken it and I would have jumped on the ship if it led to being within that range of 60 or 80 feet that you mentioned. Other racers, dwarves and UNT, or anyone with the amulet that prevents you getting poisoned. Well, I guess that particular person wouldn't even care. But it's definitely a prevention from people trying to get closer to crash a ship. Because I mean, the one thing in the ship in the combat is you put down there is crash damage, which does a lot. So that's something to consider. But I think the tentacle damage seems a bit odd. I think when I was looking at it.
So I based that directly off the Nautiloid ship, and so I mean, I guess it might. Like, what do you think is odd about it in particular?
I'm trying. As an action, can make one attack with the tentacles within 20 feet reach. Just does bludgeoning damage.
And so, if you look at the Nautiloid stat block in the Spelljammer book, you'll see that it does pretty much the exact same thing as what mine does. I think I might have. I don't even think I changed the damage or anything really. I think I pretty much copied it for what it was.
Oh no! I mean, okay. Now I realize why I felt it was a bit odd, because I have this ship which is very good in melee. Like, it's good within a 20 feet reach. Like, it would be nice if I could just whip at enemy ships, but at the same time, I have that aura which is going to poison my crew. I would not use the ship at all for any kind of combat. I mean, like it becomes a hindrance in terms of
Right.
combat,
No,
right?
that's a very fair point, and maybe I shouldn't have done that on the first module, because it's like, hey, look at this cool ship you can use, but you can't actually use it because you're gonna put yourself in danger.
No, so I think one way is that aura thing, that poison thing. I think you can still keep it, but it's only on the ship. So if you board the ship, then you get that poison effect, where because it's you see the stick fog of like essentially poison cloud just running on that ship. So it'll essentially, I think it may encourage players to be more okay. Let's go on a range focus, or try to use the Spelljammer's suction or well, suction's not
So,
going to help here. But
I'm interested-
grappling tentacles would be one way.
what I did is I tried to use what the rules that they give me in the book for that, and the way that it says here is that let's see. Overlapping air envelopes. When two bodies come close enough to each other, their air envelopes merge, and the quality of the air around the smaller body changes to match that of the larger body. When the bodies later move away from each other, each one reclaims and retains its own air envelope. So I guess it would only be while you're within the space. It says, for example, dam's ship with foul air enters the atmosphere of a planet with fresh air. The two air envelopes merge, and the damselfly ship's air quality changes from foul to fresh. If that ship then merges its fresh air envelope with the deadly air envelope surrounding a derelict ship, the air quality would change from fresh to deadly. So, okay, never mind. That almost seems contradictory in the way they wrote that, but... so, yeah, and then the way that the planes actually work is based off of... Like, if you look at the diagram of the ships, it shows that the gravity plane extends in every direction from the ship in an equal distance to the longest or tallest part of the ship. So like the example they give here is the Nautiloid ship, which is 180 feet across. So its gravity plane, or long or whatever, so its gravity plane extends in all directions by 180 feet, which is pretty fucking big if you ask me.
Beyond the ship, or is it from the center of the ship?
Beyond the ship, so like north in every direction from the ship, and 180 feet is its the extent of its gravity plane and air envelope. And so yeah, like in this case, the living ship, its keel is 80 feet, so from its butt to its nose is 80 feet. So yeah, that's why if you guys came within 80 feet, you would start to get that air crossover or whatever.
Well, I would think it would mean 80 feet from the center, because you need to keep 80 feet of gravity within that region rather than
I think that's right.
doubling the length of the ship itself, which makes it a bit
So I think you're right though, to where like it would be like from the center of the ship to the end of the ship would be like 90 feet, and then from that 90 feet to the edge of the gravity plane would be a whole nother 180 feet, because that's how long the ship is. So it's, yeah, I don't know, there's some weird math there, but at least you can see my reasoning somewhat, at least.
no, I get it, but I feel that it kind of hinders this cool shit that you have, and then you're like, well, I can't use any of it. Like, I'm like, I want to go close and smack this thing, and then prevent it from coming closer. but if I go closer and then I try and smack it, I'm going to get pointed. So,
Yeah, the only thing I can say is I do see how that's kind of a funny little contradiction, but at least there'll be other mods. I plan on using this ship in every mod that I'm going to write for this series, and so you'll like continue to familiarize yourself with the ship, and there'll be other chances to fight without that poison and things like that. You know, hopefully that'll be better.
Oh yeah, I mean, that'd be cool. I mean, also you could have people like just individual, like not for this mod since it's very beginner friendly, but you know how in space fights, or in Star Wars and stuff, or space combat, where individual boarding parties, they don't have to board, they can just fly across, because people can fly. If they end up doing that, then you can also use that to swat people away and out of the sky, because you're flying creatures.
Smack!
And stuff like that. Yeah.
The implications of what you can do with spell jamming is just wild. I've had some funny things happen where people, you just leave them adrift, you know, and it's like, bye, sucker!
I better head out. You can prep for your next game. It was fun.
Okay, hey,
thanks.
thank you so much for those tips, though. I'll definitely make some changes on that too. I got all my notes, and so you're probably gonna be my most helpful dude.
Thanks. All right. Have a good day.
All right, man. See you soon. That scare you? Hello. Coming through a little bit Robotronic there.
Test, test. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, coming through loud and clear.
Okay. By the way, do you got a blank sheet I can just throw a token on, and I'm using a Beyond 20 to roll?
Yeah, there should be a couple left there for you. You can take either one, and I'll come back and make sure there's more in just a sec.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I imported my character, Little Wisp, just as a heads up.
Alrighty, let me give you control now. Sorry, I was kind of closing out from that last sesh to start this one.
No worries. Sorry, I jumped in there early. I didn't know if it was still on the go or not.
Ah, it's all good. I mean, it's all good. You're all like, shit, I'm not gonna do this. Hey, I'm just playing. But
How'd the first session go?
it went pretty well. I think there's always going to be glaring things, so it was good. It was good for gathering the information I needed. And it seemed, first and foremost, of course, that's my goal. Is I'm like, I need to get the information I need to make this better. But of course, close second would be I want everyone to enjoy it. And it seemed like everybody did. So
Nice one. That's awesome.
yeah, I appreciate you asking. Yeah, so just kind of gather this information, maybe come back for like another couple play tests and like another, in a few days. and move on to the next one. Got you there. Alright, should be all good for Will-O-Wisp.
Awesome.
Hey, Sunny D, if you're there. Nope. Are you? Nope. No, you're not. But you're ready. Whenever you come, you're ready. These random name generations, I think they're trying to cuss me out. This next, right underneath you, Gale, is fuck you over. Hey, you trying to fuck me over? What the hell? Sorry if you don't know what I'm talking about. Under the blank sheets, right underneath the one that you use for Gale is the name there. I don't know how you'd pronounce that. Fuck you over. I don't know if you could say that any other way. It's hilarious. I was like, oh, I think I just got my next character's name.
I just saw it there. That is a great name.
Fuck you over. Someone had to like type that one in. That's not an accident. So what are your intentions here? Ugh. Right. So Gale, all good to go.
Yep.
So I got. So we're waiting for one to come in. Two more. Okay. There's TNT.
Something's wrong with my laptop mic, so let me try to hook up to my phone mic, see if that's better.
Okay, no worries.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
That's good.
Hello.
Right?
Alrighty, I know we have a fifth coming in.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Alright, so we have our 5, and then we're going to have an additional 6th villain in a bit. And then everyone should be good to go token-wise. I have the 5 of you there. I think TNT, you might just need to input your HP, and it'll show up for everyone else. But everything else should be good. Does anybody else have anything before we get started?
No, I'm good.
I'm also good.
Okay, I'm gonna grab a phone charger just right quick if anybody needs to get anything to drink or snack or last minute bathroom break. Okie dokie, y'all. So, just a couple things for me first. Some of them pretty normal, and then one of them extra special because we're doing a play test. So the first is that I usually stream my games just to pick up those service hours. Our server here is pretty open to streaming in general. We don't really require like permission or anything like that to do it. You know, if you want to stream. But if you don't want to be streamed, you could say something and then you might get your point across or something. But anyways, I'm streaming. And it's not like I'm not Mr. Popularity or anything. So if you get nervous about my whole, you know, 1 or 2 people that pass through on Twitch, then I'm sorry. But it's just but we're gonna get some service hours, so that's the positive thing there. Second is that I like to use safety tools, but you'll notice here on the server Pocket Mission we are extremely lax. Obviously we'll be willing to be firm if needed, and I have had to in the past, of course, but in general we're totally not. We're very easygoing. If anything comes up in the game that makes you feel uncomfortable, just let me know. You could type it out, you could send me a private message, you could turn your mic on and say, hey dude, that's not cool. Whatever you need to do, and we'll make it better and we'll move on. Everybody's here to have fun, you know. So with that being said, let's keep going. The third thing is we're doing a playtest. So I'm a brand new author for writing these adventures. I plan to do a lot more. I love Spelljammer. I'm going to write a whole series of adventures that concern the ship that you're going to be in today and a lot of the characters you're going to interact with and stuff. So if you're interested and you like what we do, keep an eye out for further ones. I'm also trying to network a bit more. I'm not a big artist myself, but, you know, money talks and connections talk and such. So, you know, I'm making strides to try to further our community so we can have better maps and all kinds of stuff. So if anybody knows any connections or wants to help out, has a special talent or anything like that, be sure, let me know. You know, I'll definitely credit you in a whole lot of different ways and can even, you know, financially and stuff. In addition to that, you all will all be marked down as playtesters for this. I'm only going to be using y'all's Discord names. If y'all aren't cool with that, then let me know. If you don't say anything, I'm just going to do it, basically. But, like, if you're like, hey, I don't, you know, I like Specchio, I would just put Specchio. But if for some reason you don't want that, just let me know, and I won't do that. But yeah.
Cool.
Huh?
Oh, cool. Okay.
Cool. And last thing is that if you have any feedback, I desperately need it. I got a pretty good amount of feedback too earlier on a couple little points and stuff. I would say be gentle because I can be fragile. But you know, if you have something critical or definitely anything, you know, that can help me make this better or more enjoyable for you guys, definitely share that, and I'll be wholeheartedly willing to hear it, and I'll make notes and try to add it to the final product. So if you want to do that in a private message after the game, if you want to hang around on the chat and talk to me after the game, or if you just want to send it to me in a private message, no hard feelings. I'm not going to get mad if you say, you know, your design for your ship sucks or something like that. And I'm just going to be like, well, what can I do to make it better? You know, so I appreciate you guys helping me out.
Great.
Yeah, gotta love that DM spiel, but now that it's over, let's go and get started.
Way.
What's up?
What's your channel for the stream?
It's I just use my name Talysis. That's the same as on Discord or whatever. Twitch.tv/Talysis, and you can find me on there. We have a channel called Let's Talk About Streaming, and I always post all my videos in there. It seems like I'm the only one as of late, but if you stream or anything, you got YouTube videos and stuff like that you want to post in there, I definitely would love to check it out. Okay, so we are playing the first in what I'm planning to be like a 6-part series, because what I'd like to do is pick up right where Spelljammer Academy leaves off. So if you have played that, you would remember that it kind of cliffhangs you into Light of Xerxes at level 5. So you kind of stop at the Academy at level 5, you start Light of Xerxes at level 5. So this is an alternative for that. So you can see the APL is for 5. So, of course, balancing we'll keep in mind. I'm looking at you guys right now. Of course, our 6th man might mix it up a little bit, but I think we're looking at strong for our balance. So all good. All right. And so I'll have a couple questions and stuff to kind of iron out some of our hooks and things. So real quick, if any of you have played Spelljammer Academy and graduated, and you are a Spelljammer graduate, if you would type that in the chat. If you're not, we are assuming that your character has came across or heard of the Spelljammer Academy and is interested for one reason or another. So just keep that in mind. Type if you can there for me if you are either a graduate or a recruit. And, you know, if you come in to be a Spelljammer recruit, you know, they're not going to hold you, chain you down in their dungeon so you're part of the academy forever. If you try out this adventure and decide spelljamming isn't quite right for this character, you could just leave the academy and go do whatever you want. So, you know, if you're calling yourself a recruit right now, you know, you don't have to add that to your character permanently. But if you'll let me know there if you're a recruit or a graduate, and I'll share a little bit more about the story here, as there has been a rogue Illithid, also known as a Mind Flayer, who has recently joined Spelljammer Academy. It calls itself Estrin and is actually viewed more as a feminine being. And so you'll hear me call her a lot, even though it is a genderless being. So Estrin has a very feminine vibe, and she's also very smart, interested in ancient artifacts, and full of advanced knowledge in the secrets of her people. It wasn't really long before Estrin had fell in with the recruits and the instructors here alike, most especially the Whistle Slap gnomish siblings. They're kind of the inspectors here at the academy, and they started to put their heads together to draw up blueprints for a Spelljammer ship. But she wants to make sure her ideas are going to be viable before leaving the planet Toril. She has put together a prototype, but is looking to get it tested by brave new graduates of the academy. Or you might just be some random recruits who have stumbled onto the wrong situation and might just get signed up for something. So is everyone with me thus far?
Yep.
Mind Flayer person working with knowledge people, and I'm a recruit. Sounds good.
Okay, so I see it says that Gale is typing, but I don't see any answers. I don't know if my Roll20 might be lagging.
Oh, yeah, I'm not typing anything.
Okay, let me refresh again, but no. Decided to go all wonky. Okay, so I guess I should just ask, is anyone a graduate? That'd probably be a simpler thing. No? So everybody's a new recruit.
Never play with that character, the Spelljammer.
Okay. So as you guys are new recruits here in the Spelljammer Academy, you would have arrived by boat. It would have been quite a distance from maybe Cholt would have been too far, but if you were coming from Sword Coast, it would have been quite a trip, as Cholt is closer to the Sword Coast than Nimbral is, where this island where the Spelljammer Academy is located. And you'll see as you approach, this huge tower just comes up out of the water right off the west coast of this island called Nimbral. And just to fill in a little more info, Spelljammer Academy is a secret enclave of spellcasters and swords for hire on the mysterious Isle of Nimbral. Graduates here would join the Spelljammer Fleet, a magical navy sworn to protect Toril and explore worlds far beyond. This academy is carved into a 2,000-foot high column of rock, so it's quite a sight to see as you approach. It just juts right out from the water near the cliffs here of the island's west coast. Its multiple levels are connected by a hodgepodge of stairs, ramps, and magical lifts. And so you guys were taken in here, probably a little bit vetted to make sure you weren't mind flayers in disguise or something. And you would report to get your first welcoming package, as it were. And it really is just your recruit uniform, a sharp red naval uniform. And they also give you a blue security helmet from administration, telling you that you'll finish your tour at the Skydock. And so after you guys have been whisked from one room to another, it's almost a whirlwind of information to take in. Some of the more arcane inclined are just going to be soaking this up and really seeing some possibilities here. Some of the others are probably just wondering if this might be the next place you get to make some coin, or maybe this will be a good place for adventure, take you to places where you might be able to help people, things of that nature. But of course, it all finally ends there up at the top of the Skydock. And you kind of have to stand around for a little while as these two little gnomes seem to want to tell you about everything in the most nitpicking, inane details. And you feel like you're starting to have to stifle a yawn a bit as this little male fellow, he must be his sister, by the way, they look identical to each other. He kind of finishes up his narration, and he says, "Oh, and that is the proper way to scrape a barnacle off the hole." He finishes seriously as his sister stifles a yawn, probably much like herself. And, well, looks like we're not going to have any graduates as requested. Well, I guess you folks will have to do as new recruits. Well, our introduction to ship inspections are complete, and I guess I should introduce you to another newcomer here at the Academy. And seemingly from thin air, this purple humanoid draped in dark robes drifts into view. The creature's face tentacles wag back and forth in a way that almost seems threatening. But before you can draw your blade, a friendly voice drips into your minds. "I wouldn't blame you for being hostile, but I'll have you know that I am unlike most of my kin." And if I can get Roll20 to show up, I'll have a token of this person to show you. I don't know. I'll just close my browser out. Maybe that'll help. Roll20's like, "You doing too much." Okay, so anyone who may cast an eye of suspicion around, you notice that most of the other people up here on the Skydock seem to really just be going about their daily business. Seems as if most, if not all of them, seem relatively unfazed by the sight of this illithid. The little female gnome speaks up cheerily and says, "This is Estrin. Well, she's pretty trustworthy. I know you might be a little worried, but she's gone rogue." That sounds cool, doesn't it? Well, and it seems like she just keeps going on. "Yeah, she showed up about some time ago," and then as soon as she stops saying something, her brother picks up. "Oh yeah, and she fell right in with us. We love her. She's great, and you wouldn't believe what we're working on together." And then the sister, "Oh yes, the advanced technology she's shown us, and the way that they build their ships, the nautiloids. I mean, there's so," and they just seem to keep going and going and going until finally a crooked arm of Estrin, the Mind Flayer there, kind of raises up to hold him off and says, Okay. Look, we're being rather rude. I don't even know who these people are. Perhaps it'd be best if we get to know each other a little. Well, I'm Estrin, and as they said, I've come here from the stars beyond. I've changed my ways. I'm no longer like those of my kin, and I find a lot of those activities despicable. But that's who I am. I've hopefully got a lot in store for you if you'll be willing to help me, but again, it'd be rude if I didn't even know who you are. So please, share just a little bit more about yourselves. And classic character intro, tell me anything you want about yourself, mechanically as well, if you feel that's the way you want to go. Also, if you want some DM inspiration, I like to use mine as pretty versatile, where if you want to call it before for advantage, cool. Or if you roll and it's not quite what you want, but I didn't say anything yet, you could do a re-roll. You just got to let me know. But if you want that sweet DM inspiration, just tell me what brings your character here to Spelljammer Academy. And even if you might not commit long term, what at least right now is kind of keeping you engaged. Let's go with Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, Will-O-Wisp is a wood elf mercy monk. She's here at the academy, not necessarily be a recruit, but she's just nosy. Heard about the academy and is curious and kind of just loitering around, hoping that she doesn't get the boot for that reason.
Okay. Seems like there will be some to keep you quite busy very soon. And how about Tholin? A Duergar? Pretty cool.
It's like, as long as where we're going does not have too much sunlight, I will be very happy to leave this place. Duergar is a Order of the Scribes wizard. He enjoys magic as much as he hates sunlight. And he has, hopefully, will get to go somewhere where it's dark. He missed Icewind Dale. That was a very good place to be. But this place mentioned being arcane spellcasters, and he, of course, as an arcane spellcaster, wants to learn more spells. So he thought, why not? And he hopped on board.
So when you mentioned there about going somewhere very dark, the little female gnome sibling, she bursts out in laughter, and Kip, her brother, he's like, "No, come on, Pick, be serious. We got to be professional here." She's like, "Oh, it's too funny. How did he know?" And Estrin, come. We're being rude again. You there? Quite beautiful hair you have, I must say. Gale.
Hey, I'm using Tasha's custom lineage. I flavored my character to be Wildwood Elzen from Final Fantasy XIV. Majority of the modules I've played with this character, all the background, the stories and stuff, is fighting against red wizards. Oddly, that's just what happened. So I don't know how that happened, but yeah, I've traveled from the majority of all the Faerun and Spelljammer stuff. Fighting the red wizards. I've also infiltrated them as a Harper agent. So I'm from the Harper faction as well. Had a lot of bad fights, all sorts of crazy stuff that's happened along the way on this character's journey. So yeah, I'm kind of like a spy, working my way into their ranks and trying to learn all their evil deeds. And I've come across them, fighting against or sacrificing fake creatures. And one of my story words is, the machine, we blew it up and we absorbed the Fey essence. So that's why my hair is kind of glowing blue, and I got like this Fey essence where it's like a faint aura around me, and my eyes have changed colors as well. So, yeah.
I gotta cast my eyes away. Too beautiful. All right, Arden.
All right, you see a humanoid figure wrapped in robes and a cloak, and Arden is a sort of a private investigator, bounty hunter, whatever jobs need doing. And he's been contracted by the Zentarum to investigate this ship that's under construction. Mechanically, he's custom lineage, basically human, but somewhere in his ancestry, somewhere way back, he's got some spark of magic from somewhere. And he is a mastermind rogue.
Okay, very good. And I'm jumping all over the token order. My bad. I think that was everybody though, right?
Missing me.
Is that TNT?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. My bad. I started one way and then went the other. But first, I'd like to say I think it's very interesting that you multi-class wizard and artificer. Correct? That's kind of cool.
Yep.
Yeah. But go ahead.
All right. I'm Tobin Nibblebum, take a monster, D&D for the acquaintance for you. I'm coming from Faerun, but I say they got plenty of stones around here that I can study and magics. And I like to do things kaboom, with my experiment. So I hope I can be of any kind of help to you guys with all my things that I invented. Like this little Eldritch Cannon. Say hello, Mr. Dragon Cannon. And there's a little dragon cannon that with a double hat. Is that it? Sorry, I'm French, so I'm just gonna type that to know the traduction. Top hat, yeah, with a top hat, and from the top hat, he can the spells from my Eldritch Cannon can do these things. So you're seeing a gnome, very little, and he's moving fast. He's always he got a lot of a little spasm. He is wearing a elf blade. He's holding like tools and with one hand and a wind with the other one. He got to he got this little body. He's got it to a homunculus servant on his shoulder. and I don't have access to my little familiars.
Okay, I
Yeah,
just
my rugged cannon is fine. I need the other one now.
okay, got it for you right now.
Yeah, it's called Hayo.
Yep.
Like the one of the, I think the moon from.
So one of Jupiter's moons,
Yeah, Jupiter's moon.
something like
Hayo.
that.
Yeah.
God, I love
Yeah,
space.
thank you.
Okay, and as you start talking about how your contraptions and how you like to make things go kaboom and stuff, suddenly the little chuckle from Pick kind of dwindles, like ha 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 ha, and she kind of like exchanges a glance with her brother, and they kind of you hear him start to mutter underneath, yeah, he's just like Uncle Alfred. Oh, we're gonna have to watch out for that one. Oh my gosh, yes. Okay, we're in for it. Okay, it'll be fine. And as they're kind of discussing between them two, Estrin kind of stands forward and says, well, good. Now I feel like I could call each one of you my friend, and that's very important if we're going to do any work together. I guess we should start with this, if you're willing to help me. She pulls out a blue paper from her deep robe. It's kind of got some little diagrams and charts on it and stuff. All of you can easily identify it as a blueprint, but as she starts to kind of explain and identify what's on, this certain schematic, everyone make me a quick Arcana check. And this is mostly just role play based, but if you get a 15 or higher, then you are keeping up with her in this conversation 100%. But if you get lower than 15, you're just not quite fully grasping everything she says. And as she starts to kind of describe her ship, she'll say that I'm really trying to build this new spell jamming ship that resembles a sea anemone. Well, my people, they pride themselves on their nautiloid ships, the horrible things that have been done with those tentacles, and yet I feel I could use this for my own benefit. Much like that of my evil cousins and their nautiloid ships, mine, my sea anemone, would also have its own little tentacles to grab on with. And then as she continues, Kip kind of breaks through his worried revelry over there with his sister and says, oh yes. And like, this is the most excitement you ever see out of this little serious gnome. He's like, yeah, we've been helping, and yes, it'll be much like the turtle ship and be able to reach great depths underneath the sea. In addition, we've even devised a sucker-like device that can be used to anchor to the bottom of any surface. His sister kind of finishes his sentence, like another ship, or like the side of a cliff, or a rocky ground, and she just like kind of keeps giving examples as Estrin kind of mentally clears her throat in your mind to get your attention back to her and says, well, I'll have you know that, I plan to make a better name for these sorts of technologies, and I've decided to christen our first build of the anemone ship an enemy, a warning to my former kin. And at this point, Pick just cannot contain herself and says, and that's why you're here! Well, we recently constructed this, but it hasn't really taken its maiden voyage yet. A series of tests will have to be conducted, starting with the plunge to the bottom of the water surrounding Nimbral. And Estrin says, of course I would offer some reward for this, a bit of coin if you have the time. In addition to that, I would like to offer you further employment in my endeavors, and with this ship in particular. And also, I do have a couple special tools of the trade for all spacefarers. If you will just accompany my ship to the bottom of the ocean, collect some sand as proof for our investors, and return for the next phase of testing.
So this has never actually gone down to where you're trying to go?
No, but I've put in great faith in little Kip here. He's got quite the head on his shoulders. He just nods furiously. We've done every simulation test we can on the underwater capabilities. I think it'll be really great.
Okay. This will be interesting. Checking my spells. Do I have Dimension Door in case this goes to hell?
Just to they need to we need to retrieve what in the underwater?
Well, I suppose it's not terribly important, but we do have some investors here at the Academy who are putting a bit of gold into this project. If we could only bring back a scoop of sand, a little a vial or a bottle or just a little pack, a little in your pack or your hand, however, but if we can bring it back up to prove that we made it to the bottom and back, I think that will suffice.
Well, I guess again, I have a spell, so I don't think I'll die. All right, I'm good. As long as you get paid well. Spell scrolls cost money.
I think as we proceed in our doings, hopefully untold treasures will be at our fingertips. But of course, I could pass on a little. I'll have to tell you, I really, really am into ancient races and their artifacts. Maybe there's even a great creator race out there we could find some clues for, but I've heard of this recent discovery of an artifact on a nearby planet here in Realm Space, a water world, where it seems as if we're gonna figure out what's going on down in the depths. We probably gonna need to be able to get there first. So if we work together, I believe no secret can remain hidden forever. What do you say?
Sure.
Yeah. There's no light there, so I'm good. Unless there's light, then that would be an issue, but I'm good.
Pick says, "That's why I thought it was so funny. It's gonna be really dark down there. Hope you're not scared or anything. It'll be fine." Estrin says, "And just to give you a bit more comfort, someone's gonna need to pilot this ship. I think I would like to do that myself. So if you're all ready, it's actually up here with us right now on the sky dock. We can go ahead and get ready and head on down."
What called the sea or the is it and try to type we need to go underwater, but what's called again the
Yeah, we need. It'll be quite a trip down. Probably won't feel like it'll take too long with the speed we can get on these spell jamming vessels, but yeah, we're gonna have to go down to the bottom. Don't worry though. Here, maybe this will bring you a bit more comfort, as she will kind of pass over the blueprint, and you guys can all take a quick look at that and kind of get a little more information on this ship, which is actually just going to be a handout that I would like to show you guys. And there it is. So there's no tentacles on this document yet, but you could see, and if you have time, check out Ningali on Reddit. Very nice person who helped me with this. But if, yeah, that can give you a visual of what the ship looks like and the decks and things like that. Of course, just imagine a bunch of, slimy tentacles all around it and such. In addition to that, there is a description of the ship if you feel like reading that, and at the bottom there is the summary of the ship, which is actually very important. You're going to want to kind of reflect back on this a little bit as you go, perhaps later. But you got your ballista and some of the specs of the ship, like its speed and its size, damage threshold, hit points, crew size, all that good stuff. It also, kind of the highlights of the ship are its sucker, and also its tentacles. So there's a couple little special things. This is a ship of my own design. Hope y'all like it. And it's definitely based off of the Nautiloid ship. But it's like a little, like the way I imagine it is have like a turtle ship with like 4 of these bad boys stuck on the bottom of the turtle ship. So you could have like a whole fleet almost in one ship. But anywho, that's what she would like you guys to help her develop. And she motions you to follow her over to one of the docking areas. As you see, Nick comes up and says, "Oh, hold on, I need a few last-minute adjustments." And the last you see him of is this pit of his sister Pick, like grabbing him by the shoulders and like dragging him away. And you see there a small vessel resembling a sea anemone. It seems to slowly writhe in the light breeze. And the Illithid definitely climbs up the spongy flesh-like tentacles drooping down and beckons to be joined on the top deck. Long fingers point towards an open hatch next to a space clearly meant for mounting a ballista that hasn't quite made it there yet. Estrin waits for everyone to join and enter the hatch before following and sealing the entrance. A ladder runs the length of the vessel with hatches in between to prevent the anemone from flooding completely. The first level inside reveals a main deck consisting of a bridge and captain's quarters. Tables covered in schematics and charts litter the area around an ornate chair. And Estrin lowers herself into this padded chrome seat and mentally broadcasts find a place to relax. As I said, this won't be long. And when we get there, you might just climb back up and collect the sand. Just hold your breath and don't take too long, and all should be fine. The Spelljammer departs from the dock and slowly drifts down to the frothing water below. And as you guys kind of get yourselves a little comfortable there, it seems like the motion is nearly undetectable. The ship doesn't actually have any windows or anything really either. So you are just kind of chilling. It seems really casual, like you're not even sure you're moving yet, until finally it stops. Estrin says, I guess we're here. We're probably a few thousand feet below the surface now as the ocean gets pretty deep, you know. Well, as I said, you know, just take a deep breath and go out there and get that sand, and we can head back up. And don't worry.
Yeah, I'm casting water breathing. I'm not dying here.
There's a small spell I like to use, kind of a combination of an alarm spell and a wall of force that kind of activates whenever you go to leave the hatch. It'll prevent any water from entering the ship for at least a minute or so, but don't test it. We don't want to be draining this thing later. So, if everyone's all accounted for and willing to go, I'll be here waiting for you.
Yeah. I got 2 potion of water breathing. Need?
Yeah, I need the potion. I have the spell.
Is it for everyone?
Yeah, I'm not evil. It'll be my granted to 10 willing creatures.
Nice.
Nice.
Are you allowing me to once per day? I have my little cannon. You can give temporary HP to everyone without range.
Okay.
And it's like 12 temp HP for everybody.
Nice. Okay, everyone make sure to get that added on. 12?
And just verifying the... I think I did a level up, so I think it's 12 still.
Okay, so you guys are all in the ship, as you can see on the map. But if you would like to leave the ship and you want to kind of venture out to get the sand, you can go ahead and move your token outside of the ship.
We have some water breathing on us too, right?
Yeah, 12.
Looks like you got everybody able to breathe water. That's good.
Yay.
Go for it.
Alright, guys. I'll walk out.
Okay. So, as you guys exit the ship through the little hatch, kind of climb up, and then as soon as you open it up, you kind of just see that water there, almost like frozen, but you could tell, you could just reach out and touch it, and sure enough, you push yourself through, and you become weightless, you know, as you get that buoyancy. And sure enough, just as Estrin had indicated, you can look up and you realize you're thousands of feet below the surface now. There's only really the sturdiest of vegetation littering the area around the landing site, as well as a whole bunch of rocky outcrops and such. And the bottom seems to extend in all directions, only broken by the sheer rock shelf that rises back to form the cliffside of Nimbral far above you. As you have been hoping for, utter darkness dominates the area, so anyone without dark vision will kind of need to consider that. You kind of get the hint that torches probably not going to be of too significant of use here. I got a chuckle.
Not have dark vision? But can anyone not see in the dark? Or we get to know now.
I know we have some custom lineages and stuff. I don't know what choices you might have taken.
I have dark vision and my owl has 120 foot.
Okay, so it looks like everyone's probably going to be good, but if not, let me know as we go. And so retrieving the sand here is a awfully simple task. And so as you guys kind of go down and grab a handful of sand, you find yourself suddenly accosted, though, by 6 tritons. These kind of blue or green skinned, roughly 5 foot tall or so humanoid beings of the sea. They all come clad up. Definitely seem to be dressed in arms, but not necessarily threatening. And their leader seems to be this woman. She kind of leads the pack. definitely young, but serene in the way she carries herself. And you can get this sense by her garb that she's probably a spellcaster of some kind as well. And as you guys are kind of bending over and like picking up some sand and such, she kind of strides forward with her cronies behind her. And there she is there for you guys. She says, "Oh, so you have finally decided to come down and acknowledge our presence. No? Well, I can tell you work for that coward Mert in the academy. Well, what are you collecting there? I'm not sure we can let you off with our property so easily." And so normally communication here would probably be difficult, and yet all of you can breathe water, so if you would like to conversate with this Triton woman, she will kind of continue in a haughty manner, and she says, "Look, Mert has not acknowledged our presence down here, and me and my Triton friends, well, we don't really appreciate that. You know, we were just in the area on a routine escorting trip of valuables. You know, that's what we do for a living. And yet, here we are running into you. You know, we hid some valuables here nearby, and I'm starting to wonder if Mert might just actually be spying on us." And I meant to mention it earlier, but if y'all are unfamiliar with Spelljammer Academy, Mert the Merciless is kind of a somewhat renowned figure from Waterdeep and elsewhere, other stories in the past of Forgotten Realms, who heads this academy. And it seems as if, whether he felt like he needed it or not, but he didn't get permission to set up in this area. And so this Triton comes on and says, "Yeah, this is our territory, and if you don't want us to come to blows in the near future, I think you may want to gain a bit of our favor. Or else the Tritons and your people at the academy are probably going to end up coming to blows."
Well, we were just sent to, asked to collect some sand. I don't know if they had ulterior motives of us digging for something. But what can we do to get in your favor? We would hate to see conflict where it's not necessary.
Indeed, so would we. And, well, I'll be honest. We were passing through this area, coming from one ocean kingdom to another, as we're paid to do, when this kraken swam above. Oh my goodness, the shadow of it blotted out this whole area. You think it's dark now. Wait till every little bit of light is swallowed up. Well, we're no fools. And you gotta respect all the vastness around you, and maybe even more so those that dwell there. And we kind of tucked our valuables away and hid out to return later. But maybe you can help us. You see that big rock over there? Well, we value our strength and our culture, and we're able to heave it up and put our valuables under there. We got a couple other things to stave off would-be spies and such. And yet, maybe you can help us out. Guess we'd probably just start with heaving that rock over, and then one of the guys behind her is starts laughing. "You sure they're gonna be able to do that? That thing weighs a couple tons." She says, "Well, let's see. If you guys can, let's just say, go through our challenges, if you will, we'll let you take your little bag of sand and be on your way. And even so, we'll spread the word to our communities that, maybe the academy's not so bad. That seem fair?"
Yeah.
It's a decent rock.
Well, we sunk it in real nice, maybe even a little more so than we should have. There's quite a depression underneath that rock, and at the bottom of it is some jewels. And so, to break away from her conversation, from a DM perspective, the way this works, as long as you guys are in agreement, is there will be an untold number of challenges here. And I'll just go ahead and kind of get one of the things out of the way. Every party is going to bring different things, and as the author, I'm most certainly expecting a lot of water breathing type stuff and things like that. So, if anything, you get a cool chance to use it. But it does kind of make certain things easier in a way too. So here's the underwater rules there for different things if we need them. But the big threat here would have been holding your breath. but there is kind of an option to use to make it difficult in case that is the case, because you guys could sit here and do this all day until you succeed. So there will be a time limit of 5 minutes. And so she says, if you can impress us in 5 minutes and show us that you got what it's like to hang with us Tritons down here, then we'll know you're worthy of being in our territory. And so each challenge that is issued will take 30 seconds of time, no matter how many times it's attempted. However, this encounter is designed to have strength in numbers. So it's a series of exercises that definitely encourages more than one player to contribute. If you return to the ship for air, then you will be disqualified from any more further participation in this encounter. However, I don't see that being a problem for you guys. But there is another thing that can hurt you. Clearly, having a higher constitution will be good here if you were having to deal with breathing water. But other things will be necessary as well. There will be a series of checks for certain things. But if you fail that check by 5 or more, you kind of, through your mucking about or kind of mistakes, you accidentally take 30 seconds longer. So just for an example, if it's going to take 30 seconds and one of you fails by 5 or more, now the event takes 1 minute instead of 30 seconds. Since you guys aren't really worried about holding your breath, you'll just have to keep in mind that you have 5 minutes to impress them. So the first one, and I know it's kind of weird, we can definitely touch on it. Just keeping the last thing I could say also is the DC of the test. You're going to want 3 successes. So it could be 3 separate people that give 1 success. But if one person decides to take all of the weight on their shoulders, it increases in difficulty with each success. So we're going to start with the DC 14 athletics or acrobatics check. Anybody who wants to participate can make the roll, but keep in mind, if you make your athletics or acrobatics and you fail by 5 or more, then you just costed your team time. But we do need 3 successes, and the way it works, it starts at DC 14, but if you, like, let's say Willow wants to try acrobatics, you can go ahead and roll for it if you want, and if you succeed and you want to try it again, then you can, but the DC increases by 2. So it becomes increasingly more difficult for one person, and that, in my mind, is supposed to represent kind of your fatigue. So if that all makes sense with you guys, feel free, anybody who wants to participate, it'll be athletics or acrobatics check. You need 3 successes.
Arden's got athletics. He's also got a crowbar. Does that benefit in any way?
If you want to pull out your crowbar and put it underneath there, that could give you advantage on your check, yes.
We're just trying to move a rock, right?
You're trying to flip it over out of this depression and get into what's underneath it. So it's a little heavier than it seems like it would be.
Nice.
Nice.
Why don't I just do this? What? Make it easier? Because I'm an old guy. We'll just make it smaller.
Is it all of us combined, or just could be one person, or is it?
So you kind of think of it as rounds. So on the first round, anybody who could attempt is most certainly able to. As far as using magic to do so, there hasn't been any indication not to, but she did say like this is supposed to be like a feat of strength. So I mean, if that's the direction you want to go, but you do.
Okay, it was a feat of strength. Well, my mind is strong, but you guys move rocks. I'm not doing this. Break my old back.
So would I be able to roll again then, and help the others?
So you could just do an athletics or acrobatics of your choice. And then who was it that said something about the crowbar?
That was Arden. Okay,
perfect. So I think right now, the way we have it, you guys kind of succeeded on this one fairly quickly. So with Arden kind of shoving that crowbar in there and heaving on it, Gale, you'll kind of throw your weight in as well. And Willow, you're just trying to give it that last little bit of leverage. I'm using kind of your instincts of how to leverage weight and gravity and such. And TNT and Gale, you guys are, definitely giving a little. As you push, you feel like you're. It's like one of those situations where it's like, you're like not even really needed necessarily, but you all kind of just shove it over, and it flips over, and underneath, you could see a pile of gems. And as you look over, there's all different kinds, colors, some pearls in there as well. And Nimpra, this woman, I don't know if she actually introduced herself yet earlier, my fault. She says, "You can call me Nimpra." And, it looks like you guys are a lot sturdier than you look. Brawn isn't everything in our culture, though. You have to have a keen eye to survive and know how to hide your valuables. Well, we were just on our way to collect this cachet when we saw you drift down. Thanks for doing our heavy lifting. Well, perhaps you can prove yourself again, though, by telling me which of these gems are real and which ones are fake. Some may call it paranoid, but there's nothing like worthless crystal to deter would-be thieves. Sure.
Oh, I like gems.
Well, then this should be all too easy. And so it'll be a similar challenge to before, except for it'll be a perception or investigation check to locate the 3 fake gems. Keep in mind that it is dark, so if anybody is suffering from that, you would have disadvantage. And so this will be this time a DC 16 perception or investigation check.
Oh, bad. Real bad.
Oh wow!
Like this. Just 7 and get that 1.
Wrong side of the dice did well.
Okay, so TNT, as you pick it over, that lust for the jewels kind of gets the better of you, and you start scooping them up and stuff, and then you quickly realize like, oh wait, and then you kind of put some back, and then now you've like just lost yourself in it, and you're like, oh wait, oh crap, which one? Oh no, like you can't tell which one's fake. And not only is that, you also kind of start to mess up your friends a little as they're trying to grab at some. You're kind of like, you grab it first, like, oh look at this one, and then you set it somewhere else, and they're like, I was just about to check that one. So you actually add 30 seconds of time to this one. So far it's been 30 seconds on the first challenge. Now you got a minute. Looks like, Gale, you kind of struggle. You feel like you almost see one that lacks the same amount of luster as the others, but you can't really pick it out. But you don't distract anybody or anything like that. Looks like, Tholen, you are trying to find it, and you guys can always change up the details if you want, but I'll say perhaps, Tholen, you end up bumping into TNT a little, and you guys start to bicker over the crystals a little bit, and that kind of eats up a little bit more time as well. So because it's a fail of 5 or more, and we're at DC 16, so right now we had 2 of those. So you can see that, I mean, you had a +9, so honestly that's just not a great roll, but it's teamwork. It's got to be teamwork. And so again, though, same for Willow and same for Arden. Like this one, you guys do so well at flipping the rock that you guys just get excited. You start to get a little bit lustful for the gems. So you're like thinking, we're the kings of the sea, and you just break out in a little bit of arguing, and you waste a lot of time. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 fails. So that's a whole extra 2 minutes. So you have 1 success. You guys can most certainly still keep trying to pick them apart. You got plenty of time left and stuff. Keep in mind, the one of you that no, none of you succeeded, huh? My bad. Sorry. No. So same, DC 16 check again if you would all like to try again, or whoever wants to.
I'm gonna try this again.
Oh my god.
Honestly, I'm glad y'all didn't do so well in a sense, because I thought y'all were about to steamroll this. I was like, oh crap.
Why are we doing so bad?
That's good.
No, guys, door guys don't use cheap underwater gems like these. It's bad craftsmanship. They're already covered in dirt. No, you get them straight from the mine, not here under rocks. That's what's going on.
These ones have been
I know, I'm
besmirched. So yeah, again, Willow, you're just you get distracted. You end up picking one up, and you're kind of like looking at it for like way too long, and you're like, man, this one's pretty, and you kind of forget what you're supposed to do. And, oh yeah, my bad. So that'll add that extra 30. So we're at a total of 3, and then looks like Tholen, you don't fail too miserably, but you kind of like just take a step back. You're like, I'm done with this. While Gale, you find one that is like a diamond, but has no luster to it whatsoever. It looks like just a blank piece of white crystal. It definitely would be like some quartz or something of like very little value, and so you can bring that. TNT, you find a similar, like a fake sapphire, just a very like a blank piece of blue rock, clearly just a fake. And same for Arden. You might have in the back of your mind been kind of like, okay, like wait guys, this is we're approaching this the wrong way, and you have already been here, you've done that, you're a sleuth at heart, I would assume, and definitely probably not the first jewels you've handled, and you find one that's fake too. Nimpra says, well, okay, I see we are gonna get the entertainment we saw it. And as you guys were like, as you kind of come back to the situation, you notice that her 5 Triton friends all back there, like hands on knees, clapping each other on the back, like this is a riot for them. Like, oh my god, these surface dwellers, what are they doing? And finally, Nimpra says, well, okay, now you guys can get a close eye enough, I see, if you can at least work together. But, you can't survive down here if you can't swim. I could see you got some things going on where you can breathe, and I guess maybe I might poke fun of you for that, but can you swim? I don't know. I'm not sure if you can. Your ship there is pretty sizable. How about y'all swim a few laps around it? Maybe if you could achieve 3 laps fast enough between the lot of you, we'd be pretty impressed. And so, again, we're using the same rules as before, except for this is going to be a Constitution save, as you find yourselves just battling your own stamina. You kind of all would start here at the corner, and if more than one person is going to take part, it will function as like a relay race. So if you want to set up like who goes first, who goes second, who goes third, and you would kind of, one person could dart around and pass a little baton off to the next, so to speak, and we can do it that way. So if y'all want to decide an order of the first 3 or however you guys want to do it, it will be a Constitution save, because as you're just swimming, it's hard work, and that you got to make sure you're tough enough.
Will you accept, like, I got a cantrip shape water to help me swim?
Nah, I don't think so, no.
No.
So I don't know how good your guys' con is, but you said it's a Constitution saving, not a check, right?
It is a Constitution saving throw, yeah. And the DC it'll be a slightly lower than the ability checks, because you got expertise and things like that to give you mega abilities.
Okay, I was gonna say, if it's a con save, then I was gonna let my allies here know that my aura gives a +5.
Well,
Guidance doesn't work for a con save. Guidance only works for checks.
yeah, maybe resistance. No one ever picks. But I can do some swimming, guys. Start rolling my shoulders.
Well, maybe we should all swim together with the paladin.
Yeah, that's
fair enough.
Okay, so you're gonna, instead of doing the relay, you guys are gonna kind of stick together in a little pack, which is fine. And if you have a swim speed, you have advantage on the check, or on the save, I should say.
No, not that.
Okay. Is everybody? You want us all to roll it?
So it'd probably be best if you like did kind of, because you can all just roll and then we can decipher. But if y'all wanted to be more careful, then you might pick the 3, so that way you don't. It's up to y'all. However y'all want to do that.
Yeah, whoever has the higher con, I'd say go for it. I only have 2, and then it'll be 5. That's a 7. So if anyone's got better than that, go for it.
I'm gonna go. I have the same, but I say I'm gonna do it. Yeah, we got +5, the rest are +2, so.
Yeah, TNT, you can go for it. That'll give you +5, and +5 is 10.
Yeah.
All right.
Still
Cool.
+9, so who knows what will happen here.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, 20.
Okay, so we're starting off at DC 14. So TNT and Gale, you start flapping those fins like a pack of dolphins. Seems
Oh my
like
God.
you got a pretty good clip. You feel like you're going to be able to make it all the way
16.
around.
What's the bonus for the paladin?
What's the bonus? +5?
Yes.
Yeah, +5.
Nice. Okay, so
No, I can do it.
it looks like you guys team up, and through some exceptional teamwork and abilities, you're able to, all three of you, swim around while the other two are ready to take off if needed. But turns out it's not, as you guys kind of complete the laps. And Nimpra comes up, and she takes a look at TNT and Gale and Tholen. And she's got a bit of a frown on her face, in a sense, as she says, well, yeah, maybe we should have made this a little harder. I see what you guys did there. I know you wouldn't normally be able to breathe water. Look at you. I know that. You use magic. I know how to do that magic too myself. Well, at least I got a scroll around for it whenever I need it. She's like, I used to know.
I guess we're that much better.
Well, I don't know if you really are. That kind of might make you a little bit weaker. And she takes a look at TNT in particular and says, you sure are a funny-looking little guy. I mean, have you ever even been down this far in the water before? And you can see that she's trying to, like, goad you into losing your temper, showing a lack of restraint. This is kind of a challenge, if you will. And as she delivers this particular jab to you there, TNT, I'd like you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my God. Rip on me, guys. Yep.
And you feel free if you want to have a particular description of you losing your temper, but you certainly do. You cannot take it what she just said to you, and you get mad, and you start to, and it, like, she just laughs.
Gonna yell and gnome and with a lot of words making no sense at all.
And your voice in the depths down here is almost even drowned out as all of her companions now are just like roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha! I thought we were just gonna come out here and get the goods and go. This is hilarious. And Nimpra's like, now she's got a little smirk on her face as she turns next over to Gale, and she says, "Wow, don't you think you're doing a little too much there? I mean, wow, how long does it take you to even get ready in the morning?" And if you'll go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Nice.
And you kind of just flick the hair out of your face, turn in your side. You don't even meet her gaze. Her words are nothing to you. And she kind of realizes that and kind of like stamps her foot down and says, well, you then. My, you are awfully pale. You must be jealous. Look, everyone around you has such nice skin, you know? Look at that beautiful green shade of your friend there, and look at all us. You know, we blend in with the sea so easily. There's nothing that can find us. But you would stand out like a sore thumb. Look at you. And with that, if you make me a quick wisdom save.
That was against Gale? Who was that against?
Oh, that was against Tholen. Sorry.
Oh, let's see.
And you guys are getting that bonus because we're together, I would assume. So yours would be an 18. And yeah, I'm pretty sure in your life as a Duergar, probably coming from the Underdark, maybe even dealing with some twisted mind flayers yourself, you don't think the words of this young Triton female is really going to bother you too much, and you show that. And now she doesn't look too disturbed by it. She kind of's got a little bit of a smirk back on her face, and she's like, you guys are very, very interesting. Well, let's see. Who else?
Like, I have actual tough skin compared to them pretty scales you got. Only good for swimming away.
Oh, they're good for other things as well. Y'all don't want to know what we're capable of, but I'm kind of questionable about what that one's even capable of. I mean, you're awfully scrawny, aren't you? She points towards Arden. If you'll make me a wisdom saving throw. And no, it's not magic. It's like this kind of like her challenge to provoke you guys. There's no real consequence other than getting mad.
All right.
And Arden, you're like, you know the strength that you possess, and whether you have the strength of a bear doesn't matter, because you know you could take somebody out with the flick of your wrist. And so she kind of says, all right, well, I'll admit you guys made this a little too much fun. I guess probably not much more we can do to y'all. What do y'all think, guys? Should we let them off now? And they all kind of come up and they'll start shaking y'all's hands and like giving you little claps on the backs. As you can see that while they were putting on a front of being very like self-righteous and arrogant, they were really just kind of getting some entertainment out of you guys. And Nimpress says, well, you could take your sand. I'm not sure what that's going to do for you, but maybe this would be worth a little more. Don't worry, we'll cover it. And she flicks you guys a few of the gems, about 200 gold worth. And she says, we'll go ahead and pass on good word of the Spelljammer Academy to the rest of the Triton community down here. And, you know, I don't know if we would have ever really came to blows, but who knows? Maybe we can at least be friends. As you can see, she was totally bluffing before. And one last thing, she says, you know, the way you guys kind of carry yourselves, and I'll admit that ship looks really cool. Now, I've heard a little bit about the Academy, and I've heard that they have all sorts of powerful spellcasters going on up there. And, you know, I love my brothers here, and I'll always have a heart in the sea. You know, I'll make my way back. They won't miss me too much, but, you know, I think I might just go check that place out myself. You know, when I speak of respecting the vastness, you know, I know what else is out there. There's times I've been on the surface and just looked at the stars overhead and just dreamed about what might be out there. You know, I think I'll go enlist in that Spelljammer Academy, and, you know, thanks. I'm not sure I would have done that if I didn't meet you guys.
Don't did it about the cafeteria, please.
To avoid the cafeteria food?
No, I didn't say that. It's great.
And so, you guys have made a friend, and it'll actually go a little bit further to where you guys have earned the story award. And you'll get a better copy of that in a reward sheet later. And so she gave you guys about 200 gold and various gems. And yeah, you can see this wasn't really a fight to be had here, but yeah, it's important to note they're just trying to have some fun. They weren't really, you know, none of the things they said was meant to really insult any of you guys and such. So hopefully
that's good. That's good. I was about to say that those scales are good to turn into wallets, so you know, they go differently.
It's funny, you do the playing the pillars thing, and I'm like, combat should be avoided, but use these stat blocks if you want to. Gotta love that.
There's always gonna be someone who wants to fight.
You never know. I've seen people like leave reviews on adventures too that were like, why were they giving the stat blocks for all these people? It's like, wait, I don't know. But as they kind of give another hearty congratulations to the lot of you, a bunch of very tight hugs and such, as you guys felt like you're accepted here in the sea, and probably made a good effort on kind of spreading the good name of the Academy down here as well. Not much left to do but take the sand back to Estrin on the sea anemone ship there, or space anemone, I should say.
You guys know it drafts. That's good. It was nice and dark, so that was even better.
All right, and as you guys come back down through the hatch and see Estrin there, she kind of watches you guys all dripping there in the main deck, and she almost seems like barely awake as she's attuned to the ship, but she's very cognizant, even more so than you'd believe, as she's kind of got a second skin through the ship around her. But she says, wow, that was very interesting. I didn't expect to find anyone else down here so far, but I guess people are around all over. It's probably best we made a good relationship with them. We've got some investors up above, though. I'm sure they'll be pleased to hear that we're spreading the good name. But more importantly, you got the sand, and we've established that the ship can at least survive down here. So I guess we got one more phase of testing. Perhaps we should head on back and get back with Nick and Pick.
What are we gonna do with the sand? I'm kind of like wondering. It's just sand. Can't turn it into glass. It's not even that good.
I think it's just a bit of a formality, so they can see that we've, a physical proof that we have made it down here and survived. Well, we do have a lot of data to check over, at least.
Fair enough.
As you guys kind of get settled back here in the anemone, you start rocketing back up towards the surface. It's aside from the occasional jostle, you can hardly even tell you're really moving. And then you break in this cascade of droplets as the sea anemone ship flies back to the Skydock. I need to quit saying sea anemone. It's a space anemone ship. But as you guys approach the Skydock and the rocky tower there of the Academy, Estrin's joy starts to come off in mental waves as she addresses the group. She says, not to be too formal, but the Academy prefers we do things this way, so we might as well get used to it. She stands straighter and begins to debrief the group back on the busy dock. Her mental voice cuts through the hubbub to share that sufficient data was gathered concerning the anemone's capabilities for withstanding underwater pressure. And she says, while we analyze this data, further research will be necessary if you are still up to the task.
Well, why not?
You seem like you have a mind for science there. TNT. Kind of a cool name, too.
Thank you.
I don't know why Nick and Pick look so nervous around you. You seem very stable by my account.
I'm what?
Oh, I haven't been around gnomes too much, so maybe they know something I don't. But in any case, she kind of continues on and finishes debriefing you guys. And then she reminds you that she will provide some essentials for adventuring in space if you'll finish this last part of the deal. And with your consent, she will sweep off, leaving everyone to follow her down deeper into the rocky tower. After a little magical lift, kind of takes you down a level, and then a rickety staircase, and then a rope ladder, and then you go up for some reason, and then you find yourself back down. It's kind of weird, but all of a sudden you find yourself in the simulation chambers here, provided by the Spelljammer Academy, where you will be able to pilot this fledgling vessel to the skies and face an imaginary threat. You see Kip and Pick, the gnomish inspectors, are already awaiting you here, as they are trying to set up the correct simulation information. Speaking of simulation, these chambers are broad circular spaces with dome ceilings. They have these stoned walls carved with arcane runes, illuminating each room with bright light. Sorry, Tholan. It's kind of bright in here. You kind of cringe a little as the arcane runes are just shining. At least it's not sunlight, though. There's a simple chair kind of in each area, functioning as a spelljamming helm, and is designed to use complex illusions to represent almost any scenario imaginable. And as you guys enter the area, the two gnomes, you see them shaking hands with another kind of short fellow, but this one is a bit more robotronic, as you recognize an auto gnome with glowing eyes and a bronze mustache. Ah, you've arrived, Nick greets. Well, Mr. Blip here has been helping us calibrate the runes and input all the correct data. Ah, such a helpful quartermaster we have. And Pick picks up where he left off. Helpful, yes, and speaking of data, we cannot wait to see how you all fared down there. Now let's get you all hooked up and off you'll go. Nick picks up where she leaves off, as you notice this is kind of their shtick. He says, well, you'll go out into wild space and face an incoming threat. All standard precautions have been taken and you'll be in no real danger. Of course, there have been accidents. And the gnome siblings just continue to chatter. Maybe, say, oh, there's that one. The calibrations were off, and then we got it all figured out now, and it's fine. And they start flipping switch and moving dials and try to wrap you guys up in these little cables and things. It seems like with the finality, they suddenly go silent and kind of pad out of the room. They leave little time for questions as Estrin follows them. And as you all kind of sit there a little awkwardly hooked up to this like machinery type stuff, you start to hear this faint chanting as an incantation takes effect, and the runes along the walls begin to intensify in brightness. Dizziness threatens as the symbols crawl, and with the swirling of exploding lights, everything around you dematerializes. Suddenly, a splash of color reveals feet back on the planks of the enemy. The ship is ready to take off from the skydock atop Spelljammer Academy. And as we move maps, I will share that it can be awful useful to assign roles whenever we're doing spell jamming. And through my last playtest, I realized that I left out two very important roles here, the captain and the spelljammer themselves, so I definitely need to fix that, which I will.
I'll be the captain.
But here's a handout with officer roles and actions. This is pulled from Ghosts of Saltmarsh, so this is legitimate material to use. I'm not that smart. I didn't come up with all this myself, unfortunately. But you could be a first mate, a bosun, a quartermaster, a surgeon, a cook. Some of those actually come with special things. I think if you were playing more of a ship campaign, the cook would be rather important because you're keeping the morale in shape. As for now, in Adventurers League, that might just be more of a fun title and how you roleplay yourself. Same for the surgeon. You know, you're not going to get any benefits necessarily for being the surgeon or the cook, but that could be a way you define yourself, and I think that's pretty cool. So if anybody, we did have a volunteer for captain. If anybody else wants to pick a role, you certainly can. I'm not sure how much it'll actually come into use, but it's my intention for this module was to familiarize ourselves with these things, so we can do more with Spelljammer. And so, yeah, looks like Tholen wants to be captain if nobody is opposed. And does anybody else want to take a role? Your captain is essentially the same as the first mate, except for you're going to want to be a little more patient. But you have the same roles and stuff. You can do the take aim or the full speed ahead. So we have a captain, we have a surgeon.
I can be the bosun.
We got a bosun, we got a first mate, and we got a cook. All right, so everybody kind of finds their position, and as you guys familiarize yourself with your roles here, everything around you, I'd like to point out, looks, feels, and sounds real. And there's no ability or magic that can break the surrounding illusion due to these powerful wards of these simulation chambers. In addition to that, anyone who does find themselves reduced to 0 hit points will find themselves back in the simulation chamber with 1 point of exhaustion. So you're not really in danger here, although I'd like to say that it feels like it is. Like as soon as you enter the simulation, you can only barely remember that you're even in a simulation. It's like a dream, and and only if you really concentrate and think hard, you're like, oh yeah, like I'm just sleeping right now or something of that nature. But as everyone feels that and takes their assigned place aboard the anemone, the island of Nimbral shrinks to a dot as the blue skies above deepen to navy and then black. Twinkling stars and pockets of rainbow-colored gases fill the void of wild space. This serene moment is suddenly ruptured as another ship slides into view. Foul air fills the gas bubble. It can be physically seen even. An undead can be seen manning a ballista. A tree curls desiccated over the boat as it rapidly approaches. I would like everyone to make me a DC 13 nature or history check to try to identify this ship. If you have space vehicles, you can take advantage.
Oh Lord, I'm not rolling well for anything.
History or nature?
This is all new stuff to me, guys. I just didn't read the books for it.
I think you guys are doing just fine. Just fine. Alright, so it looks like, Gale, you do not know what is coming at you, hardly at all, but everyone else can easily recognize this ship. Perhaps you've seen this in a schematic, or maybe a book, or maybe you've even seen one in real life. But this is a living ship. Usually they would have a treant on kind of ingrained into the deck that had a couple benefits. Not only did it could throw some rocks. That was a pretty powerful attack. But it could also it heals the ship through like rejuvenation, and it also refreshes the air around the ship every day, basically. And so I think the crew that you can have on a living ship is actually like abysmally small. But if you refresh your air every day with the Treant, you can have many more people, because you're not separating your air over days at a time. You're refreshing your air on like a daily basis. So it's pretty cool. That's there's like some formulas there. If if you're curious, take a peek into the Spelljammer book and kind of make your own calls on things, as they really didn't make things very concrete for us. But you guys can easily identify that this is a living ship whose Treant is now dead. It just curls desiccated over the boat. In addition to that, with that pocket of filthy air, you can tell that if your ship comes within 80 feet, the foul air will transfer over, and everyone on board will have to be suffering the poison condition until you can get clean air again.
Yeah, I have that.
All right, and we're going to jump over to a wild space map, as you really only have one objective here, and that is to test out the combat capabilities of this ship. My bad, they would have explained that a little bit more, but we were rolling. And yeah, clearly enough, you could see on this other ship some distance away. It'd actually be a little bit further back. There are these 3 huge undead beings, flesh just rotting off of them as they man this ballista. It seems as if 2 little twisted evil auto-gnomes are in the front, kind of pointing right at you, indicating to go. You assume someone's running the ship from below as well. There's got to be a Spelljammer there somewhere, or else how is the ship even flying? So there actually is another guy. And maybe there's a cook down there as well, you might think. But you guys are over here. And I don't know how much ship-to-ship combat you guys have done, so we'll just have to play it as we go. And starting with side initiative. So how about we have how about Arden? Why don't you roll me a d20? This won't be an initiative for everybody, unfortunately. It's just one initiative for both groups.
Okay.
So we got a 19, very good. So there's no modifiers or anything like that. And then I gotta do one for the dead ship. There goes my phone. Only a 13, so you guys will get to go first. Okay, so strategy's everything, I suppose, and there are definitely some things that will come into play. Remember that we forgot to assign a Spelljammer too earlier. So I know you had someone who wanted to do cook, and you had someone that wanted to do surgeon, but maybe one of y'all might want to actually pilot this ship if you can cast spells. It's up to you, whoever wants to actually pilot the ship.
Arden can only ritual cast. I don't know if that qualifies.
I can try.
If it were up to me, I would say that you'd have to have like a spell casting class, because there's a whole, nowadays you just take that magic initiate feat and all of a sudden you're a spellcaster.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
But the way that it's described in the book, rules as written, is that as long as you can cast a spell, then you can be a Spelljammer pilot. So Gale, you want to pilot?
Yeah, that's fine. I can drive it. I can cast spells.
Okay, so it's important to cast spells as well, because one thing I should mention is that you can't cast spells from the ship itself, but you have the awareness of the ship. As soon as you sit in that chair like Estrin was earlier, your body goes limp and you feel as if your limbs are asleep, except for the pins and needles, but you don't really feel the pain of that. And instead it's like almost kind of like a waking dream of sorts, as you gain a second skin of the ship. So in combat, what that means is that you are the deciding factor on where the ship goes, and like everyone can tell you to do, like, hey, move the ship over here, but you're the one who gets to decide that. Everyone can move this too, so if you want to, you can be the one who moves an enemy. Now the downside is it doesn't require an action to pilot the ship. However, you are underneath the deck of the ship. So it's not like you can go be like, I'm going to go thunderbolt this MFer, you know, because you're trapped underneath, you know. So it kind of limits you on what you can do, but you can cast spells. And we have our diagram of the ship and stuff, and it's not a very big ship. So, like, just for example, you know, if, like, let's say Arden is up on the deck firing a longbow, you know, he could run below deck and you could cast a buffing spell on him or something like that when you see him, if that's what your spell requires. And then Arden could run back up on deck and shoot that bow. You could do all that in a turn, easy. So the way Side Initiative will work is you guys just decide what to do and what order you want to do it in, as long as we can all... you guys have been pretty chill, so I don't see any problem with that. But there's no turn order necessarily. But the things, you know, you might want to put it in a certain order, like let's move, then shoot, then move, or something like that. I know this is a lot, and there's a lot of random stuff here, but whoever's captain or bosun or whatever, let's say 3 of you wants to operate the ballista, 1 of you is flying the ship, well, that other person can use that captain order to give you advantage on your ballista shot. If that's the way you wanted to do it, that's a potential. Some people run these ship-to-ship combat where you're just running the ship into the other ship. If that's the way you guys want to do it too, that's fine. But I will remind you that they do have that poisonous air envelope that may affect your decisions. So I know that's kind of normally.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
How much time do we spend to go there, or do we? Because I got the right tool for the right job, but I need 1 hour to create me like carpenter's tools.
So I think that's something you would have. I think you would have had to have decided that beforehand. But being proficient in those tools isn't make or break for the role.
Yeah, I don't have, but I have the ability to do so, but I need 1 hour to do so. So.
Yeah, I don't. It didn't seem like you had any time to prepare that, but I'm not sure how much it would help you, really.
Okay. Fine.
Okay, so what do you guys want to do? You guys got control. Now, you know, sorry for my DM narration.
I look at you all. My men, we go to battle. And as the dwarven say, I want to say full steam ahead and crash into that ship. I really want to say it. You guys might have issues with poison. I don't really. So, this is a selfish ask of your captain.
I'm already buckling up my seatbelt, ready to go.
I will have us aim towards the ship and at least get closer. Is it I move and it's my action to move or give advantage, or is that different for me? I guess just to ask.
So our Spelljammer will be the one that really decides. Although you're the captain giving them orders, you think they would probably follow them, but you don't necessarily have to. A lot of that stuff is like more role play, and if you were like it's like mutiny on a ship basically, but y'all aren't pirates or anything right now, so we don't have to be that strict on it. However, like if you have an action there, like if you wanted to give that speed action to the Spelljammer, that could be your action, and then the Spelljammer could use that.
Okay, I get the speed. I put my hand on the the driver's shoulder and say full speed ahead.
It's fucking awesome. Okay, and as you can see by that full speed ahead, it looks like so you will roll a d6. I guess why not our Spelljammer? You want to roll a d6? So that's gonna be Gale, right?
Yeah, I'll roll it then. Not bad, pretty good.
All right, multiply by 5. So 20, you get 20 extra feet. So the Spelljammer ship can move up to 50 feet. We are using 10-foot squares right now. So if, as the Spelljammer, if you want to move up 5 squares, that's up to you. All right, and so
that's 5, right?
Yeah, 2 more, would it, with the roll for 20 extra feet?
So it's they're 10-foot square. So you would have moved 5 ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's about right.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you got about 180 feet still in between you and the other ship. So keep in mind, you can see the encounter distance table there on some of the ship combat stuff. There is, just keep in mind the distance of what you're doing. That ballista can hit with disadvantage, probably. A longbow could hit, some spells could hit, so it's up to you.
What do you guys want to do?
So we still have like that. Yeah, we still have that action. Could we like shoot the ballista? And like, if we have a longbow, we could shoot the longbow. Try that out.
So the ballista takes 1 action to load it, 1 action to aim it, and 1 action to fire it. So you had your Spelljammer and your captain have done things. The other 3 of you have not. And so if that's what you'd want to do, then that's fine.
Sure, why not? You guys want to do that? And then we can. As I'm shoving as I'm loading it already, you guys want to do that?
Yeah, we can do that.
So I've loaded it with my action.
All right, so if you're the one, if everyone's in agreement, you want to spend your 3 actions in that way. You seem to be the one calling it on. If you want to roll a d20 plus 6. So the ballistas and stuff have their own kind of modifiers and things.
D20 plus 6.
And also, what are you aiming for? I should ask you that. You could aim for...
I was told one of the big guys.
Okay, perfect. So you aim towards one of the big guys. It will be with... Let me see. The range of the ballista is 120 to 480. So you're going to be shooting with disadvantage if you'll roll another d20.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, so you guys are just pretty far right now. And so, you're feeling confident. You got your captain giving these amazing orders, starting to rocket towards this foe. Foul air be damned. You load that ballista up and fire it. And it almost seems like slow-mo as it just kind of sails across the expanse between you. And it looks like it's about to dead-on smack these guys, but it kind of just slowly drops and is a little short at the last second. And we'll go to them, where they are more than happy to try to meet you guys in the middle. If I can go to the selector, there we go. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess their captain will do the same. So I'll move up 10 mo feet. And then, let's see. Still good 120 feet. And from the ballista. So one thing is you can turn your ship. That's back in the day, I think, with 2E Spelljammer. Haven't played it myself, but I've looked into it a bit and stuff. And it seemed like they had a lot of incredibly complicated rules for things that we'd probably be sitting here for like 6 hours on this one combat. And I think you used to only be able to turn your ship in different things, certain ways. There'd be a lot of rules and little like diagrams and things you'd have to use. They simplified it a lot. So as a Spelljammer, you can turn your ship in any way. It's part of your speed. You're not penalized for that at all. So this ship could technically turn its ballista around to be like right there, which I think it would still be just out of range. So it's okay. They'll take the disadvantage. They'll do the ballista shot. They're gonna aim for your ballista. Looks like that's gonna be a big old miss though, and that's all they're gonna be able to do. So we're going to go to round 2. What do you guys want to do?
Captain?
I say, let's see, I'm trying to look at what they have on their side. All right. Some of you guys need to start firing at those big uglies that are headed our direction, because I don't want to deal with that. So I'm going to give advantage on the person who takes a shot at them. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I'll keep loading it.
All right, and then do you guys want me to move the ship a little bit more up?
Just, a little bit closer and then hold. So we can just try to do some damage before we get all the way up there.
Okay. Did you want me to roll the 1d6 or just go, how many blocks?
So he used his action.
5.
You can move 3 squares. You have 30 feet movement with an enemy ship, and so we're using 10-foot squares so that you can move forward 3 squares naturally. He used his captain ability to give advantage on the ballista shot this time around.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll move the 3 up.
All right.
Want me to roll those d20s?
How about Willow? Why don't you take it over this time? Just to mix it up on who's,
Gee.
Or did I mix it up? Oh no, you did roll at the same time. My bad. Sorry, same character. Whoops.
So it's 13.
Looks like that ends up being. Oh wait, you're aiming for one of these big boys, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they are pretty big, slow-moving targets. So let me see real quick, though. I think because they might still. I think you would just have a straight roll, though. That might be the problem there, because he would give you advantage, but you're still far enough away from them that you'd have disadvantage. So it would just be a straight roll, which I believe would be the 4 plus the 6, which would be 10. Which actually would still hit this big, slow mother trucker. So which one did you want to hit? And if you'll roll me 3d10 piercing damage.
I guess we can go for this guy here. 3d10?
Yep.
$16.
Very good. All right. Okay. You hear like a groan as that really signifies that your hit was successful. Like and maybe a bit of flesh kind of goes off into the void of wild space. So we had our actions to shoot. We had our action to, do our... so as the Spelljammer, you're not using an action yet. I'm just saying that, like, if you want to cast any spells on anybody or so on and blah, 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 you could. Or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, I mean, don't really have that many spells. I usually just use them for smiting.
Okay.
Well, no. Oh, no, yeah, because you're not close enough. Yeah, I am waiting for that, but...
So I'm going to smite the hell out of them.
We are not close enough.
Okay, so we're on second round, bottom half, as it goes back to these guys, and they're going to go forward again.
Look under my tail. You see your captain smile.
All right, and as you... Oh, let me see. They'll stop actually a little bit earlier. You guys enter their air envelope at this rate, and as they kind of push into you, first you just feel this like dizzying feeling as the two gravity planes overlap with each other. Yours being much smaller than theirs, you only feel that strange like gravity for a moment, like it kind of makes your stomach turn a little bit before you feel yourself return to normal. Although you are kind of like, you're not stuck in their gravity plane by any means, but you are kind of a little bit subject to them as the bigger ship. It doesn't mean much, but it just means you kind of feel that wonkiness and you kind of recover from it, and then just this wash of air just kind of just assaults your ship. Normally you wouldn't even be able to see it or feel it really, but this air is so putrid it almost has like a green tinge to it. You can physically see it as it envelops your ship, and you breathe it in, you start wheezing, you start coughing, you can't resist it, you can't get away from it unless you have something. No one's taken that air bubble spell from Spelljammer, but this would be the one moment you wish you did. But yeah, your air gets nasty, and so everyone's going to be under the poisoned condition as you just coughing and retching. In addition to that, their captain will come up on deck, come over to these guys, and be like, well, you'll just, you can't really hear them from this angle, but sounds like they're saying something in the nature of like, let's get these foos. And he'll give advantage on that ballista, and it looks like they are aiming towards your own ballista still. And so with advantage, we're going to do a 21 to hit, so 3d10 on your ballista, so an 18, so not too bad. All right. And then, let's see, I think I can move one square back for whatever it matters. But alrighty, looks like it is back to y'all on the top of round 3.
Alright. Well, at this point, I say, now I get to show Scaly what a freaking wizard can do. No, she's not here to see this, unfortunately. I am going to cast Fireball right here at the front. Why is this?
I can
There.
bust fireball too.
So I'm going to cast that. So I can only hit these two up front. So I need them to give me a dexterity saving throw of a DC 17.
Does it specify creature?
No, it just says I pick a point.
Okay, because the ship is going to be... yeah, thanks. Because sometimes the wording of these spells matters a lot.
Each creature in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on the point must make a dexterity saving throw.
It ignites flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried. See, yeah, this is it's weird how this works because technically
I'm not believing I can damage a ship because a lot of ships have resistance to fire damage. I just want to kill who's driving the ship. So I'm not gonna argue for them for me to damage the ship as well.
No, I wouldn't. I'm the one who's arguing that. In my opinion, honestly, I feel like if you're casting a fireball at a wooden ship, like it would damage it. But the wording doesn't really suggest that. But I'm the DM, damn it. So I'm gonna say like the ship is definitely susceptible to that. It's not. There's nothing about it that's resistant to fire. Not in this. Let me double check the stat block real quick, but I don't think so.
Also in the past though, they didn't want because they used to have you to roll for everything in a fireball radius for damage. That was not fun for math.
And I think in a normal sense I get that, but when the ship is like a combatant just as much as you are, I feel like it kind of makes sense that you would like blast the ship with fire or something, you know. But maybe another DM will run it differently. Again, the Spelljammer stuff really is up to DM interpretation, so that's how we'll do it at least. Sorry, I made me a printout, but everything's real small, so I could fit it all on pages. Just double checking. I don't see anything at all now. Okay, sorry. Do you want to roll the damage for me real quick?
Yeah, let's do this.
And I'm going to roll a couple saves.
It wasn't even that great, but I'll live with it.
So 1 saves, 1 fails. And of course the ship will fail. Okay, cool. Alright, so we did 29 damage to this dude up in the front. And, hey, Tholen, could you roll me a D20, please?
Yeah, I'll roll a D20.
D20. Thank you, sir. Alright, so as you just totally obliterate this little auto gnome on the front, you do enough damage to where he calls out to his companion, "Don't worry, all fine here," as he avoided a malfunction this time. His friend over there is going to take 14.
Shit, what can I switch this with?
And he'll be okay. Okay. Alrighty, so massive fireball. What else y'all got?
So can I use an action to cast a spell on myself, or not cast, but cleanse off the poison and still move the ship?
Yes, I think you might, just depending.
Okay, I was gonna do that. Lay on hands. Need 5 points to remove the poison off of me, and just move the ship 3 squared more, so we can get closer towards them.
Okay, I think that is definitely a good use of your ability, for sure.
Okay, that way it just removes the poison. Wait, or are we rolling for the poison effect?
You don't even get to roll for it, as it's just your air is fouled. So it's like as much as you try to, you just keep breathing it in. You're like, but yeah, you kind of you're attuned to the ship in a special way, and it almost feels like you have to fight against it, fight against yourself to get that kind of feeling and motion back in your arm. And sure enough, it's almost like trying to look at 2 different things at once that are not close enough, you know. You're but you're able to slowly move your hand up and touch your chest, clearing that poison from you.
Gotcha. Yeah, then I'll just do that. I'll spend the 5 points and just move the 3 squares.
Okay, so we got a fireball casted, we got the spell jamming, removing the ship. We got 3 more actions still.
Yeah, should we shoot at their ballista?
Yeah, if that's what you guys want to do, we can.
Shoot the big guys, and we'll still get closer. Because at this point, It's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be, guys. Like, yeah, let's just go in and go. Let's crash the ship.
Yeah, we can still shoot at that same big guy if we want.
Okay.
Let's do it.
And since this is kind of particular, I mean, you guys are having to really focus to load it. But since this is kind of like the ballista makes the shot, then you won't really suffer disadvantage from being poisoned for that because the ship's not poisoned. It's kind of weird, kind of drawing lines in sand there, I guess. But if that's what you want to do, you can take a straight shot. You're within range now.
All right, who wants to roll it?
Everyone pass. Don't make me miss.
You want me to go ahead?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead. Fire!
Man, you guys are like a really cohesive team right now, though. I love it.
Hey,
and I know you're
10
thinking
hits.
a 10. That's abysmal, but it hits. It's good. These slow zombies.
What was that?
3d10. Yep.
That's even better. 2 more.
Nice. Okay. Another loud groan. Roars. He's a big fella, but he's starting to be torn down by your shots there. Okay, so that's all. We're going to the bottom of the 3rd inning as we got this ship here. I think they're going to stick to their original plan. We'll have them.
And all of these enemies are on the ship, yeah?
Indeed they are. So I'm kind of trying to keep up with placement, but these 3 guys are back here manning the ballista or up front. The ship will be kind of turning as it flies. The captain, he just came out from below to issue some orders, so he's back there with them. Then you had 2 guys up in the front. Looks like they're just itching to get closer. While there does, I mean, you don't see him now, but there's another guy under there. This guy, he's still hiding under decks for whatever it matters.
He's afraid we get it.
He's like, I'm cooking. Okay, so I think, my bad, I just got mixed up. They moved over. Okay, yeah. So he'll give him the order to fire with advantage again. He says, "Come on, we gotta get them. We're trying to take over this whole planet." Looks like that one will hit. Order. They keep seeming to target the ballista. Let me check range, as they would flip the ship around certainly, but yeah, I guess that would be just close enough to get that shot in. So that's no. All right. Looks like 19 more to your ballista, which is still good. You have 20 health. Is that right? I think it's less than that. So you have 13 health left on your ballista at the moment, but it's still kicking, and it looks like it's back to y'all guys.
We gotta get on that ship.
Yeah, get closer so we can. Yeah, just.
Okay, I'll get closer.
Blast them to hell. I am going to.
Okay,
take it closer.
Right, we should move our tokens too.
Because I am this, I might as well do it. I'm going to cast Fireball again, but this time I'm going to make it do psychic damage to them. I don't know if they'll. Because I might as well do it. Actually, wait, no, I can't do the psychic if I do the spell slot. Okay, this is going to be force damage that I'm doing to them with this Fireball. I am rolling piss poor on damage though, but yeah. A force Fireball.
Okay,
and
who are you all hitting on this one?
I can only get these 2 up front. The ones in the back are too far away.
Okay.
No, it's still too far away.
Looks like they both fail. You got a 12 and a 3.
Okay.
And the ship, of course, will take the force damage. So it's a deceiving fireball as it shoots across, looking very much like actual flame, but they brace themselves for like the energy that'll pass over and they'll take harm. But instead, it hits them like a freight truck, just smash. And yeah, that would definitely hurt. So they both failed. So we'll have one dead autonome right there, as he just gets just little bits and pieces of them just start to fly off in like different directions into the void of wild space. Looks like with 36 damage, this little guy as well is going to find himself just in pieces, just all over. The ship will also take the 36.
I'd like to possibly cast Bless on myself. I believe Willow is going to take as well, and one other person. This would be a first level.
Okay.
Arden can take it if we get into personal combat.
Okay. Arden, Willow, and Gale will get blessed then.
All right. If that was the action, one of the actions, then the bless, then 3 actions for the ballista are gone, right? Could I use my longbow?
Yep. So just keep in mind of your range of the longbow, which I think we do have a note of, and it's quite long. So.
Yeah, I can get that guy we were shooting at.
Okay, good. Is that the extent of the range where it'll be at disadvantage?
It's 150 feet for its normal range.
Okay, perfect. You're just within then.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot at this guy. This is a...
You going for the top or the bottom guy?
I'm going to go for the one that we were shooting who moved down to the bottom there.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, and there's Bless on that. That's a D4. Well, the 10 will get him anyway, so yeah, nice.
And there's 2 visuals you guys have given me that I love so far, and one of them is the captain putting his hand on the Spelljammer, knowing that there's danger awaiting, and just being like, full speed ahead! Speaking of, Willow, you are poisoned, right?
I'm immune to disease and poison.
There you go. But yeah, so there's that, and then there's also just the drawing your bow back and just bing across the distance, and it just until it hits its perfect target. And it looks like you're going to do that with both of those shots. So you got a 9 and 7, so 16. All right. Now you guys are getting in closer, doing some real damage to these fools. And this guy on the bottom is definitely bloodied as some of his guts and ichor starts to spew out in little droplets, as it becomes weightless in the void. All right, so we've had a Bless, we've had a Longbow. We got 3 more actions.
What can we...
Okay, real quick. Does anybody here... Sorry, Monk guy, do you want to get over to that ship?
Yeah, if I can get on it, that'd be awesome.
Wait, but there's like the space bubbles are connecting both of us, and we're able to move through that. Is that the case or not?
So we will...
I probably don't really understand about Spelljammer, but like I know like there's a gravity field. But let's say my monk jumps off the ship, is he going to be attracted to that ship?
Not necessarily. There are rules for weightlessness.
Okay.
And otherwise, because it does get a little confusing, but the first thing that happens if you exit a ship and you become victim to its gravity plane is you start to go down with whatever momentum you have, and as soon as you cross that plane, you start to do like a yo-yo where you go down and then you go back up and then you go down and then back up and down and back up until you eventually level out in the middle, while you're also very, very slowly going to the outer edge of the bubble. It takes some time, like 10 minutes or more, depending on the ship and where you're at and stuff, but like essentially you just very slowly edge your way out until you fall out into the void, and then when you fall into the void you have true weightlessness, which is a couple more rules.
What if you could fly?
Then you're good. You can just fly.
Right, run over to that guy, slap him in the back, go! As I cast fly.
I don't really understand what I can do in that fight. So, are we bound to the ship action?
No. You can do whatever you want.
The captain orders you to go to that ship and wreck it.
I can fireball. I can fire. I don't know the distance, but
Oh, that ship is only about. I've been in the fire was already. You can't hit the back person. Actually, yeah, you can. You can hit the person in the back now. We're close enough. You do a shot at 120 feet and shoot. They're within 20 feet of that. So we can hit the captain now.
One thing too, real quick, guys, is that this
Safe coverage.
The way that I know this looks empty right here, but what this is supposed to simulate is the deck, the top deck of that living ship. So this little point right here is like very physical and real ship. It just isn't like a deck. That would be like the inside of the ship. So you could land on that essentially.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, no, I cast fly on my monk buddy and says go wreck it.
I use my
spy speed of 60, so you can dash and get there.
Yeah, if he did that, could I use my movement after firing the longbows to go over there?
Definitely.
All right, so I've used my actions to shoot, so I'm going to spend a key point, and I'm going to do Step of the Wind to dash as a bonus action. So that gives me 120 feet. So it's by 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70.
Actually, real quick, I say, does anyone else want to go over there?
60. So 60.
I mean, can anybody else here fight melee?
Yeah, well, Arden wants to, not melee range, but he wants to get closer. He just doesn't have any way to get himself over there.
Okay.
I'm melee, but I'm also driving the ship, so I gotta get the ship a little closer first.
Okay, then melee guy, you also have flight as well. I'll cast it at 4th level, so both of you can fly.
So I know we're hitting all kinds of new shit and stuff, and especially this is new because I just created it, but this Space Anemone ship, you do have tentacles, and as an action, the ship Spelljammer can make one attack with the ship's tentacles, so on. So if that comes up, just remember you can do that, Spelljammer.
That one's a much shorter range, wasn't it, again?
Yeah, you have to be right up on him, but you do have the option if you get to that.
The captain, get us closer. You two, go wreck the ship. And that's my captain duties. I got nothing else for this round.
Okay, is there anyone else that needs to take an action before we flop it back to the bad guys?
Can I fireball? Or is that Oh, there's Will-O-Wisp there. Never mind.
I'm 25 feet above the deck because I have 130 feet, so I'm 30 feet above the deck. 100 to get here and 30 feet up.
And also, you guys are only 60 feet away from the ship itself. So if like you had a range of a spell or a cantrip that's 60 feet, you could totally nail the prow.
I have a few cantrips on my own. I got Eldritch Blast, or I can fireball the shit out of that.
You have to fireball because the person's 140 feet from us. Fireball works because it has the radius from the.
All right, doing a fireball.
So you're using fire bolts. They automatically fail.
A ball.
Fireball. More balls.
Yeah, more balls.
All you can hit is the ship, though, is what you're going for, or you're going for everyone? What were you doing?
No, that can hit her because if he points to here, then that point to her is 20 feet. It's 20-foot radius. So we're now close enough.
So who are you trying to target?
Yeah, those guys in the back.
And you're not hitting Will-O-Wisp, though?
That's right.
I'm 30 feet up in the air, so I would be out of that sphere.
Okie dokie. So let me get 4 of those saves then. Oops, that's not right. Sorry. Oh, shoot, that's actually decent, but with Dex, so we're going to have a fail. What is the rank? One dude passed. Well, I usually just do them in order of tokens, so Big Boy up here is the only one that passed. Everybody else fails.
Yeah.
So roll me, how about Arden, if you could roll me a d20, please? Okay. Yeah, this is. He just calls out like. Will-O-Wisp, you hear like this weird kind of grinding of machinery, kind of almost, and then just like this robotic voice kind of emanates from like almost nowhere. This kind of grill of a mask of this thing. It's just like everything's all right here. As you can see that things are definitely not all right, but it doesn't malfunction bad in the span of things. I was hoping one of y'all were gonna hit one of those because that'd be fun part. It's a fun part of the stat block. They can have like a malfunction if you do enough damage to them in one turn or something. But one day it'll happen.
Boom.
All right, those last little bits. All right, most especially the guy that you guys have been piling on. He looks very hurt. The auto gnome is in pieces. The other two guys are faring. They're pretty beefy boys, but anything else? Are we missing anybody else?
Can I just take a pot shot with my own crossbow? It'll be with disadvantage, but better than doing nothing.
Sure. And who are you going to try to shoot?
Wounded guy.
Okay, so taking that disadvantage with some distance, putting a little bit of hope and faith, and you do have DM inspiration still, everybody, if you want to use that. You don't need it.
Not sneak attack, of course.
Boom. I gotta move him a little, but yeah, he is most certainly dead. If you want to give that any more extra flair.
Just a bolt that surprises him by going directly through his throat.
Oh, and his gargled chokes, they kind of just leave that what it is. We're about at time, so I'm not going to worry about rolling any resurrection for them or anything. We'll just keep on.
I'll be like, that's cheating. I was like, wait, can any of us do that?
We are like right at the 2 hour mark, and I have like a write-in, and you guys are, whether you're like winning or losing, you could kind of get like a different readout as like the simulation would kind of end early if time's the thing, because I know I wrote it in because these ship combats can be lengthy. But I'm a little curious to see where this goes. If y'all are still, if we could kind of just at least follow a couple more rounds and just see what happens.
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I've got no problem with time.
Okay, and honestly, this game was very different than the one I ran earlier. I think one because I'm a little more comfortable with it already and stuff, but also just some of the things that you guys have done has been more streamlined in ways, and also and like we didn't get to do this necessarily. Like we had a good combat with the ships and stuff, but it wasn't the approach that you guys have had, and I'm all like at the edge of my seat right now. But if that's it, we'll go back to these foos, where Will-O-Wisp is now on board. Oh shoot. All right, so this little auto gnome will turn towards you. See if I know these spaces are not very conventional. We can kind of, let's see, there'd be 5, 10. So each one of the squares on the ship is just 5 feet, and I know our tokens don't quite match, but we can somewhat use that for reference. So I'd say he'd be like 5, 10, 20, 25, 30. So he would just be just shy of you there. If I can get him to move appropriately.
Wait, it's cold outside. No.
Yeah, so they shuffle up towards you, but they can't really get close enough, which is quite unfortunate for them. This other guy, though, he kind of just points like a little robot arm, and the tip of it seems to like heat up or charge up with some electricity, and it like arcs out at you like a small little lightning bolt of his own. And he's just trying to give you a little shock. And fails miserably as his arm just like falls off, and he has to like bend down and like pick it up and kind of try to like screw it back on. He's like, oh dear. And now we're back to you guys. What's up?
Okay, are we allowed to move the ship diagonally?
I would think so. I'd hope so.
Like in this direction?
Yeah, I was gonna go 30 feet. Yeah.
You go that way.
My bad, I'm muted. Sorry, I moved. But yeah, you can move diagonal for sure. And then I did move a little bit myself. Sorry, I forgot.
Don't die, Will-O-Wisp.
Okay. Alright, I think I'm gonna, since we're gonna try to end this as quick as possible, can I, well, it did cast a 4th level fly, and that was one of the persons who got it. Would I be able to get out and fly over?
That's how far away they are. But yeah,
So-
you can make it to the bow of the ship.
Are you talking
Oh,
about like getting off the spell jamming helm?
Yeah.
So
Oh, you
That
want to get
can
off
have-
of that? I'll switch. Can I switch with them? That could cause an issue.
Well, no, I guess actually, now that I think about it, you are the smaller ship and you are in their gravity plane. So the way that it works is you essentially become. I mean, it works like everything else. So yeah, you can, but you'll lose control of your ship. But I mean, at this rate, it won't really move very quickly or anything.
Okay, then I'll take over the ship and you go head off.
Okay.
So you can transfer attunement of the ship to somebody else too. I think it just takes an action. Let me double check that.
Gotcha. And let me know where you want me to, or the closest. Should I start like here, or should I start a little bit lower, or wherever you want me to?
It is my time. So you can transfer attunement by using an action to touch a willing spellcaster. That creature attunes to the spell jamming helm immediately, and your attunement to it ends.
Okay, then I'll use my action to take over, and then you can use your action for whatever you want to do.
Okay. All right. You want me to start here, DM, or you want me to? Okay, that's 60 squares, right? Or 60 feet of movement because I got fly casting on me.
Go on.
And then I'll Misty Step right into it, space. So that's right there. Would I be able to meet it in melee range?
Either one of the big guys, you'll be right up on them. The smaller guys out of your range, though.
Okay, yeah, I'll take care. I'll swing at the top one, the big one, and then I'm gonna swing at it. Okay, and that's gonna be a smite with the sidekick blades as well. Fourth level spell, so that's 10d8, and it's an undead, so 2 more, so that's 12d8. This part is the radiant damage, and then I'll roll for the sidekick.
I keep muting myself, but go on. Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's for my first attack, and then my second attack.
So it's a total of 60.
I believe so. Yeah.
I'm taking your word
it's
for
more
it.
than okay. And then my second attack was the bottom one. I'm not sure if that hits.
Go on.
Sorry, it does hit.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the attack?
16.
Oh, yes, it does. Sorry, I missed that.
Okay, and then I'll go ahead and smite it at 3rd level, undead. So that's 10d8.
Go on.
No, sorry, not 10d8, 5d8. I apologize.
Go on.
Okay, and then that'll be my turn.
All right. It says this total of 39.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you pretty much insta-bloodied him from what he was at there. So 39. Sorry, my math evaded me for a second. There you go. All right. Very awesome.
With
Okay.
that-
Anything
with that
else?
going on, I'm going to fly in here.
Oh, no, that's all I got.
Will-O-Wisp comes darting down, taking the initiative.
All right, I'm going to go after the big guy that Gale just attacked.
Loving the teamwork. And yeah, you fucking spin that thing over your head like a helicopter about to smash down. And this is on the little guy, I'm guessing, right?
That's on this guy here.
Okay, my bad.
Going after the big guy. Yeah.
Okay. So it's 19.
Well, that wouldn't be a crit because it's not with advantage, so it'd be just the 11.
Oh, I see. I gotta get used to how some of
Yeah.
these are rolled out. All right.
And then I'm going to spend the charge. You can just spend up to 3 of its charges for each charge. You can do one, so I'm going to do 3d6 force damage on that. For 13 more. So total of 24.
Just got him.
All right, and then swing. Like I'm just swinging at this guy, hitting and just following through to swing around with the second strike on the captain. 17.
Oh, narrowly hits him, but you do.
All right,
You
just
guys-
10.
Oh, I'll give somebody else a chance. He's on death's door. Can anybody else? So you got another attack?
I do. I'm going to
Shit
spend.
up.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I could do a flurry of blows,
Okay.
and so then I could take 2 swings at him.
Oh, okay. He's
Flurry of
done.
blows.
He's done. All right. That was fun, really, too, because there is one more tier of balancing where it would be very strong, and I was honestly contemplating. I saw what you guys were capable of early on, and I was very much thinking like, I should probably just run it very strong just to see. But it makes some of those DC checks earlier harder as well, you know, because not everybody in the party's level 10, and there's only 5 of y'all and stuff. So I was like, maybe not, you know, maybe I'll just run it as strong as what y'all are. But if I did do very strong, it takes out. Let me check my notes. But it adds a beholder zombie to the fray. Which
Oh, do that. That means magic would have been screwed.
Yeah, but you guys.
No, sorry. Beholder zombie. That's sorry. That doesn't get the eye thing. That's only the true beholders.
If y'all had like one more person in the party, y'all would have definitely got it. But it would be. I would actually. Instead of 4 auto gnomes, it would have been 2 auto gnomes. Actually, it would have been 3 auto gnomes. My bad. So you'd have 3 auto gnomes, 3 ogre zombies, and a beholder zombie. So 3, 3, and 1. So yeah, it would have been a bit more formidable. And you know, I'll try to play test that at some point too, I guess. But shoot. Well, let's wrap it up, y'all. That was fucking fun. It's like, damn, you know, it's like you don't always get to like truly like have some like whoa, you know, moments. That was really fun. But let me get a grip.
Now I'm just like, so I'm in charge of the ship. I could fly away. I could go wherever I wanted to.
So you
I just
guys
gotta kill 2 other people on the ship.
You guys destroy these foes. You know, you definitely have time to pull your ship up and suction onto this one if you wanted to, or however, you know, grapple it for fun, crush it a little bit, whatever. And you all board the ship if you want, and you all can go down, and you find in this tiny little room just one little sad little auto gnome sitting up on his little spelljammer chair, his knees all shaking and stuff. And as you guys start to chuckle and think, what should we do to this little guy? All of a sudden everything kind of starts to fade back to reality, and you see the gray walls of the simulation chamber lying dormant as the action has come to an end. Nick and Pick, the little gnomes, are busy putting instruments away and organizing assorted measurements and things. Estrin gathers the crew up and says telepathically, "Many thanks. Although not easy, our work here today will be of the utmost value. Already our reports for venturing down into the Triton territory have revealed that we were not quite ready to deal with the forces of pressure. In fact, there was an 82% chance we would be crushed into the size of my little tentacle. Isn't that funny? Anyways, I have a contact in Wildspace who may hold a solution in the form of a new ship part. That's where you may come in again. You do look a little bit exhausted, though. don't answer now. Just take my thanks and these Spacefarers tools and get some rest. Look, I'll even throw in a little coin for your effort as well, and I hope to see you all again very soon. And as promised, Estrin will give you a mundane pistol and a packet of smoke powder, asserting that those are tools that any spacefaring adventurer wouldn't be caught without. And she says, "Oh, I see the look of your eyes when you see that little thing. Look, I have another one that's actually quite unique. It almost hurts me to give this one away. It's such a cool little design. And look, it even comes in this neat little case." And she passes over to you another little neat black pistol, and it's marked in this box. And as you kind of take a peek of it, you see that it's actually a pretty cool magic item that has been fashioned probably by someone a lot like TNT into a metal piece that looks identical to a small black pistol. And when this trigger is pulled, a fireball is shot out, as this is actually a wand of fireballs. So there you go.
Yes.
Ah, no, how could that be? You didn't even know. But
I have
yeah.
a wand of fireballs and a necklace of fireballs, all the fireballs.
Aha, and this one even looks like a little gun. You can point at someone and go, ba-bow, and shoot a fireball at them. So you got an optional level if you want it. You got that 10 downtime. You got this cool little wand of fireballs pistol. You got the smoke powder with 5 shots to fuel a pistol. Which I should have told the last group this, I forgot. But only one of you can have the pistol, of course. So whoever of you wants to take the regular pistol, it's just mundane. It's just a mundane item. So I'll let y'all decide that if you want. Or you, if more than one of you wants it, you can roll for it. Whoever gets the highest D20.
Who wants the pistol?
Arden will pass on the pistol.
I'll roll, because I want to have like a normal pistol and another pistol. I think this would be cool, so I want to try to roll for it.
Okay, and if anybody else wants to, it's not like a, if you don't want it, don't worry about it. But if you do, roll, who cares? You might get it, you might not.
I'm not getting it. Shoot.
I'm good. I don't need it.
Does anybody else want it? Hey, look, there you go.
Yeah!
That's hilarious. What about TNT? You got a pistol?
Cool, yeah.
You might want it?
Yeah. Why not? Yeah, then roll it.
Yeah, just roll it out. You see, you gotta get 6 or
as
higher.
I'm like slowly reaching towards it.
It's a D20. Okay.
Okay, so unless y'all want to do best 2 out of 3, it's going to TNT.
I have no use for it.
All right, so you got
Treat
5
it
bullets.
well.
So the cool thing is someone actually mentioned earlier that these modules don't have a lot of the firearms and stuff in them, but I'm over here thinking I thought every single one would. I definitely know every one that I write will, because how else are you supposed to get this stuff? So yeah, keeping if you see any more of my games, there's definitely going to be a firearm in there and smoke powder if that's what you're into, and we'll see what else. But heck yeah, guys.
We got a win of Fireball and the Story Award.
Yep,
how much gold?
I'm so sorry. It's 500 divided, so 100 each.
Yeah, 100. Okay.
But yeah, thanks guys. I got a ton of material to work with to kind of tweak this and make it a little more easier to understand and a little more streamlined. And I really only have you guys to thank for that. So very much appreciated. As I said, I'll definitely get y'all guys credited in the document. I've been streaming and stuff, so if you're keeping up on those, you got about 3 hours you could cash in on for tonight as well. And yeah, if y'all have any feedback, if you want to talk about it now, we can, or if you just want to send me a message or type something in the thread we were talking in earlier. I mean, anyway, it's cool. If y'all can tell by now, I'm pretty chill. Like, I'm not gonna, I'm open for any discussion.
No, I mean, I really enjoyed that module.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Thanks,
So everything we did is illegal, so we can add in everything.
Yeah, this is completely. This adventure is actually already published on DM's Guild. You could say I jumped the gun on that one, but I was just curious to see what that. Yeah, I know. I'm a dad, so Let me have it.
Uh,
But
yeah, you can.
But
Set out.
yeah, I'm obviously this is like the 0.5 version of this module, so I'm gonna make a bunch of changes. Hopefully, get some better artwork. You can see I actually just made a couple of these little astral maps and stuff myself or whatever and stuff. So I gotta add that to the PDF and get that for everybody and so on. But it's only like 50 cents on there now, and I definitely plan to update it a lot and stuff. And yeah, thanks y'all.
Yeah, thanks. That's great.
Thank you for an amazing my new Beretta here that's gonna smoke a lot of people.
Don't.
It's
Put it in the
great.
final
I mean,
shot.
I love that you get a wand of fireballs on a module like this.
Thanks.
No, it's a good item.
Yeah, I'm a player at heart as well. I mean, I'm a DM, honestly, through and through, but I like to play when I can and stuff. And so I'm I'm always looking at rewards and stuff. We always are, So I'll if I know what I would even pick certain characters thinking like, oh, I might get this. I'm going to be this guy or some shit, So I try to think of that whenever I'm putting this together. Like, what are people going to want, And so I'm tired of the Astromancy archives, okay, or whatever those things are called. What are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that?
I was giving out those.
Everybody's giving out those. Those things are like, I mean, they're cool, I guess, but it's very particular of an item.
I actually had a comment on one of the handouts, but I don't see the one that I was looking at anymore. Or maybe it got changed or something. Anyway.
Oh, no, they should all be there. Let me know.
It's the one. It's the one about the ship, but I don't see. It's a flavor with the ship, basically. But now that I'm reading it, I don't see the thing I wanted to comment on. But anyway, what I wanted to say was that I think at the beginning of the adventure, you very clearly said the episode was like gender neutral, presenting as being feminine. And I just saw it in the text of the notes, it referred to them as male. That was all.
You know what? And I'll have to double check, because I hope not, but I might have. Because whenever I first was coming up with this, I did kind of have it an idea to be a male, and I totally switched it. So I'll definitely do a little more like proofing and make sure I didn't miss one of those. But thank you. Yeah, that definitely could be. I'll have to check.
Now that I'm rereading the handouts, I don't see. It was in the paragraph that was like flavor about the ship, and now maybe I'm just missing it. I don't see it anymore.
Okay. Well, you still give me the idea to check, because it was going to be.
I found it. It's the paragraph that starts standard weaponry.
Yes. See, that's because that was from old. Thank you so much. Yes. Awesome.
You're
Awesome.
welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, this was fun.
Heck yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for the game, guys. So see you maybe next time.
See. Oh wait,
Right.
sorry. One question. Me speaking as a wizard. It's just my character specific.
Go on.
You mentioned that there's a chance where we could have cast the air bubble. I mean, like this would have been a good time if we had that spell to cast it. Do they have it to where we can buy a scroll of that, or is that available to purchase?
Honestly, I'm not exactly sure. I do know that like Spelljammer is listed as like one of the books that you can pull from for your stuff, but I don't know if there's a specification on scrolls that you can only get from like PHB or something of that nature. But I think if you wanted to learn the spell and it was on your class, which I think it's on most of them, then you could. And it's like a second level spell or something like that.
Yeah, that might be a question you would need to ask in the official D&D Discord in the AL admin channel.
So actually, I can give you some tips on that one for the air bubble spell. If you're a wizard, you got to go to like one of those trading posts when they have a con or an event, something like that. And when you purchase, you can purchase pretty much like 1st through 5th level spell scrolls or potions and stuff like that. What a lot of people do is get spells that are new towards the Spelljammer stuff or like spans, and then they get that and they add it into their wizard books because you can copy from a scroll. Yeah,
because I know AL is really strict about the spells you can just freely get. It has to be usually it's like just player's handbook. I know that there's and Matt, one of the DMs for one of the main people of AL says if you get access to the spell, you can copy. Because someone asked about the Magian spell from Icewind Dale. It says only if you get access to the spell via scroll can you copy it. I said, no, like this one, I'd have to find someone who has it, but that's a good idea. Just go to an event and then get one of the freebies to pick it that way.
Yeah, that's the best one that I've seen people do is just go to an event and then just buy spells that you can't normally find.
Yeah, because if it's not listed here that it's a scroll, I can't get it the natural way of just buying free scrolls. So that's why. That's fine. Yeah. I'm going to a convention in a few months, so I'll just do it then.
DM, can I throw some feedback on?
Oh no, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm only one dude, and this game's so vast that you can't ever know everything. So I'm always like, oh shoot, you know, if you got the answer, we need to get it. But so you could just learn the spell at the appropriate level, though, right? Like if you're a wizard, you could just.
I can, but I don't. I got other spells I want to get. I got a bunch of gold. I'm just trying to burn it because I DM too. So I have a bunch of gold service awards.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to like just spend the gold to get as many. I want to get all the spells in this one guy. That's the goal.
Damn.
So collecting them all.
I've seen one guy who had a character like that, and honestly, I could not open the fucking character sheet on my Roll20. It was like tanking my computer.
Yeah.
I was like, why? So just warn me ahead of time if you bring you know, you get that approved. I'll still allow it, but you're gonna have to give me a minute to load that shit.
Yeah, I know. All right, then. But yeah, I had a great time. You guys all have a good day.
All right, thanks, y'all. I'll get a session log posted.
All right.
Hey, I was gonna say yeah, I understand this one's for like APL level 5.
Right.
There's a bunch of characters that you know, like APL. Well, I mean not APL, but then like characters with higher levels. I mean, you could like mix it up like what you were talking about, make it a little harder, or make it not just the DCs for the skill checks in the beginning, but possibly like add more creatures or something.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
there's always times when you get those power gamers that come in and have like you know, like built the fire giant or you know, like 20 whatever plus stat, and they come in at tier 2 blowing stuff up. I mean, I ran into a guy who had the Obsidian Nightmare Steed and just ran across everything.
I don't think I've seen that yet, but yeah, I agree, and I think you guys were really on that threshold too, where you know, I guess it would have been one less auto gnome, but those guys are not that powerful, honestly, at all. But the Beholder Zombie would have made that a much different fight. And yeah, I think that's just that DM intuition. And I even thought of it earlier, like, even though I knew the APL dictated what I should give you, that you guys were kind of a little more on the other side of that. But just for, like, I was like, I'll just... And I think it's different, too. Like, it's a weird duel of encounters to balance, because... You know, you might excel at the combat, but then be weak at the rolls. And so if I like beef up the combat, and you guys are like, cool, this is a good challenge, but then now all of a sudden it's like DC 18 checks and stuff to succeed earlier, that might not be as plausible. But in the end, I wish I had a better way to express it in the document, and I don't think I'm really going to be able to. But in my mind, I know, and I think that's a very important thing these days with DMing AL, is what you're given in the documents is almost unusable a lot of times, and especially at this tier level, with like the difference between level 5 and level 10 is like insanely vast, you know, like you know, so it's very like, I in my mind too, I know that, like you said, their power gamers are going to show up every single time. Like I probably will online, especially if I show up to like a random hobby shop and run this, sure, I'm gonna have like some people I probably kill and stuff, but if I'm running this for anyone online, there's gonna be like, you know, level 10 gangstas or whatever every game, like guaranteed. And I don't mind. Like it used to bother me a lot. Like almost a year ago, I was like, you start to hit those rough patches of DMing where you're like, what the fuck? Like, why am I even doing this? Whenever, like, if I can't challenge them and they don't want to be challenged, then why are we even doing this, you know? And you have to start to like muscle through that and find your own ways of challenging people, and I have, thankfully. So here I am.
Yeah, I agree, because well, my paladin here, I've been doing playtests for like a few weeks because I'm getting ready for one of the other servers that I play on. They got epics coming up, and then BMG's got the event coming up as well with their stuff. And so I've been playtesting with this character and just changing out skills and stuff and playing around with, like the devotee sensor, the crusher feat, and with the new, battering shields. Like I just want to do fun stuff where I can knock stuff down, just for fun.
That's what's up.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't trying to like min max it. It's just I just want to go in there and knock stuff on the ground for fun and just toy with it, and have fun with it. I thought about like you're doing a play test, and it's pretty much like what brought up. Like I have a barbarian with a level 10 with a built a fire giant, and I usually ask DMs. I'm like, hey, do you want me to use this one or my built a hill giant build, or I can lower it down, and that way because. It's the DM. It's your game. You should, you have a say in it and stuff.
Yeah, no, and that's really nice too that you would ask. And I've honestly only ever. I think it was this. We saw one earlier too. The Staff of Striking. I was running I think it was only a tier 1 game. I think, but someone wanted to bring a Staff of Striking, and normally I'm like, whatever. I don't really care. But no one else in the party had anything really cool magic item wise, and you only get one at that tier. And so it's like it seemed a little unfair if one person is like this badass monk with the Staff of Striking, just like bow bow bow, and then you're like over here with your goggles of night or something. You're like, well, what's And so I think that's the only time I've ever been like, maybe you should bring something else. But
yeah,
I'm glad you guys showed up with a little like. Of more of what I expected and what I'm gonna have to learn to deal with, and so yeah, I mean it's not gonna. I'm way past the point of it bothering me these days, but we all have our moments, I guess.
Yeah. I try not to like bring extremely powerful characters in. Like I said, on this one, I really wanted to knock that guy down, but the crit happened. I wasn't expecting that, so I was like, you know what, I can't lose my paladin card, so yeah.
Yeah, I feel you too. I mean, I think it's not about how you build your character; it's about how you play your character. And you don't even if you come in with an A-list character, which I mean, especially with us DMs and the rewards we get and so on. I mean, I have countless characters that have, all those belts and gauntlets and mind tiaras and books of this and that and shit, and I use them. I love it. And I'll be showing the fuck up. And sometimes I really do want to be that guy because we don't get to very often where I'm like, look at my crit, I just did 100 damage in one turn, yeah, or type shit. Like I played a game the other day, tier 3, where I was like popping the fuck off for like the first time ever in my whole D&D career. I did like 160 damage in one turn. I was like, oh my god, and sometimes that's cool, but it's also about how you play that character. You don't have to be that dick swinger all the time. Like you could be the guy who's just piloting the ship like you were earlier, and you still play a good role.
Yeah, I usually I play I mean previously, like years ago when where everybody was trying to build the characters min max and do crazy stuff. I mean, I got through a phase where I just got sick and tired of it, and then like I'm just playing characters for fun. Like I just left my barbarian alone, left my fighter alone. I've been playing like just fun characters now. I mean, it's not just that you don't want to ruin the table's fun, and you got other players as well, and especially this is a dungeon craft where you're going to play test, so we're trying to help you along the way to get this published and everything.
Yeah, I appreciate it a lot.
I mean, I really enjoyed it. This is probably my 3rd or 4th like space battle type of game. This one probably has, I would say, the better range fighting, or like ballista going back and forth.
Yeah, I put the note in there. You never know how another DM is gonna run something or whatever. But I've seen other places that are like they'll do this, this, and this, and so that's what I tried to kind of set up. Is like the first they'll target your ballista. You target the ballista, you cripple that, and then next thing you do is board, and then when you board, you go on with that. But of course, no one's gonna let you do that.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think that's.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say I think most DMs or most like spell jamming things that are telling you, and the book itself is kind of telling you too, is like just board, like get up to them and board, and I think that's cool. Of course, like that should be the end result, but why not, like shoot each other and stuff too. I thought that was kind of the point, but it seems like maybe not as much.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I really enjoyed this whole, Spelljammers, outer space. It gets really complicated when you're flying around in a ship and you got the bubble, and it's really hard to explain to people how stuff works. But you did a great job explaining, like, you can go to a vacuum and get sucked up, flipped around, thrown around, and it's usually DMs just skip that whole part and they don't even want to deal with it because there's so much information.
Oh shoot! I know that's sometimes where I have to learn to curve myself too. Is you don't want to be over descriptive, but to me it's like playing a book in a way. Like I can even see the way that I was writing some of my readouts is a little different, and maybe it's better, maybe it's worse. I can't really say. Probably not neither, honestly. But yeah, to me it's like writing a book. I don't know.
Yeah.
But all right, man, I'll let you go. I appreciate all the help, and your DM seems like you're doing a lot of this stuff too. So if you have any finer points of anything or like any kind of thing that jumps out at you over the next couple days or whatever, for sure, just message me. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing some playtesting myself as well. Since with all the Spelljammer, PDFs and stuff, doing a playtest right now with I'm not really good at the whole online Roll20 or above VPT stuff. So I do it at my local store, and what I've noticed is you get a lot of, like what we talked about, you get a lot of power gamers that come in. What I do is you have a set of creatures. From what I've read through other modules and a bunch of PDFs, you can have a creature, for example, that is set there, but if the level is too high, like they're like level 10s or coming in with all sorts of crazy items, and you're like, okay, well, as DM, you're allowed to switch out those characters because they're in your module, and you can bring in stronger creatures. Even if the the APL was level 5, but then you got power gamers coming in, you switch it up a little bit higher.
Yeah, for sure. I should have threw the Beholder Zombie in, and I've been doing that with these Spelljammer modules because I bought the Spelljammer shit on Roll20, and it's like sometimes it's easier to use the tokens that they give me, and I've straight up switched out like dragons for like solar dragons and shit just for the fun of it, and it's legal to do it, so why not, and you got to beef up the encounters like for tier 3 and stuff like that. So I'm like, shoot, fuck it, why not? Here's an adult solar dragon, ba-bow!
Yeah, that's pretty nasty.
But I think this was, I'll definitely remember, and I think, again, that's just going to have to be a tick on my own, like, DM intuition of being like, I should have done the Beholder Zombie, and that's going to kind of be up to each DM, to know that, it's hard to learn. I've had people come to me and be like, suffering, or you get burnt out and shit from the power gaming, and it's like, well, what the fuck, what do I want to do with this? And it's like, for me, one thing I did, I took it where I started not doing 6 players at a table. I would only do 5, or even better, even sometimes for the really higher level games, I'd only do 4. It's pretty exclusive, which kind of sucks because I have a ton of people that want to play. But it makes your balancing way easier and way better. You can run a very strong mod at the APL that it's for, but then maximize HP. And all of a sudden it works, and the thing I've ran into is it's like you could switch the creatures out, that's a good thing. And the opposite, obviously, and a lot of mods tell you to do it too, of course, is to just maximize the HP. But then you run into a problem where the shit just takes forever. So it's like it's finding that fine tune of creatures that's like, okay, I can, because if I give everyone 200 HP, we're gonna be sitting here just pot shotting each other forever, and that kind of gets stale, So it's tough.
Yeah, I agree. Especially with the Twilight Cleric and some of the other newer classes that they've thrown in where they can heal or give you crazy temp health, and the combat just lasts forever too.
And that's not really fun either for DMs or players. So it's like I say, I think towards the end of the summer last year, I kind of had to take one of those self-reflection points and being like, I was kind of letting some players walk over me in ways too, and I just kind of set some boundaries for myself, but also make some plans to do better and stuff. And maybe I take this stuff too serious.
No, I mean you're doing a really great job. Like I said, I'm terrible at this DMing online, so I just DM at the local store instead, and I play online as a player. And like I said, there's some DMs what you just mentioned. They just let some of the players overrun them. And what I've noticed too is that you get some players that are DMs who try to run your game for you, and it's kind of like you gotta let them know, hey man, you're the player right now.
That happens. Yeah, that happens a lot. I think one fault that I have too, in a sense, is just being the leader of the community. Is I'm gonna be nice to everybody until I can't be. Obviously, I'll be kind of mean to people when I need to be or whatever. But for the most part, I'm always gonna be nice, because I'm not like I'm the example or whatever. So I'm always like, la 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 la. And that's why I probably eventually one day I'm just like fuck you. Like you just can't take it anymore. Fuck you.
You have one of those mental breakdowns?
It's only happened to me on here like once, really, where I kind of ended up banning like a few people and shit. But there were people that had trod on me and stuff, and I don't know if y'all have ever run into M. Loudon, but he's one that I had to eventually be like, dude, you gotta go.